not a simple day. There are multiple minyanim, there are movies, there are other programs happening. We want to thank our sponsors, Ann and Charles Bartel, who do each and every year for Tisha B'Av for the shul, and Diana and Dr. Michael Feintuck and their family, commemorating the yahrzeit of Michael's grandfather, David Leib ben Shmuel Zelig, Mr. David Budman. As well, we want to thank a number of people that we're dedicating the kinos to. One of them, Shalom ben Peretz, I think many of you know, Steve Newworth, really was an incredible treasure to the Jewish people. Steve, his wife Natalie, and their children live in New Rochelle. And Steve tragically passed away, unfortunately, of cancer. So we want to acknowledge Steve. We also want to acknowledge and dedicate this to the memory of Samara Popilski. Richard and Deborah Parkoff each and every year dedicate this program. And they usually do it in the honor and memory of Richard's parents. But tragically, they lost their daughter after a battle with brain cancer. Samara was a gem, a righteous woman, an incredibly humble, good Balas Chesed. Her husband, Michael, their children, Rafi, are you here? Ella is their oldest daughter. The twins were Olivia and Josh. And they have a young son who's barely 12 years old, Noah. 4 children. Her husband, Michael, her brother, Adam, and sister-in-law, Ariel. We want to dedicate this to Samara's memory. And then the third that I'd like to dedicate it to is someone we'll talk about later. Is an incredible young woman who grew up in Dunwoody, Georgia. Dunwoody is a suburb of Atlanta. She was a lone soldier. She was an incredible hero on 10/7, on the Simchas Torah massacre. The story that's really not told about Simchas Torah and the massacre in Israel. We know what happened, and we're going to talk about Be'eri, we're going to talk about Kfar Aza, we'll talk about Nachal Oz, the Re'im, Zikim. We know the places, Nativ HaAsara, where the destruction took place. But there were 22 communities that were able to defend themselves, literally ward themselves from the Hamas. One of them was a community by the name of Kibbutz Saad. And one of the heroes that day, from Dunwoody, Georgia, was a young woman by the name of Rosie Lubin. Rosie's parents, her mom, Robin, her dad and stepmom, David and Stephanie, very involved in the Jewish community there in Dunwoody. It's a congregation, Ariel, that they're members of. Rosie was a fascinating kid. You know, from the time she was a little girl, she was telling her friends, her grandparents took her on a trip to Israel. I'll always be a friend of yours. I'll always be, for you. But you have to understand, I'm going to be living in Israel. She had this dream as a little girl to live in Israel. So in high school, she went to Dunwoody High School. She was a cheerleader, and she was on the men's wrestling team. Quite a combination. She got involved with NCSY, with the JSU, the Jewish Student Union. She would walk like 5 miles on Shabbos to the wrestling meet. She drafted, and she could have taken an easy job. She wanted to be a combat soldier. And she particularly asked to be in the Mishmar HaGevul, the border police. Why the Mishmar HaGevul? This is the first time in 2,000 years that the Jews, that we control Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. And she wanted to defend the Makomos HaKadoshim, the holy places, the Temple Mount. She wanted to defend, and as you and I know, being in the Muslim quarter in Jerusalem is not simple. It's a very challenging place. On Simchas Torah, she was off. No one was expecting anything. She was at Kibbutz Saad. How is she on Kibbutz Saad? My daughter, many of you know, who grew up in the shul, Atara, went to Mayanot. A group of 21 kids who made Aliyah, who joined the army. My daughter happens to be in the Air Force. There's a program called Garin Sabar. And the kibbutz Sad, religious kibbutz, took the kids who wanted an observant life. And they spent their preparation on this kibbutz Sad. When they finished that preparation, and it was time to draft, all the other kids got apartments in Yerushalayim, got apartments in Tel Aviv, which from a point of view of public transportation is much easier to access to your base, your Army base, your Navy base, your Air Force base. Rosie and my daughter, who were good friends, they fell in love with kibbutz Sad. There's a phrase in Hebrew, melach haaretz, salt of the earth Jews. It's an agricultural community, very, very beautiful, rich soil along the Gaza Strip there. Produces all kinds of food that gets exported to Europe, all over the world. So they lived there. They rented a place on kibbutz Sad. My daughter on Simchas Torah, she was at her Air Force base. Rosie had off. Hamas, there were certain places like Nir Oz, like the Nachal Oz base, Kfar Aza, particularly we'll talk about the young people's community. I mean, it was just overrun by hundreds of murderers. Kibbutz Sad, it wasn't hundreds that attacked, it was tens. It was Shabbat, so everything was gated. Rosie, her boyfriend, and about 5-6 members of kibbutz Sad, they got their flak jackets, they got their guns. And they were in an 11-hour gun battle with Hamas. It was a place that the army didn't get till the end because it's triage. There were many communities that were much more serious in the army had to get to. And they fended off for almost 11 hours Hamas attackers who tried to get in. In the middle of this gun battle, Rosie, who I don't think is 5'1", tough. I mean, I think she could take any of us, but not particularly tall. She is opening and closing the gate in the middle of a gun battle while she's being shot at, while she's shooting. Why? Because over 200 of the young people who were at the Nova Music Festival, they found refuge. They escaped to kibbutz Sad, and she's the one who's letting them in. I mean, literally a hero. A month later, on a Shabbat, in the old city, in the Arab quarter, the Muslim quarter, she is attacked and she's killed by a Hamas. So I'd like to dedicate today our learning to the memory of Rosie Lubin, as well as Steve Newworth, as well as Samara Popelski. The reason we're going to start this year with the 23rd Kinah, we usually don't get to the 23rd Kinah till like the 3rd or 4th hour, is because of its relevance, particularly today, to what happened this year. And before we start the 23rd Kinah, which those who have the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, it's page 439. Those who have the Art Scrolls, page 262. We're going to frame the kinos that we're learning for a second, for a few minutes. Each and every one of us right now, we're at a funeral. We're attending a funeral. The phrase that Chazal used, the rabbis in the Gemara in Moed Katan, the rabbis in the Gemara in Brachos, Meso mutal lefonav. The dead is lying before us. The bodies, in Israel you'd say the bodies wrapped in a tallis. Here you'd say the bodies in the coffin. The dead are lying here before us. And we're in Aninos. After we finish the funeral and the burial, we'll be in Shiva. And that's why we're conducting ourselves like we're in Shiva. What happens on Tisha B'Av, it's not just a commemorative day when we remember the sadness, remember the tragedies. Tisha B'Av, in the halachic parallel, is Seder night. Tisha B'Av You and I right now, we're re-experiencing the tragedies. We're reliving the death, the destruction, and we're attending the funerals. That's what we're doing right now. Our minhag is Ashkenazi, is that from the 17th of Tammuz, each and every one of us took upon ourselves the status of Yud Beis Chodesh. We're in the mourning phase of the last 11 months. Rosh Chodesh Av, each and every one of us went into a modality of Shloshim. We're all in Shloshim. And now in Tisha B'Av, the funerals happened. The tragedy is happening. We're reliving it, we're re-experiencing it. And each and every one of us will be in Shiva. Today is a day of Shiva. Rabbi Soloveitchik developed this and he shared, think about regular Avelos. What happens with regular Avelos? A tragedy happens, you lose a loved one. You're an onain until the burial. Then you have the first stage of Shiva, where the total focus is on the destruction, on the loss, on the deprivation. Shloshim, you're allowed to go back to work, but the way you conduct yourself externally reflects where you're at internally. No one shaves, no one gets a haircut, no freshly pressed clothing. It's a weaning process of moving back into the world, back into life, and then Yud Beis Chodesh. When it comes to what's known as Avelus Yeshana, Avelus Yeshana, not that we lost a parent, not that we lost a child, not that we lost a spouse, but just the opposite. It's something that happened a long time ago. It's something that you and I were not alive. We didn't live during the First Crusade in May and June of 1096. You and I didn't live in the Churban Beis HaMikdash in the summer of 70 of the Common Era. Most of us in this room were not alive during the annihilation of Ashkenazic Jewry between 1939 and 1945. What we're trying to do is we prepare ourselves halachically. We build up, we crescendo towards, you can't just walk into Tisha B'Av. You can't just walk into Tisha B'Av without preparation for it. And that's what's happened over the last 3 weeks. Whether it is the Haftorahs, whether it is the halachic status that we live by during that period, that's the preparation. In that way, today becomes a much more powerful, meaningful day. The last piece of introduction, and this is something we say each and every year, as important as real estate is to you and I, it's important, it's significant. Whether it's our business, whether we're in residential, commercial, whether in retail, or whether it's our own personal homes, real estate is significant. Especially as Jews who've been navanad, who've been wanderers and refugees, don't have that ancestral real estate that an Italian or a Frenchman has, who's been on their land for 800 years or 1,000 years. But as important as real estate is, you and I, we are not mourning the loss of a building. I know that when someone asks you the question, what is Tisha B'Av? We all answer, this is the day the temple was destroyed. But the mourning that we're going through, this intense mourning right now, we're not mourning a piece of real estate. What are we mourning? What are we mourning? And to frame that, think about 2 or 3 halachic phenomena. Number 1, the 83rd Psalm, Kapitel Pei Gimel, describing the tragedy. It says, Mizmor la'asaf. Asaf was the author of that psalm. A mizmor. Mizmor is like a song. It's something positive. So the Gemara, the Medrash, asked the following question. It should not say Mizmor le'asaf. It should say Kinah le'asaf. This is a dirge. This is a eulogy. This is crying over a tragedy. Why do you say Mizmor? Question number one. Question number two. Rabbi Yochanan in the Gemara is of the opinion that we should be fasting on the 10th of Av. Titus, coming from the north, from the Antonia fortress, breaks through onto the Temple Mount. The beginning of the destruction, the beginning of the torching of the Beis HaMikdash doesn't happen till the afternoon of Tisha B'Av, the afternoon of the 9th of Av. That's when it happens. Okay? The destruction, most of it, happens on the 10th. The burning, the destruction of the building is primarily on the 10th of Av, not the 9th. The 9th is when it began. So why are we not fasting on the 10th? And the third question is, think about what you and I are going to be observing today, halachically. We did not put on talis and tefillah this morning. We will this afternoon. We didn't say nachem this morning, that God should give us comfort, compassion, give us the ability to rebuild and move forward. There's no nechama this morning. There was no nechama last night. We didn't say nachem last night either. This afternoon we will. Last night and this morning, there is no Kaddish Tiskabel. God, please accept our petitions. Please accept the praises we've said before. There's no Kaddish Tiskabel. Based upon the verse last night in Eicha, Sasam Tfilasi. Like there's been a Mechitza Shel Barzel, an iron boundary that's prevented our prayers from ascending to heaven. In the afternoon at Mincha, we'll put on talis tefillin, we're going to say Nachem, we're going to say Kaddish Tiskabel. So the third question is, come on. If the destruction, if the torching took place in the afternoon, that should be the most intense morning. Not the night before, not the morning. It should be in the afternoon. Why is it that in the afternoon you're allowed to sit up? You don't have to sit on the floor, you can sit on a regular seat. You can put on talis tefillin, you can say Nachem, you say Kaddish Tiskabel. So this answer was given by Rabbi Soloveitchik. Subsequently, I saw the Vilna Gaon said the same thing. It starts with the premise, what are we mourning over today? We're not mourning over the destruction of a building. What are we mourning over? Siluk HaShekhinah. Literally, the removal, the abstention of that intense perceived presence of God. When the Almighty allowed Titus to take a woman of ill repute, go into the Holy of Holies, rip the parochis, to fornicate with a woman of ill repute in the Holy of Holies, that means that the Hashras Hashchina, that intense providential relationship that God had with the Jewish people, God has abscended part of that. Now it's just a building. That happens the afternoon of the 9th. The tragedy is Siluk HaShekhinah. And it answers another question. And we'll see, we haven't answered all of the questions, but one other question. Why are we observing the Simchas Torah massacre, October 7th? Why are we observing it today? Why are you and I, Kinah 22, Kinah 25, regarding the destruction of the German Rhineland, of the Balei HaMasorah, of mines, of worms, of spires, of Bonn, of Kulm, of Regensburg? Why are we mourning the destruction of Ashkenazic Jewry that happened in the last week of Iyar and in the first week of Sivan in 1096? Tough Nun Vav. Why are we observing that today? Why are we observing today the slaughter and the butchering of 35,000 Jews in what is today known as the Ukraine by the Ukrainian Cossacks and their Tartar mercenaries. Why is that being all observed today? Because all tragedy, the allowance, the tolerance that enabled Hamas to do what they've perpetrated, that enables the blasphemy to come out of Tehran, that comes out of Nasrallah in Beirut, the attack of the Yom Kippur War, what Ferdinand Isabella Torquemada, what the Dominican friars did to us, first in 1391 under Vincent Ferrer, then in 1492 under Ferdinand and Isabella. All of that, the allowance that enables them to perpetrate those horrors, those evils on us, all of that stems from Siluk HaShechina, from the lack, the deprivation of Hashras HaShechina, of God's intense providential engagement with us. And that's what we mourn. Think about Shir HaShirim. We mourn as we have this historical rendezvous with the Almighty, this providential rendezvous with God Almighty. We yearn, we mourn the loss of that intimacy. Because the lack of that intimacy and the lack of that presence and the lack of that intensity of that presence is what enables all tragedy. So if that's the case, why does the mourning become lighter, easier in the afternoon of Tisha B'Av? What happened in the afternoon? So the Medrash, the Rav quoted that the Vilna Gaon quotes. I'm using human terms, and I apologize for using human terms, but we're speaking the way we speak. There was a shikul hadas. There was a weighing, a calculating. Should the Midas Hadin impose itself? Should God impose the Midas Hadin on the Jewish people, which would mean an annihilation of Klal Yisrael? Or would the Midas Hadin impose itself on the Beis HaMikdash, on Jerusalem, on the loss of our having our Beis HaMikdash, our autonomy, our holy city, and the Jewish people would survive? And the reason it's Mizmor LaAsaf, the reason why we say Nachem, the reason why the Avelus is less intense, is that we lost Jerusalem. We lost the Beis HaMikdash. But God enabled us to survive. God saved us. And it wasn't clear that that was what is going to happen. Because the strictest of Midas Hadin for our corruption should have been annihilation. And that it didn't happen is a Mizmor LaAsaf, is a lessening of the Avelus. That's why the Avelus, from that point on, from the afternoon on, is more of a shloshim and less of a shiva. Because it wasn't clear until that point where the Midas Hadin would manifest itself. That's the context of what we're doing today. Now let's start with the 23rd Kinah. Background. You and I know that the revolt against Rome, as a function of the oppression, as a function of the overtaxation, as a function of just the improprieties of the Roman proconsuls and the Roman governors over Judea, a revolt happened in 66. The beginning of that revolt was where? Gamla. Just by show of hands, how many of you have ever been to Gamla up on the Golan Heights? Has anyone ever been to Phoenix, Arizona and climbed Camelback Mountain? Okay. So if you've been to Phoenix, Camelback Mountain is very similar to what Gamla looks like. Both were called Camelback Mountain because of the double hump in the mountain. It was fortified, it was walled around. And the Romans tried to break in. Every time they would climb the ladders that they put up next to that wall, the Jews boiled hot oil, would pour it over the wall, scald the Roman soldiers to death. The Romans got catapults. They had to import catapults. The term the Gemara uses is ballistriot. What are ballistriot? They would very dense, packed of dense stone in a round ball fashion. They would use the catapult and shoot them at the wall and eventually pierce the walls. They broke through the walls. They come into Gamla. They murdered everyone. Think this is very different than what you have 20 minutes from here at MetLife Stadium. They're killing each other on the football field for 3 hours. And then after the game, what happens? The guys go to the 50-yard line. They take off each other's jersey. Josh Allen and Aaron Rodgers are going to take off each other's jersey, give it to the other guy, autograph it, going to put their arm around each other, for a picture in front of, Tony Romo's going to speak about, wow, what true warriors, but what great bunch of guys. The Romans didn't do that. After they had lost so many of their soldiers, when they finally broke through, no survivors. They took no prisoners. It was a slaughter. And the Romans benefited from that policy because as they go south through the Galilee, most of the Galilean Jewish communities did not put up a fight. We always quote Tveria. That what I said is wrong, Tzipori. How many, just by show of hands, have been to Tzipori? So you go to Tzipori, it's fascinating. There was a dual archaeological site there for many years between the University of Michigan and between Bar Ilan University. And you see where the theaters were. You see where the main shopping areas were. You see where the shuls were. You see people who lived, let's say in the nice section of town, gorgeous mosaic floors. How come Tzipori is not a state of ruins? It wasn't ruined, but it was actually pretty well intact. Because in Tzipori, they didn't fight. And if you could skip a few years, maybe 80, 90 years, because Tzipori was intact, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi and the Sanhedrin established itself in Tzipori. We're of the opinion that what we call the Mishnah, the publication of the Mishnah, the final edited edition, was done by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Rabbi Nassan, and the sages in Tzipori. There are one or two exceptions. The most famous is a city by the name of Yudfas. What was Yudfat? That was a city that the leader of the Galilean Jewish forces lived. Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen, we know him much better by his Latin name, Josephus Flavius. Okay? When the Romans, at the point they were breaking through the siege of Yudfat, there was a suicide pact. There was a mass suicide done there. And Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen, Josephus Flavius, he shows the Romans, I saved you the death and destruction that happened in Gamla. And they took him. They took him to be the man that would chronicle their war against the Jews. The wars against the Jews, as it's called. You understand why Chazal have incredible ambivalence when it comes to Josephus Flavius. Okay? He's a very, very ambivalent character, figure. But my point is, most of the Galilee stood. Most of the Jews who lived in the Galilee were not exiled to Rome. We're not sold as slaves in Rome. Go further south. The siege of Jerusalem starts in the year 68 under Vespasian. It's a 3-year siege. In the midst of this siege, Nero had died, the Emperor Nero, and the Roman Senate was debating who would be the next Caesar. Who would they proclaim as the next Caesar? Debate, back and forth. They chose Vespasian. We are all familiar because of the famous Gemara of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. But Vespasian is chosen to be the next Caesar. He's not going to waste 4 years of his life, 66, 67, 68, 69. He replaces himself with his son, who I don't think was even 30 years old at that time, Titus. Titus was led actually by a Jewish general who'd come from Alexandria, Egypt, was a relative of Philo. And Titus, as you know, eventually is successful in breaking the siege of Jerusalem in the summer of the year of 70. The siege is broken on the 17th of Tammuz, and 3 weeks later, they enter the Temple Mount. Now, a question that we have to ask ourselves, since everyone in this room has probably been to Jerusalem, to the old city, more than once, how long does it take you when you enter the Jaffa Gate to make it to the Kotel, to make it to the Temple Mount? Those of you who go through the Arab Shuk, maybe 12, 13 minutes, 14 minutes. Those who go around the Armenian quarter, go around the Jewish quarter. It's really the Armenian eighth, the Jewish eighth, but they call it a quarter. It takes you maybe 18 minutes. Those who are not walking too well, a little bit enfeebled, takes you 25 minutes, 30 minutes. How did it take the Roman legions, who were in pretty good shape, who were well-fed, were pretty tough, how did it take them 3 weeks to get to the Temple Mount? You can't tell me, you can't answer me that, well, they didn't know where to go. First of all, the city isn't that big. Secondly, they're the ones who designed it. You know how we have in Manhattan, you have very major thoroughfares that go north-south, like Broadway. You have major thoroughfares for shopping that go east-west, like 59th Street or 57th Street or 42nd Street. So Jerusalem was built the same way. The east-west corridor came from the Jaffa Gate, the north-south corridor came from the Damascus Gate, the Shrem Gate. You've all seen the Cardo Colonarium, right? The whole shopping. It's not like it's that complicated. How did it take them 3 weeks to do something that you can do in 14 minutes? Or 18 minutes? How did it take them 21 days? And the answer, of course, is what? Those 21 days were brutal battles going on. Brutal urban combat that generated rivers of blood, Jewish blood and Roman blood. And the streets of Jerusalem were filled with blood, with corpses. The members, the inhabitants of Jerusalem were fighting every inch for their city, for their temple, until finally on the afternoon of the 9th of Av, Titus from the north makes it, from the Antonia fortress, makes it into the Temple Mount and into the Heichal. Now, after they destroy the Mikdash, this is not Tzipori. They fought for 3 years to conquer this. Anyone who wasn't slaughtered was taken out the Jaffa Gate Today we call it Highway 1, that natural crevice in the east-west travel in terms of getting towards the Mediterranean. And they were taken down to the Jaffa port. They were put in ships, and they were shipped to Rome. We know the Colosseum in Rome, which was inaugurated in the year 76 of the Common Era. We know this from Roman sources, not just from Jewish sources. The Colosseum was built by Shvuyei Yerushalayim, Jewish captives, slaves who had been seized from the survivors of Jerusalem. And you better believe many people died on that construction project. That's where we pick up this Kinah. This Kinah is a story of two of the captives of Yerushalayim, Shvuyei Yerushalayim. One of them is the son of the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. The other is the daughter of the Kohen Gadol. Now we'll study, when we get to the 21st Kinah, we'll study the tragic death, the tragic murder of the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael. But his son and daughter actually survive. Turn, please, again to page 439 in the Rebbe Soloveitchik, 262 in the Art Scroll. This is written by one of the great Ashkenazic medieval Payatanim. This is also found, this story is found in the Gemara in Gittin. This story is found in Eicha Rabbah, in the Medrash Rabbah on Eicha. And the question that we have to ask ourselves is the following. Why is this so significant? You see that Chazal discuss this in the Medrash Rabbah, they discuss it in the Gemara, the Rishonim discuss this. Why is this so significant? And that we'll deal with in a few minutes. The Esnavi, like Zeke Liva Anveu, Esnavi means my abode, my temple. Chatasi Hishmima. This is the Jewish people, the embodiment of the Jews. My sins have destroyed this Beis HaMikdash. V'dimasi, and my tears alecha yazrima. It's like Niagara Falls. It's not one or two tears. There's this constant stream going down from my tear ducts, going down my cheeks. I can't stop the crying. Uviyom zeh nehi nehia arima. On this day, on Tisha B'Av, when we go back into a modality of Shiva, will I call out, will I raise my voice in crying? Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. I will mourn each and every year. Now just one comment that we say each year on this Kinah. If you look in the Rambam Hilchos Avel, the Rambam says the following. That if you and I lose a loved one, a spouse, a parent, a child, a sibling, we cry. We go into depression mode. And that's natural. In someone who's not pained and hurt over the loss of a parent, a spouse, a child, the Rambam says, Hareze achzari. That's cruelty. How can you not feel the loss of someone who's been with you like that? The Rambam says, the first 3 days are a period of crying, the period of Shiva, there's a Shloshim. What happens if a person can't move forward, can't go back to work? They're in a total depression. Not during the Shiva, not the first few weeks, but 6 months out, a year out, 2 years out. Rambam says, Hareze tipesh. What does he mean when he says Hareze tipesh? What does Rambam mean? Meaning that emotionally there's something wrong there. There's something afoul. Why? The Rambam explains. Because it's minhago shel olam. The nature of the world is that you and I were born to die. We're all going to die. That's the nature of the biology of the human condition. Some of us will live 20 years, some of us will live 60 years, some of us will live 80 years, some of us will live 100 years. But the nature of a human being is to die. And we have to know that and appreciate that and acknowledge that. And because of that, there's a time to be broken. There's a time for crying. There's a time for just total depression. But there has to be a rebuilding. And those feelings of pain and hurt have to turn into feelings of gratitude, of yearning. That's when it comes to a normal death. But what do you see from this Kinah? It says each and every year, V'ahima miyamim yamima. Each and every year I will go back and mourn this loss. Because this is not minhago sha'olam. What happened on Simchas Torah on October 7th was not minhago sha'olam. The way those young Jewish girls were treated, the way those young children were treated, the way people who were settling our land, building our land, Balei Chesed, not just Balei Chesed to Jews, but Balei Chesed to the Muslims living in Gaza. And those very same Muslims came and hunted them down and didn't just kill them. The gruesomeness, the brutality of that. You know, Shura is a base. It's a very fascinating army base because it's the headquarters of the Rabbanut Tzva'it, of the Israeli rabbinate. Every body is taken there, whether it's a victim of terror, whether it's a soldier that was killed. And the people who do the Tara and the PTSD that they're going through, he said, there were bodies, you couldn't identify them. They said, we've done the Tahara on bodies that were shot, soldiers that were killed in a pigua or in a battle. But these bodies, you couldn't identify them, the number of bullets that were pummeled into their body by Hamas. You needed DNA and dental records just to make identifications. You couldn't bring the relative. See, sometimes you would bring a relative and they would identify that that's their loved one. They were unidentifiable. That's not minhago sha'olam. That's not someone who lives 75 years and dies of a heart attack, or 75 years, or 80 years, or 90 years and dies of cancer. That's not minhago sha'olam. That, v'ahima miyamim yamima, that young girls should be treated that way, that's not minhago sha'olam. Avalev v'nichum chadol chadal. It's a horrific avelus. It's an avelus that I can't even accept any comfort or consolation. Mikol ke'ev tziri nivdal badol. It is worse than any other pain that I have suffered. Albeinu bas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, over this son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol. Zichram, their memory, Yekod bilvavi asima. It is in my conscience, it burns, it's like a raging fire. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Each and every year I will mourn over their loss. Eis nishbu. They were abducted, they were taken from Jerusalem. Taken out the Jaffa Gate, into the ships, shipped across the Mediterranean, and then sold on the Roman slave market. Now think for a second of your basic economics. What's the first lesson you learn in economics? What's the very first lesson? If you want to know the price of any object, what do? You look at where the demand curve meets a supply curve. Supply and demand will determine the price of any object. Lesson number 2. What happens if there's a huge increase in supply? Let's say, for instance, that Ford made a mistake. The most popular vehicle in the United States of America is the F-150 pickup truck. And Ford thinks that there's going to be many more people that are going to be driving the F-150. And they produce in their factories in Michigan and in Ohio and in Mexico, they produce many more F-150s. But the demand stays the same. What will happen to the price of an F-150? It'll go down. Because when you have demand being constant and an increase in supply, the price goes down. That's what happened in the fall of 70 of the Common Era. When ships upon ships upon ships of the captives of Jerusalem are being brought into Rome, and these people being put up for sale on the Roman slave market, if you're a Roman aristocrat, you're going to get a steal. You say in Yiddish, you're going to get a mitzia, right? You're going to get a real deal on a slave. And that's what happened here. What's the description? V'naflu lishnei adonim v'heim shchenim. These gentlemen happened to be aristocrats. You know, they were wealthy guys, lived in an upper neighborhood, a very fine neighborhood in Rome. They were on the same street. They started bragging to each other about the deals they got. I mean, think about it. What happens at a cigar lounge? Guys are talking about, the real estate deal or the price they got on this company or the deal they got on this stock. What happens? And they're telling the story. Zelmar Mishivyas Tzionim, from the Zionist captives. Tzion here is referring to Jerusalem. Shavisi Shivcha Levush Hashanim. We dress her up in gorgeous clothing. Oh, is she beautiful? Is she hot? Kalavana Bezivu Klaster Panim. She radiates like the moon, meaning gorgeous. She doesn't just have a beautiful figure, she's gorgeous. Uvetoar Kitsia V'Yamima. Who are Kitsia and Yamima? When you want to use a paradigm, those are the daughters of Job, of Eov. Those were Eov's daughters, the most beautiful people. V'Yahima Miyamim Yamima. I can't get over this. I keep going back each and every year to mourn this. Re'ehu siper lo b'kiflaim. So his neighbor, he says, you think you got a deal? He brags double. Heinani ba mishvi Yerushalayim. I got a male. I got a buck. A male Jew from Jerusalem. Shavisi eved yefei nayim. Now, again, why does he say he had good eyes? The reason this is a horrific phrase, when you buy animals, let's say you're a cattle dealer, like my family, our business we're in the cattle business. The first thing you look at in an animal, if you're buying it, is its eyes. If you want to know if it's a healthy animal, you look at the eyes. If you're a horse trader, if you buy hogs, you're always looking at the eyes. So they're treating the man who would have been the next Kohen Gadol, one of the Gedolei Hador, how they treating him? Like a bull that you'd buy from a farmer. Kashemesh b'takvo es tzaharaim. You said that she radiates like the moon. This guy is like, remember Gary Cooper, High Noon? Think about the sun when it's right overhead, high noon. That's what he radiates like. V'sahar es zemana hishlima v'ahima miyamim yamima. Next paragraph, page 441. Bo'u nizavke. Let's breed them. Today in Israel, Israeli cows produce more milk per cow than any other country on earth. You know that? How does Israel, the best milk producer of any country on earth? Very simple. It's bull semen from America. They're just very smart about how they breed. If they have a cow, for instance, that produces a lot of milk, but not so strong in the milk fat content. You think about, those of you who want a good ice cream, you're not going to buy any ice cream, you're going to buy Haagen-Dazs. You want something that's got a really fat content to it. That's what makes good ice cream. So when it comes to milk, for butter, for ice cream, for all of these products, the fat content counts. So if you've got a cow that produces milk, but she's got weak fat content, what do? You take the semen from a bull that's known for producing offspring with good fat content. Let's say you have a cow, she's really good, but she's got a weak spine. You don't think she's going to be able to live that long and produce that much milk because as she gets older, she's going to have back problems. So for her child, you take the semen of a bull that has very good spine, has a really strong spine, so at least that way her offspring won't have her weakness. It's a science. In the Israelis, Yiddish seichel, Yiddish cup, they're smart about it. They don't just breed haphazardly, they breed in a smart way, and that's why Israeli cows produce more milk than anyone on earth. But that's how you talk about a cow. That's how our friend here in Teaneck, Avram Zayat, when he had a horse that came in number 3 in the Kentucky Derby, and he was very smart in how they bred that horse, the child became American Pharaoh. The greatest horse in America in 40 years, won the Triple Crown. That's how you talk about a horse, and that's how you talk about a cow. This is how you're going to talk about the son of the Kohen Gadol? This is how you're going to talk about a righteous Jewish woman? A Yiddish Mädel who's a tzanua? This is how you talk? That's how they talked about them. Bo, come, unizavgem, let's breed them. V'nechalka bintayim, we'll split up the kids. Bivlados kamo kofe shemayim. A couple this good looking, they'll produce beautiful offspring. So the author of the Kinah says, L'shem azos, just hearing this, titzalna asnayim. My ears are ringing. I can't bear to hear this. I have to tell you, I'm forgetting his name. He was the executive director of the Yeshiva Torah Emes in Brooklyn. I think his name was Rabbi Shiner. I'm not sure if that's correct. Rabbi Shimon Shiner. He was a survivor of the Kovna Ghetto. And there are 2 times I have to thank Baruch Singer. Baruch Singer from the Lower East Side. His father was a famous Rabbi Joseph Singer. He took me to meet him and to interview him about the Kovna Ghetto. And I brought him certain pictures that had been taken, some of them by Nazis, some of them by Lithuanians in the Kovna Ghetto. I started to show him the pictures and started to ask him specific questions. Very kindly, very gently. At the time he was in his young 90s. Pushed the pictures away, put his hand, he says, there's just certain, I'm using my terminology, there's certain doors you don't want to open. There's certain places you don't want to go. There's certain ghosts that you do not want to exorcise. He says, I just can't go back there. I can't look at these pictures. After all these years, I can sleep at night. And I just don't want to go back there. And he apologized, and I apologized to him. You listen, you read this, you hear this. L'zecher zos, to even mention this, es madai afrima ve'ahima miyamim yamima. I want to tear Kriya all over again. I want to rip my garment, tear Kriya all over again. Ki hiskimu al zos shneim yachad, as the 2 of them agreed upon this. La'erev zivkum b'cheder echad. They put them together in a room. Va'adonim, and the owners, bachutz, outside, libam ke'achad. V'heim, the couple, are bochim b'mar nefesh v'fachad. Ad boker b'chiyasam lo hidmima. V'ahima miyamim yamima. What was happening? They were lamenting their plight. And it spells it out in the next paragraphs. Ze yispod b'kod levav yimsa. He was lamenting with a feverish and a melted heart. The descendant, the scion of Aaron a Kohen Gadol. Ech l'shivcha yehi noseh. You're going to use me like a breeding bull, like a breeding stud for a shivcha? V'hi gamhi tiyela b'tigra shoseh. Bas yocheved. Think about where we come from. Who is the lineage of Aaron and Moshe? Yocheved. Think about what she did, who she was. Eich le'eved tinaseh. Now her descendant is going to be used like a cow or like a horse for breeding purposes. Oy wo kizos gazar omer va'oseh. To the one who decreed that this is what would become of us. Lizos yivku ash ksil v'chima. What are ash ksil v'chima? Orion, Pleiades, the constellations. The statement that's being made by the author of this Kinah, Rabbi Yechiel, it was a medieval Rishon. You know what he's saying? This is not just a Jewish tragedy. This is not just a human tragedy. This is a cosmic tragedy. When the woman who would have been the mentor of generations, the Sarah Schneer of her generation, when the man who would have been the next Kohen Gadol, one of the leading figures on the Sanhedrin, a mentor to the future of Am Yisrael, this is what becomes of them. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Or boker. So they're each in this room, and instead of breeding each other, he's off in his corner, she's off in her corner. The morning light. Kihikiru. Because remember, it's antiquities. You don't have electric light, so it's dark inside. They recognize each other. Hoi achi. Hoi achos. Oh my God, this is my brother. This is my sister. Higbiru. V'nischabku yachad v'nischabaru. They embrace each other, they hug each other. The description here is ad yotza nishmasam b'neshima, until their souls departed with the last breath. I think what it's conveying is not necessarily that they died that moment, they gave up the will to keep living. You know, if you give up the will to live, you stop eating, you die, you wither away. Another way of saying it is, they died of depression. Lizos yakonen Yirmiyah b'shi'iyah. For this will Jeremiah lament in a horrible way. Gzeirazu tamid ani bochia. This decree, this is what happened to our future. This is what happened to the best of our future. Do I continue to cry over this? Ubilvavi. And in my heart, in my conscience, yekad yekoduchvia, there's a raging fire. Al beinu bas mispeit rava nehima, over the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol. Va'ahima miyamim yamima. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves, the question that jumps off the page, whether it's the Gemara in Gittin, whether it's the Medrash Eicha, or whether it's what we just read, which is an elaboration of the Medrash Eicha. This is sad. This is tragic. Is this the worst tragedy that we are mourning on Tisha B'Av? I mean, you say to yourself, maybe they could have been like the Holocaust survivors that we know and we all look up to. They didn't have to die of depression. No one tortured them. It's horrific what they went through. That should never befall anyone. But it's not what happened to our brothers and sisters in Kfar Aza, in Beirut, at Nova. We're going to talk later about what happened in Nachal Oz, on the Nachal Oz base. That's not what happened to them. Why are we mourning this? Why is there an obsession amongst our Chachmei HaMasorah over this story, over the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol Rabbi Yishmael? Why? And I think this speaks to us. I'm going to come back to what I normally say. I want to start with this year. You know, of the many things we're asked to do, the Ministry of Defense has us for about $26 million worth, funding 5 programs for bereaved families, for the relatives of those who are lost. Because of the situation in the North, one of those programs is they take microdemographics. What do I mean by microdemographics? Widows who are like in their 20s and 30s. Another microdemographic is Druze families who buried a son. Religious families who buried a son, and you have siblings who lost a brother. They take like survivors, like in terms of being in the same situation, bereaved families. And we're funding, they're being taken to Cyprus with a team of psychologists for 5-6-day retreats. The second program that we actually administer here, and again, anything we do, we fund, FIDF funds to go to Israel. But there have been 6 groups. The last one is just arriving now, after Tisha B'Av, of orphans. This war has created 200 new widows, 500 brand new orphans, and over 1,400 younger siblings who've lost an older brother or older sister at war. We bring the orphans and the younger siblings, it's called legacy, here. The younger kids, the bar and bat mitzvah, they spend a couple of weeks in a camp, whether it's the capital camp, which services the Jews of DC and of Baltimore. Right now there's a group in Camp Stone. And then they spend a week in a community. The older kids, the high school age students, we do traveling camps. 2 of those traveling camps were based here in Teaneck at the Glen Point Marriott. They had barbecues. Members of our shul hosted, Jacob Schulder hosted one. Some of the members of the shuls of Ahavas Torah in East Hill and Englewood hosted them. They go different places, Six Flags, take them into Manhattan, take them out to Long Island, to the Hamptons for a program with people. They've gone to Boston, toured Boston and then had meals with families, etc. It's a travel camp. And I just want to share with you some of the things that we hear. Now, what's the logic of the Ministry of Defense, of the Misrad HaBitachon? These young kids, they can't open up to their parents. You know why? Because their parents are just riddled with pain. Their parents are just suffering, and they don't want their parents to suffer more. At school, everyone is very nice to them. The principals, the teachers, their fellow students, but no human being wants to be treated like a China doll. Right? No one wants to be treated like a China doll, that you're an other, especially if you're a kid. It's very important for kids to be socially accepted. You don't want to be treated like an other. And they said, we've got to get them out of Israel and get them with similar, and I use the analogy. Those of us who are children of survivors, we know this well. A survivor is only truly, really comfortable amongst other survivors. There's a certain safe space when you're amongst other survivors, and sometimes it's not even a communication of words, of verbiage. Sometimes it's a communication, a language of silence, where you can be open, you can share. Even if a survivor tells their story to us, there are certain feelings, there are certain emotions that are too sacred, that are too painful, that are too raw, that you don't expose them to others, to outsiders. That's the case with these kids. They need to be in a place where there was someone just like them. There was someone who's going through what they are going through. There was someone who, even through silence, can appreciate, can understand their plight. The goal of the Ministry of Defense in having us do this was that they would create a network. They would develop friends for life, just like when they take these people on retreats. That hopefully they'll create a network of friends for life, that they'll have someone that they can feel safe with the rest of their life. So listen to some of these conversations. If you talk to an American of a certain age, what will they tell you? You ask them, where were you when JFK was assassinated, when you first heard that JFK was killed? Every American will tell you that. They remember where they were when they heard the news that JFK was assassinated. These kids are going around on the bus rides. You know, you've got a bus ride to Boston, a bus ride to Long Island, a bus ride to Hershey Park. They're long bus rides. What is the conversation? Where were you when there was a knock on the door? What am I referring to, the knock on the door? Those of you who have seen Saving Private Ryan, you know what I'm talking about. The infamous knock on the door from the casualty officers. What happened during the knock on the door? And one of the kids is saying, yeah, my mother fainted. Another kid is saying, I'll never forget the shriek from my mother's. I've never heard that shriek. That shriek will haunt me the rest of my life. And they're telling, where were you when the knock on the door? Now, by the way, what's incredible about the IDF and the Ministry of Defense, if you're a parent, you're a sibling, you're a child, you're a spouse, unlike Saving Private Ryan, where there was a knock on the door, there's a casualty officer that's dedicated to you the rest of your life. Until you die, as long as you breathe on this earth, there's a casualty officer that's responsible for you. That's the army of Chesed. That's the Medina Shel Chesed. That's the Jewish army. But with that being said and done, who were the madrichim and the madrichot for these trips? The madrichim and madrichot themselves were either orphans of the army or a bereaved sibling, what's called achim shchulim, bereaved siblings. So the advisors themselves had been in the same shoes as these kids. Think about us. We had a member, really a very involved family in this shul. Ari Weisbrot died tragically. When his son, was looking forward to going into high school and ends up having to come to Minyan to say Kaddish for his father, it broke our heart every day that we saw that David Weisbrot saying Kaddish. Kaddish is something you say that your parent has lived till 85, 90 years old, and you're in your 60s and you say Kaddish for your parent. To see a kid 13, 14 years old have to say Kaddish, it breaks your heart. This group, talking about the traveling camps that stayed or based here in Bergen County, so there's a group of religious boys on there. They would get up an hour early, 50 minutes early every morning, and they had a minyan. Can you imagine a minyan it's a minyan of kids, and every kid in the minyan is saying Kaddish. It breaks your heart. And then there's a conversation amongst these kids. They're all saying how they hate when people come over to them and call their father a gibor, a hero. He says, one kid says, I'll never do this around my mother. I don't want to break my mother's heart. I don't want my mother to have any more pain. But when my mother's not around, and these people come over to me and they say, your father was a gibor, your father was a hero, shut up! Shut up! I don't want to hear that word! Don't say that! He ran off and he saved other people's lives, and it destroyed our lives. I'll never have a father walk me down the aisle at my chuppah. I've become a father at the age of 13, looking after my younger siblings. Our family is ruined. It'll never be what it was. And you're calling him a gibor? Now, by the way, this is a kid who loves his father. This is a kid who respected his father. But just the pain and the hurt over how their lives have been ruined. There's no such thing as a family sitting around the table for a Shabbos meal. The family unit's been broken. Just that pain. You know, if we, right now, we happen to be investing about $90 million to fund PTSD therapies. The focus of the Ministry of Defense, the primary focus is they don't want to repeat what happened in 1973. These young men were called out of shul. They rushed up to the Golan Heights. They rushed up to the Suez, down to the Suez Canal, to the Chinese farm, to the lower Sinai. 2,700 of them were killed. Many of them, there was nothing left to bury. They were turned into ashes by the Soviet tanks that the Syrians and Egyptians had, by the anti-tank missiles. But what about those who survived? In 1973, people didn't talk about PTSD. They didn't talk about what happens to the neurotransmitters in the mind. They didn't talk about neuroplasticity. You know what they said? 1973, 1974, 1975? You're a tough Israeli. Suck it up. Suck it up. Suck it up and be a man. That's what they said in 1973 and 1974. But when the neurotransmitters go, you can't suck it up and be a man. Because you're broken neurologically. Because you're broken biologically. It's not about being a man. And these people, till this day, Dr. Mickey Pollack, who's the top, he's at Sheba Hospital, Tel HaShomer, he says every month we have a new case of a new manifestation of PTSD from a Yom Kippur veteran 51 years later. These guys are shivrei luchos, broken tablets, what they go through. They were not functional fathers, some of these guys. They were not functional husbands. They couldn't hold a job. They were erratic to no fault of their own. God save all of us from what they experienced in October of 1973. In the goal of the Misrad HaBitachon is that this should not happen to these soldiers here. They should not have to go through what happened to the soldiers in 73. Now, in terms of anyone who has frontline duty, I'm giving you numbers from Vietnam, from Iraq and Afghanistan, our American soldiers. I'm giving you numbers from Yom Kippur War, from the two Lebanon War, the war in the 80s, the war in 2006. Anyone who's been on the front line, you're looking at about, on average, 10% acute PTSD. What does acute PTSD mean? Mild PTSD is what many of our parents from the Shoah had. They couldn't sleep at night, they had nightmares at night, sometimes they would wet their bed, but they functioned well during the day. During the day they were fathers, mothers, during the day they were spouses, during the day they held a job, they ran a business. That's mild PTSD. Acute PTSD is where you cannot function. In Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yom Kippur War, the two Lebanon wars, the average is 10%. What's happening now? We're averaging 15%. Why is this war different? So Dr. Harevan used to be the Surgeon General of the IDF. He's now the number 2 at Sheba. He shared with me what they believe in the medical community. This is not something they can prove, but this is something they believe. There are 3 factors that are creating the Ben Ubas Rabbi Yishmael of our generation. Factor number 1, what they experienced on the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, along Otef Gaza, the Gaza circumference, when they were trying to hunt down the Nukhba in Sderot, in Netivot, Netiv Asara, Kfar Aza, Nir Oz, Be'eri, these various communities. What they saw there, what they discovered there, and you have to understand, I spoke to major generals, guys who fought in 3 wars, guys who saw their own soldiers die, who they themselves saw the bodies of the people that they killed. They said, we never, ever experienced anything in 35 years of war, and 33 years of being in the IDF, and 37 years of being in the IDF. We never experienced anything remotely close to what we saw with our eyes and what we smelled along Otef Gaza. That's factor number 1. Factor number 2. You know that we can prove it'll probably turn out to be more, but that we know of now. 20% of those killed, of our soldiers killed, have been killed by friendly fire. Been killed by friendly fire. Do you know what that does to someone? How do you live when you know you've killed another Jew? Third factor is the brutality of this war. Never, ever before has there been an urban war like this for this long. Think about the Iraq and Afghanistan war. There were urban battles, Fallujah, Mosul. Most of the battles were not urban battles. Think about World War II, there were urban battles. Vietnam, there were urban battles, but not most. That's not most of the war. This is only urban warfare. Jabalia, Beit Hanun, Khan Yunis, Gaza City, Rafah. And you understand what the enemy does. They're using elderly, they're using children, they're using women as human shields. They're popping in and out of holes that lead to tunnels in almost every third house. Has a tunnel entrance in it. They're popping in and out. The brutality of this war is like no other. And allow me to digress for 1 minute before we come back to them. And we come back to the son and daughter, Rabbi Yishmael Cohen Gadol. Understand one thing. Never ever in history has there been a more ethical, moral army than these young Jewish men, than the commanders of these Jewish men. You know, America, we as Americans have a very moral army. one of the most moral armies in the history. But when those American contractors were killed in Fallujah, and we sent in the 101st Airborne, we sent in the Marines to Fallujah, and we conquered Fallujah, 23 civilians died for every combatant. It was an asymmetric war. We in America have not fought a symmetric war since World War II. The enemy is dressed in civilian clothing, embed themselves in Red Crescent ambulances, embed themselves in nursery schools, embed themselves in UNRWA schools. Israel has not fought asymmetric war since the Yom Kippur War. You know what it's like fighting in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza, the wars in Lebanon. But the average in urban warfare, and we mentioned this on Shabbos, 9 civilians die for every 1 combatant. That's the average. Fallujah was 23 to 1. What the Russians are doing in the Ukraine is far more than that. You know what Israel's numbers are? In 2012 in Gaza, and I'm using inflated numbers, I'm using Hamas numbers, 2 to 1. In Tzuk Eitan in 2014, 70 days in the summer of 2014, 1 to 1. In Shomer HaChalmot, May of 21, 0.7 to 1. 0.7 civilians died for every 1 combatant. In this war, we've eliminated 19,300 combatants so far. Hamas claims that 38,000 people are dead. I mean, it's a total fabrication, and many world organizations have shown it's a fabrication. Maybe, if you include people who've died having nothing to do with the war, maybe 30 or 31,000 have died. Maybe. You're looking at a 0.7 to 1 ratio, 0.7 civilians for every 1 combatant. Never in the history of humanity have you had this kind of a brutal war and this kind of a moral, ethical war. It's unheard of. It's off the bell curve. But these young men and young women are suffering. You know, contrary to what you hear, and there's all kinds of stories out there, they don't protect their soldiers. That's baloney, that's hogwash, and let me just explain to you. The last time Israel had a war was 2006, Second Lebanon War. 15% of anyone who was injured died of their wounds. Anyone who was hit with anything, 15% fatality rate. You know what the fatality rate is after 10 months in Gaza? 6.5%. They protect their soldiers. The helmets, I'm not talking about guys on the supply chain. I'm not talking about logistics. I'm talking about people, frontline battle in Gaza. Frontline battle in Gaza, incredible protection. You heard Ta'ir the Shabbos describe how Shaldag works. How the evacuation within 53 minutes of someone being hit, they're in a hospital. America, armies all over the world are studying the success of keeping soldiers that are wounded alive from this war. But the other side of this, these young men who've been wounded, physically wounded from frontline battle, 24% of them already have acute PTSD. 24% have PTSD already. In total, we're looking at 15%. We cannot allow any more Ben Ubas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadols. The most tragic Israeli were those people we spoke about, those Yom Kippur veterans, Yom Kippur War veterans. That's why I have given you numbers as of 2 weeks ago. It's actually more today. But 220 therapists, I'm talking about psychologists and social workers who have no background in PTSD, they're being trained by Mickey Pollack's team at Tel HaShomer. That's one of the things we're funding. The idea is to set up centers all over Israel. You can't substitute for serious therapy. These young men have been most of their lives. These young men, that we laughed at, we called them the TikTok generation. We called them Generation Z. The Mesiras Nefesh they have for the hostages, the Mesiras Nefesh they have for Israel, for Jews, is incredible. We're 10 months into this bloodbath. And what they've accomplished and what they've done. But God forbid we should have a repeat of what happened in America after Vietnam. What happened in America after Iraq and Afghanistan. You know what the numbers are here in America? For 7.5 years post-Iraq, post-Afghanistan, we averaged 63 attempted suicides per week, 22 successful suicides per week of our American GIs. We can't have that. The Jewish people have an incredible future with these young men and young women. With what they have done, their determination, their resilience, their Mesiras Nefesh. But we can't be producing a Ben Ubas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. And that is the goal, is to prevent that. So that when we say this Kinah, we're not talking about them. And we're not talking about their kids. And we're not talking about their spouses. And we're not talking about their parents. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And I'll share with you just 3 stories that I can attest to personally. Survivors. We call them the 7th million. We call them the 8th million. They were not killed. They were not murdered between 1939 and 1945. But their psyche, their soul was murdered, and they survived physically, but they never survived emotionally, they never survived mentally. I had a case. She was a very good, decent woman. After her husband died, I would meet with her. And she went into total depression. It wasn't because of his death. It was the catalyst of his death that took her back. And what haunted her? What haunted her is that she had been violated. She had been raped during the war, after the war, after liberation. And she'd lost everyone. And being so alone after the war, that loneliness, it's something we can't relate to. The pain, the terror of just being all alone in the world. And the survivors married. There was an incredible move to marry, to not be alone. They were not necessarily the best shidduchim. They weren't the best marriages, but anything beats being alone. She could never tell her husband that she wasn't a virgin, that she'd been violated. She couldn't share that with her husband. And she was riddled with guilt after he died, that she felt she had lived a life of a lie. She had deceived him for 45 years. She couldn't tell her daughters this. And we used to talk. And I failed miserably. I failed miserably. And I used to say to her, she did the right thing. She didn't have to bring that into their marriage. That's not something that she was obligated to share with her husband. And that she did the right thing, and she should have no guilt. And just the pain on her face, the sadness in her demeanor, the depression. It was just haunting. We had another incredible man who married another survivor who was just not only a wonderful wife, a wonderful person. And somebody, I only heard through a grapevine, through a rumor of what his story was, because he never talked. There are certain survivors that would never, ever talk about anything. You could barely get a word out of what life was like before 1939. And what did he do? Became a contractor to support a family. He eventually went into construction. He became a builder. He's one of those Jewish survivors who built California. Remember, California in the 1940s was not a state of huge population. It exploded over about a 50, 60-year period to become the most populous state in the Union. He's one of the men who built it. And he worked like a dog. Had a great wife, great kids, nice grandchildren, great-grandchildren. When he finally couldn't work anymore, it was probably 79, 80, 81, something like that. When he couldn't work anymore, that's when it all came out. And he sat there like a mummy. He sat there almost like an aberration. I don't know how to describe it. Stare into space. And they used to bring over the great-grandchildren. A little baby makes everybody smile, right? A little baby warms everyone up. They got him a puppy. They brought him to the best doctors at Cedars Sinai Hospital. Neurologists found nothing. There was nothing anatomically, there was nothing biologically wrong. But what he suppressed all those years by working, when he couldn't work anymore, it came out. It haunted him. It was so sad. And one last story of an example of a son and daughter, Rabbi Shmuel Cohen Gadol. It was a wonderful family in Poland. The father owned a ton of acreage. You know how you have in America a warehouser? They cut down the trees, they own forest land, and they produce lumber. That was the father's business. He was a lumberer. He had many Polish Catholic people working for him. They would cut down trees and they would sell the wood for construction purposes. Had girls, 6 girls, and 1 boy. So in many families, what do you do with the 1 boy? He's going to take over the business. This man wanted his boy to be like Shmuel Hanavi. He was going to give him tutors, great Rebbeim. The Rebbeim educated him, nurtured him. Produce a Talmud Chacham. And it was a beautiful family. They had beautiful, kalim and the Shabbos table. They would sing the Zemiros together. Father was a generous man, a Baal Tzedakah. And he really lived a charmed life. Of course, till 1939. Once 1939 came, the whole world changed. Turns out, he's the only survivor. The grandparents are murdered, the parents are murdered, all the sisters and their husbands are murdered. He's all alone in the world. Somehow, through 10 miracles, he survives. Comes to America, marries a woman who as well is a survivor. He never really was able to get back on his feet. He worked as a subcontractor. And it just was a very sad existence. But we used to ask him, he was later in life, he was still trying, he still had to work just to make parnasa. But he joined our shul. We used to ask him, this was in Michigan, tell me about your childhood. You saw a transformation like you couldn't imagine. When he was transplanted back to his childhood, to his parents, to to the Shabbos table, to the Rebbeim, to the learning. All of a sudden, this sad, broken man was a prince, was royalty, radiated like the sun. He was a different person. And you got a glimpse of what his world was before the Nazis ruined everything. That's the Beinu Bas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. You know, when someone is killed and someone dies, you say a Kaddish, you put up a memorial plaque, you say Yizkar, you dedicate something in their memory. What about when someone doesn't die? And they become almost a leech on society. I don't mean this in a negative way. They can't function. And we have to take care of them. And we refer to them as a nebuch. They didn't do this. It's not their fault. This was foisted upon them. They were better than us. They were greater than us. And their whole world was ruined. But there's no yahrzeit for them. Because they have to wake up every morning. They have to get out of bed, say Moda Ani, despite the depression, despite the malaise, despite the fact that the neurotransmitters they've never retrained their mind how to deal with this. And they have to operate another 40, 60, 70 years. We have to have gratitude to them. We have to feel their pain. We have to appreciate what they're going through. Whether it's these 200 new widows, whether it's the 500 new orphans, whether it's the 1,400 siblings, whether it's the 750 sets of parents. That's the story of Rabbi Yishmael's children, the son and daughter, who tragically, they too, we mourn on Tisha B'Av. The next Kinah we're going to do is Lamed Daled, page 541 in the Mesoras Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinos, page 320 in the Art Scroll. So you and I are familiar with Zechariah Hanavi of the Bayis Sheni. He's one of the architects of the Second Temple. He's the one that we have the famous eschatological visions, the nevuos of the Amos HaMashiach that we say on Sukkot about Gog uMagog. We say it every day at Aleinu. V'haya Hashem lemelech al kol haaretz b'yomahu yiyeh Hashem echad u'shmo echad. This is Zechariah Hanavi. This is the second Zechariah. The first Zechariah, we don't have his nevuos recorded. And unfortunately, what we perpetrated against him is one of the worst tragedies in Jewish history. It's a tragedy that was not perpetrated upon us, but that we perpetrated. What's the backdrop? Go back to the Haftorah of Shabbos Shkalim, of Parsha Shkalim. I'm sorry, I'm just going to move my knees for a second. The Haftorah of Shabbos Shkalim, of Parsha Shkalim, deals with a very challenging time. The daughter of Achav and Jezebel and Achav, she became the queen of the southern kingdom. She married the Melech Yehuda. When he died, this shrew tried to, and she was almost successful, kill off every last living descendant of the Davidic lineage. Every scion of David and Shlomo HaMelech she tried killing off. The Kohen Gadol and others took a little boy, Yehoash. The Kohen Gadol's name was Yehoyada, and he took Yehoash, and they saved this kid's life. They hid him, raised him in clandestine fashion. After the people finally revolted against, her name was Atalyahu. Atalyahu is the daughter of Achav in Izebel. She's the monarch, she's the one running the southern kingdom. They revolt against her. They get rid of her. And now they try to clean up the country. I'll give you an example. One of the things that she did, she knew that if she would do physical damage to the Beis HaMikdash, the people would revolt against her. So she just allowed it to come into a state of disrepair. Think about the highways here after the winter. If they're not going to do construction on Route 4, give it 3 or 4 winters, the whole thing will be filled with potholes. Okay? You couldn't traverse Route 4. That's what she allowed to happen to the Beis HaMikdash. That's what she allowed to happen to the highways for the Olei Rego coming to Yerushalayim to the Beis HaMikdash. What happened? After they eliminated her and took over, the Kohen Gadol served as a regent. He was like a mentor to the young king who was too young to run the country himself. He was a young Yehoash. And Yehoiada did a very good job. The Navi describes that as long as Yehoiada Kohen Gadol was alive, Yehoash did that which was Yashar B'nei Hashem. He did that which was upright in God's eyes. Unfortunately, what happened? As he became older, after Yehoiada died, he resented people telling him what to do, people having checks and balances against him. He resented that. He becomes the Melech. Who now is the new Kohen Gadol? The son of Yehoiada. His name is Zechariah. Zechariah is even greater than his father Yehoiada. He attains that level of intellectual perfection that he becomes a Navi. So Zechariah is a Navi. And the people who are under Yehoash are not conducting themselves properly, are in violation of many financial violations, theological violations, mitzvahs bein adam l'chavero, mitzvahs bein adam l'makom, and the Kohen Gadol is trying to steer them in the right direction. What do? They murder Zechariah. When? On Yom Kippur. Where? In the Beis HaMikdash. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash, they murder their Kohen Gadol, who's also the Navi of the Jewish people. You know, we use that phrase in baseball, hitting for the cycle. You can't imagine a bigger sin than that. Now, it's terrible what they perpetrated. It's terrible what they perpetrated. What about the nation, the people? Shouldn't the people have been in a state of uproar? Shouldn't the people have gone crazy in defense of this righteous Kohen Gadol, of this righteous Navi? Shouldn't the people have demanded a change in the authorities that perpetrated this? No. Olam kiminhago noeg. Life went on as usual. That's the backdrop to this. Skip now, well over 100 years, to the time of the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, to Nebuzaradan, who is the general of the Babylonian forces, as he comes into the Beis HaMikdash on Tisha B'Av. That's the scene of this Kinah. Let's read page 541 in the Masoras Harav and 320 in the Art School. Yom achbi hichbadati, the day of my oppression, it became from the word kaved, it weighed heavily upon me. Vayikaflu avonai. the compounding, the geometric compounding of my sins. Why? Bishalchi yad b'dam navi. When I took the blood of the prophet, where b'chatzar mikdash adoshem, v'lo chisasasu adama. The spot of where he was murdered, that blood, the stain was never wiped away. It was never erased. Ad bo cherev monai. Until the time when the Babylonian legions came into the temple in Jerusalem. V'lo shakata dehukam v'gam hifli pelida. There was a so to speak, a wonder. That what was the wonder? That they couldn't erase the blood, that it, so to speak, it boiled. And this is the refrain, Vayerev bevas Yehuda ta'aniya vaniya. Increased amongst the daughter of Yehuda, meaning increased amongst the Jews, was moaning and groaning in sorrow. We'll see how that happens in a second. Hayaholech v'soer ad borav tabachim. The blood was it was a storm test. Let's think about a ship at sea. It was tossed, it was boiling, bubbling, until the chief executioner, meaning Nebuzaradan, came. Uboel mikdash Hashem. He comes to the mikdash. Umatza damim rosim. He sees the boiling blood, the bubbling, boiling blood. Vayisha levav orzeh lakohanim azovchim. He says, what's the story? What is this? Vaya'anuhu. They answer him. Ein ze ki'im dam hazvachim. Oh, this must be from one of either the bovine species that we shechted today, or maybe from one of the lambs. It must be blood that spilled over. We didn't have a chance to clean it up. Gamhu zavach lachakor. Ma'azev mahaya. So he shechted a calf. Shefted a lamb, shefted a goat. Nope, it's not bovine, it's not lamb, it's not goat. I said to myself, this was your sin. And now, decades, century later, it's going to bear its fruit. Uvechol zos lo shakat, v'odo kayam nigrash. The blood was not quiet, and it was literally like the waters of a thunderstorm, of a tornado. So again, he asked, "Come on, what is the story behind this boiling blood?" And it was explained to him. Ki dam ish ha'elokim alo chamash shorash. The blood of the man of God, who did no sin, who did no wrong, his life was uprooted. Vayomer Nebuzaradan v'gam damo hinei nidrash. So General Nebuzaradan said, okay, it's clear that you're going to have to pay, the Jewish people are going to have to pay for this sin. Isvu li hakonim v'hotziu mi beiska. Gather for me your kohanim, your educators, your public servants. V'lo eshkat ad yishko dam hanavi Zechariah. So he starts to slaughter and kill the kohanim. The kohanim were no military threat to him. They were not bearing arms. They were working in the mikdash. But he starts slaughtering them. Dikar yeshishim lemeos ubacharim laribos. So he kills the elderly by the hundreds. He starts slaughtering innocent elderly people. What's the next phrase? He starts killing the young people by the tens of thousands. You understand the asymmetry here? Why is there a focus? Why is there an obsession on the young people? This has always been the case with the anti-Semites. There's a bloodthirstiness to kill off the Jewish children. I'll give you one example. I think we've mentioned it possibly last year, but I want to give you one example. During the trial of the mastermind of the Holocaust, the SS Obersturmführer Adolf Eichmann, he kept saying that he was only fulfilling an obligation. He took an oath of loyalty. He swore to the Fuhrer, he swore to the Third Reich that he had a responsibility to fulfill his duty. It was not something that he personally enjoyed. It wasn't something that he, so to speak, had a bloodthirstiness for. He was fulfilling his duty, and he had a moral obligation. And when Gideon Hausner said to him, "So you're telling us that you had an oath to fulfill, a moral obligation, a loyalty that you owed, that you swore to uphold, and it would have been an ethical and moral violation for you not to fulfill that duty, not to fulfill your oath." Let me ask you, in your own words, you said that 5.5 million Jews were slaughtered, were annihilated. Another 500,000 Jews died of starvation and disease. You've also acknowledged that 1.5 million Jewish children were murdered. What is a greater violation of your oath? What is a greater moral failure? The violation of the oath or the butchering of 1.5 million Jewish children? The slaughter of 5.5 million Jewish people? Putting in ghettos and causing starvation and disease to kill another 500,000 Jews. And it shocked everyone in that courtroom. But without batting an eyelash, Eichmann said that is very clear. It would have been a greater moral violation for me not to have fulfilled my duty. But he came across as someone, again, who wasn't personal. One of the prosecution's approaches, and there were many, to disprove this presentation that Eichmann made of himself and that Robert Servatius, his defense attorney, made. One of them was from the autobiography of Rudolf Höss. Rudolf Höss was the commandant. He was the SS officer who ran Auschwitz. 1.2 million Jews were murdered in Auschwitz. The scene of the death of more Jews than any other scene on earth. And you know the story with Höss. After the war, he was caught. He was put on trial. And as he was waiting to be executed, he was put on trial in Poland, scene of his crimes. He writes an autobiography. Now, you have to take that autobiography with a grain of salt, because by definition, he's going to try to make himself look good and look innocent, etc. But he describes there were 2 times that Eichmann left the Gestapo headquarters in Berlin and came from Berlin to observe Auschwitz, which, from a point of view of production, from a point of view of sanitariness, much more successful than what happened in Belzec, and we'll talk about Belzec later in the day. Much more successful than what happened in Sobibor. And the second time that Eichmann came to Auschwitz, what had happened was there was a separation. I mean, it was sick what the French did. The French had an area outside of Paris by the name of Drancy, D-R-A-N-C-Y. Drancy is where the Jews were brought. And they were shipped from Drancy all the way to Poland, all the way to Western Galicia, to Auschwitz to be annihilated. And this could have never happened without the support of the French police, without the support of the Vichy government, Because keep in mind, even though Vichy controlled the southernmost part of France, Paris was under German control. But the laws were the laws of the Vichy government, of Marshal Pétain and the leadership of the Vichy government. So 80,000 of the 320,000 Jews living in France were murdered, were deported and sent to Auschwitz. A few of them other places, but 95% of those who were deported went to Auschwitz. And even though the French want to say, but it really wasn't French citizens, it was Jews who had moved to France from Germany, Jews who had moved to France from Poland, Jews who had moved to France from Belgium. You take, for instance, the city of Rouen. Rouen is the capital of the Normandy region. 90% of Rouennese Jews were murdered. And the large majority of those people were French-born citizens. So the land of egalitarianism, the land of liberty, the land of fraternity, might have been the land of liberty, fraternity, and egalitarianism if you're not Jewish, but not for its Jewish citizens. So they separated the adults. They shipped the adults to Auschwitz, leaving these little children behind. You had infants as young as 3 months old. Kids. And then a couple of days later, they deport the kids from Drancy. Growing up, we were never allowed to buy a German product, and my father would never allow us to buy a French product. Lithuanians did much more than the French. The Latvians were much worse than the French. The Ukrainians were much worse than the French. But there's only one difference. You didn't expect any different from a Lithuanian or Ukrainian. You knew who they were. You expected different from the French. What you saw in the streets in Paris in July, there hasn't been a whole lot that's changed in the last 80 years either. It took France a very long time. It took the trial of Klaus Barbie for the French to admit what they did to their own citizens. But let's leave the French. We've got other issues to discuss. So these kids are shipped to Auschwitz. And Hirsch describes to Eichmann what it was like for the SS men, unlike Operation Reinhardt, unlike Belzec, unlike Sobibor, unlike Treblinka, where the Nazis, the SS, ran the death camp, but most of the people that worked there were Ukrainians, or in some cases Lithuanians. Auschwitz was different. Auschwitz, the SS were the workers. They weren't just running the camp, they're the ones who actually hands-on administered it, okay? So he describes this term, and again, I don't know the term, I can't pronounce it in German, but in English it translates into shaking of the knees. That's a term in German. Our knees were shaking. What is that? He says these little children are crying and pleading with us for their lives as we're shoving them into the gas chamber, and we're shoving them in, and we're closing the door on them, and they're pleading and crying with us. And Hirsch says to Eichmann, we're also human beings. We also have children. What this did to us, as he's describing this to Eichmann, Eichmann yells at him, "Shut up! Shut up! What do you mean? These little bastards, they're going to grow up and take vengeance on what we did to their parents? What are you talking about? The most important job is to annihilate these little Jew bastards. What do you think? The whole goal is to rid the world of these people. We should allow these little children to grow up, to reproduce, and to continue going on. So the vermin, so the cancer just multiplies and continues. This was Eichmann. This was the need to see that there be no perpetuation of the Jewish people. This is the need to destroy the children. The Rav spoke to a survivor of Lithuania. And I apologize that I forgot his name, the commandant of the Vilna ghetto. He loved to play classical music. He was great on the piano. Chopin, Mozart, Bach, Beethoven. He had a love for it. He also had a love to kill Jewish children. There's a bloodthirstiness to eradicate Jewish children. And they would bring kids in that they would find from hiding in the ghetto. And with the one hand, he's playing the piano, and with the other hand, his pistol, he'd shoot the child. While he's playing classical music, with his pistol, he'd shoot the child. This is this line here. Dakar yeshishim lemeos. The elderly were killed by the hundreds. Bachurim, but the young, l'ribaos, by the tens of thousands. And again, we saw this play itself out tragically on the Black Simchas Torah. Vayorad latevach k'anei ad Hashem tzavakos v'tinoko shel beis ra ve'enei avos ros. Who was it? Again, school children. They took the kids out of school. They started slaughtering the school children. And the parents just have to watch this. This scene we know happened on the Black Simchas Torah. They killed children in front of the eyes of their own parents before killing the parents. Ve'ein sheket ledam navi. The blood, it did not reside. It didn't subside. Vayihi lemofes ulaos. It continued to be a sign, a wonder. V'cherev tsar no kemes v'akir Yehomiyah. And the sword of the oppressor was taking its vengeance for Zechariah's death. And the city is a state of perplexity. B'chol zos lo shav apo. Who's the apo? With all of this, his anger did not reside, did not subside. Is it referring to the Ribono Shalom? Meaning the Midas Hadin, for the fact that you had a society and a civilization that was not aghast, that didn't try to do tshuva for what happened to their Navi, the Kohen Gadol? Is it referring to Hashem? Is it referring to Nebuzaradan? The Od Yado Netuya, Nebuzaradan's sword, meaning the Babylonians' slaughter of the Jews of Jerusalem, continued. Hosif larog nashim im yonke shadayim. This is straight out of October 7th. Slaughtered women with their nursing children. Vidam ole beineim kedam yor mitzrayim. If you live in the Middle East, when you think of the most powerful river, it's not the Euphrates, it's not the Tigris, those are powerful rivers. It's always what? The Nile. The blood of the Jews was flowing like the waters of the Nile. Adei nasa Nebuzaradan einav l'shamayim, until what? Nebuzaradan himself starts to do tshuva for what he has done. He turns to God. He says, Vayomer ha'ein dai ledam bivnos Yerushalayim. Is this not enough? Have we not slaughtered enough of the Jews? Hakala ata oseh esheris hashivya. Do you want me to totally annihilate? Complete genocide of the remnant of whatever's left? V'az, only then, shakat dam naki v'cherev nakam revaya. Only then did the blood subside and quiet itself. And only then was the sword of vengeance put in its scabbard. And now the Jewish people turn to God. L'cha chatanu Elokim. Why does it use the word Elokim? We have sinned to you, the God of justice. Because the justice this is placed towards the end of the Kinos for the following reason. At the beginning of the Kinos, we're in too much pain. We can't start to be introspective. We can't start to be doing tshuva. All we're doing is in pain and suffering. It's a state almost of perplexity. But later on, we say to God, we have sinned against you, Hashem. Havinu hirshanu. All different types of sins, no justification. Some of them were blatant, some of them were premeditated. V'aragnu neviecha. We murdered your prophet. V'rishenu yadanu. We only now acknowledge the corruption, the evil of what we have done. Yehi chostecha v'nachamenu. Please, God, only through midas hachesed, not because we deserve it. Please console us. Ki mishol shivanu. Out of the depths of hell do we call out to you. Umipri malalenu, the fruit of our corruption. Zeh kama savanu. How have we been satiated? How have we borne the fruit of that sin? Rachem lo ruchama haso'ara haniya. These are phrases from Yeshaya. The one who cannot be comforted or consoled. The one who is storm-tossed, like a ship at sea, just totally thrown from one place to another. Eineh lecha Tisha. Her eyes to you does she lift, Vezrascha tzafiyah. And for your help, for your support, does she yearn? Does she wait and yearn? Turn now to 31, page 515 in the Masoros Harav, page 306 in the Art Scroll. The 31st Kinah. And what we're going to do is we'll sing 4 or 5 stanzas, and then we'll do some of the commentary on it. You understand the contrast here. Before we say the Kinah, you and I can relate to this. You know how we can relate to this? Think about the contrast after the 6-Day War and the contrast after the Yom Kippur War. Think about the incredible jubilation after the 6-Day War. In the mourning, the pain, the hurt after the Yom Kippur War. So here the contrast is Yetzias Mitzrayim to leaving Yerushalayim. Leaving Egypt after the Eser Makos with the wealth, the booty. Leaving Yerushalayim either under the Babylonians or under the Romans as broken, as slaves, as people who had lost everything. Lost all our loved ones. See, the first phrase will always be upbeat, positive. The second will be a dirge. Eshtukad bikir bi bahalosi ali bi bitseisi mi mitzrayim v'kini ma'ira leman askira bitseisi mirushalayim az yashir Moshe shir lo yinosh bitseisi mi mitzrayim Vayekonehin Yirmiyah v'nahanehin nehiyah b'tzeisi mirushalayim Beisi hiskonein v'shachan he'anan b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim v'chamas el shachna alai ka'anana b'tzeisi mirushalayim Gale yam ramu v'chachom akamu b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim Zaidonim shatafu ve'al roshi itzafu b'tzeisi mirushalayim Dika'an shamayim u'itzur mayim b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim La'ana umrahom mimumayim hamarim b'tzeisi mirushalayim Hashkem v'ha'arev seviv al sarchorev b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim Korei elehevel al naharas bavel b'tzeisi mirushalayim Umare kevoda Hashem ke'esh ocheles lefanai b'tzeisi mi mitzrayim v'cherev letusha u'letevach netusha b'tzeisi mirushalayim zevach u'mincha v'shemen amishcha b'tzeisi mimitzrayim Segula sel lekucha katzon nativcha b'tzeisi mirushalayim. So what we'll do is we'll analyze these lines. You know, the Shiras Hayam, Shir Lo Yinashe, it's an unforgettable song. You know, the description, just the regular Jew experienced in terms of Nevuah at Yam Suf, something that Yechezkel himself did not experience. And it was a time of great jubilation of Hallel. Not only had we left Egypt, but our captors who would hunt us down. You know, think about those images you have of the slave hunters hunting down a runaway slave. The greatest army on earth had been destroyed at Yam Suf. The chariot of its day was today's nuclear bomb. It was today's ICBM. Until Mitzrayim, how was war fought? You know how war was fought? You had swords, you had daggers, you had bows and arrows, you had shields. But what has changed all of war? To hitch up a chariot to horses. The chariot rider could slaughter masses. And that was a state-of-the-art weapon. By the way, that is why the greatest honor the Pharaoh gave to Yaakov when he insisted that Joseph bring his family to Mitzrayim, he sent what? It was the Pharaoh who sent the wagons. The wagon was the domestic application of military technology, of the chariot. I use an analogy. The World Wide Web, they say that in the history of mankind, the greatest technological phenomena was Gutenberg's movable type. It changed the world. The second most important phenomena technologically was the web. You know what the web was? The World Wide Web was a way of American armed forces communicating. It was a private language that enabled internal communication amongst American armed forces. And what they did was they declassified it and they gave it a civilian application. It changed the whole way we communicate socially, it changed the whole way we do business. That's what the wagon was to the sus v'rochvo, to the chariot of the Egyptian army. And that's why that technology could only be released with the sign-off of the Pharaoh. The commander-in-chief had to sign off on that. That was the kavod that he gave to the Jewish family when he brought them down to Egypt, the Pharaoh, of his appreciation of Yosef. He extended that gratitude he manifests that gratitude to the family. So that chariot, the horse and its rider, sus v'rochvo, the chariot and its rider, had been defeated, had been destroyed. We're truly free now. They can't hunt us down. This was essential to our liberation, and it's reflected by the Shiras Hayam. Think about the detail of the Shiras Hayam. Think about the glory. Think about how we say it with the special tune. What did we say as a function of leaving Jerusalem? No Shiras Hayam. Kini ma'ira leman askira. Think about Eicha. What we said this morning. If we could have a shir on the Haftorah from this morning, a Sof HaSifein, that was a brutal Haftorah. Crucial and essential for us to understand, but just reading it, just very tough. Moshe led the song at the sea. Vayekonin Yirmiyahu, but it was Jeremiah. And what did he do? It wasn't a song, it was Naha Nehi Nehiyah. Again, alluding to the 8th and 9th prakim of Yirmiyahu, other nevuos of Yirmiyahu, Megillas Eicha. Gale Ram Yam Ramu, the Chachoma Kama. In the Yam Suf, the water stood like a wall. What happened when we left? Yerushalayim, Zaidonim Shatafu, Aroshi Tzafu. That wall that stood up to our benefit, right? That enabled us to pass and traverse through the Yam Suf. So to speak figuratively, those walls crushed down and they drowned us. The drowning wasn't through water, the drowning was through water because many Jews died in the Mediterranean on their way to Rome, but we were drowned, so to speak, with the fury of the Midas Hadin. Digan Shemayim u'mitzur Mayim. In a parched, barren desert wasteland, we were given man. We were given water. We were provided for. When we left Jerusalem, Lana Maramrim, only the bitter waters, Mayim Hamarim. What is the bitter water referring to, Mayim Hamarim? That's an allusion to the Mei Sota. Who drinks the Mei Sota? Someone who's guilty of infidelity. We were guilty of infidelity to the Almighty. With the Avodah Zaras, with all the isms and the various philosophies that we sold out God. We literally threw God down the river, threw him in the garbage can, and we adopted broken and corrupt systems. Hashkem Varev, Sevivos Harchorev. What was the ultimate goal of the Exodus of Egypt? Was our spiritual, our intellectual liberation. It was the covenant that we made with God when we adopted the Torah at Har Chorev. Contrast that with the mourning of the refugees by the Babylonian rivers. The refugees encamped, in various communities along the Tigris, Euphrates, along the Kfar tributary. The whole notion, of bringing the korbanos, of coming to the Beis HaMikdash, becoming educated, becoming through the learned Kohanim, through the Sanhedrins, partaking of the meal of Kodshim, where we come to Yerushalayim and we're not just inspired and educated, but we feel transformed. What happened when we left Egypt? When we left Yerushalayim? Skulas el kel lakucha, katzon letivcha. To quote Yeshayahu, it's like we were the ones being slaughtered. Not the Korban Shlomim that came, but who was the Korban? The Jewish people. We were the ones who were slaughtered. So let's continue. Chagim v'Shabbos, so sumovsim v'osos b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, tanis ve'vel urdof ha'hevel b'tzeisi mirushalayim, tovu ohalim li'arba degalim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, ale yishme'elim u'machanos arelim b'tzeisi mirushalayim, Yovel ushmita v'eret shoketa b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, machor litzmisus v'charus l'krisus b'tzeisi mirushalayim, kapores v'aron v'avnei zikaron b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, v'avnei hakela uchlei habela b'tzeisi mirushalayim, leviim v'aronim v'shivim zakenim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, noksim umonim umochrim v'konim b'tzeisi mirushalayim, Moshe Yereinu v'Aaron Yoncheinu b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, Nebuchadnezzar v'Adrianus Caesar b'tzeisi mirushalayim, Naroch Melchama v'Adonai Shama b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim, Rachak mimenu v'hinei einenu b'tzeisi mirushalayim, Siyisrei paroches, v'sidrei mareches, b'tzeisi mimitzrayim, chema niteches, alai socheches, b'tzeisi mirushalayim, olos uzvachim, v'yishei nichochim, b'tzeisi mimitzrayim, b'cherev medukarim, b'nei Tzion ha'yikarim, b'tzeisi mirushalayim. So if we can analyze, going back, Chagim v'Shabbosos, Mos and Vosos, what is it, when we observe the Chagim, it plays a couple of roles. One idea is, it's the great unification of the Jewish people. We live apart from each other because this one's in the diaspora, this one's up on the Golan Heights, this one's down in the Negev, this one's in Yerushalayim, this one's along the Mediterranean, this one's near the Yam HaMelech, this one's on the Kinneret, this one's in the Emek Yisrael. We live different lives. But 3 times a year, L'Shechno Sidrashenu, we come together. We're one people, we're one nation. And what happens during that time? We become educated. Maybe I live in a small farm village, or you live in a small fishing village. You don't have the same opportunities that somebody living in Yerushalayim has. You don't have the same opportunities that somebody living in a community that has a serious Sanhedrin has. So we get this incredible education. That's the common denominator between the Shalosh Regalim. But each regel has its own unique personality. Pesach, we re-experience our liberation. We have gratitude to the Almighty for, think about what we were, a bunch of illiterate pagan slaves. And He transformed us through this liberation into the people of knowledge, the Dor Dea, the people of the book. Shavuos is the reenactment of the covenant. Think about what we would be without the Torah. And how the Torah not only changed us, transformed us, it transformed the world. And Sukkos, what Sukkos represents in terms of the Hashgacha, in terms of what the Almighty was for us and did for us. That's what each and every holiday represents. They're osos, they're mosin. Contrast that with Tisha B'Av. No one's sitting around as a family, having a holiday meal, growing together, learning together. We don't even greet each other. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Each and every year we just feel the pain. Look, this year it is so much more acute. The last time we've had a Tisha B'Av like this year was the Tisha B'Av of 1974. The Tisha B'Av in the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War. So this year, it doesn't take much to observe Tisha B'Av this year. But a Tisha B'Av that's observed properly, it is such the opposite of what a Chag is, of what a Regel is. We're broken. We're left with questions. We're left in pain. It's not a time of optimism. Think about what's over our head right now. We don't know what will be. We don't. Only God knows what will be. But understand something. In the event there's a war with a Hezbollah, this is not Hamas. Hamas has sent over, between the PIJ, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hamas, they sent over 12,000 rockets into Israel. 2 people have died. 2 people were killed by one of the mortars, those Russian Kornet anti-tank mortars. Don't have a trajectory, so you can't shoot them down with Iron Dome. That hasn't been the case with the Hezbollah. The Hezbollah has sent far fewer rockets and killed tens and tens already of civilians and soldiers. Hezbollah has that you and I could take a Torah out of the Aron Kodesh, we could swear to. Hezbollah has 150,000 rockets, but I'm telling you they have more. I can't swear to it. I'm telling you they have between 170,000 and 180,000 rockets. We don't have the missile defense to defend ourselves against that. It's not going to help. American ships cannot shoot down those rockets. They can shoot down Iranian rockets because Iranian rockets are coming from a far distance. What Hezbollah has? We have a limited amount of Iron Dome. We have a limited amount of David Sling. You have to protect your most strategic assets. You have to protect the runways. Because if you can't get those F-35s, those F-16s, F-15s off the ground, there's no Israel. Forget it, there'll be no Israel. So that's your most strategic asset, are your runways. You have to protect the Leviathan, the gas rig in the Mediterranean. You have to protect that chemical plant outside of Haifa because of the damage that could happen if that blew up. So what do? You end up leaving your towns, your villages, your cities totally open, totally exposed, totally naked. You end up leaving them vulnerable. A war against Hezbollah is not a war against Hamas. The guys with the orange kumta, the soldiers with the orange beret, it's known as Pikud Oref, the Home Front Command. We don't have anything like a Pikud Oref, a Home Front Command in America. They're equivalent of a National Guard and Homeland Security and local law enforcement. What they do is in the case that the country is being taken over, being attacked, they're responsible to take over for the civilians. You understand, the highways will be blown up. The hospitals will be attacked. They'll be blown up. One of the things that we've spent tens of millions of dollars funding are field hospitals. So there are field hospitals that will be set up all over the country because you won't be able to get people to a regular hospital. You won't have Wi-Fi, you won't have electricity. That's what Hezbollah will do. And they're not in one place. They've got rocket launchers and serious rockets embedded throughout the length and breadth of Lebanon. Will Israel win a war against Hezbollah? With God Almighty's help, yes. If they can get the planes off the runways, they should be able to do it. But those first 2 to 3 weeks, Israel will turn into half a parking lot. Lebanon will end up being a total parking lot, and Israel will be half a parking lot. That's what we're facing. That's the Tanis ve'evel that we're facing. We got just a Vorspeise of that on what happened on the Black Simchas Torah. We'll never overcome that. That is going to define the next 50 years of Jewish history, what happened there. But just understand what we're looking at. The black cloud that is over our head in terms of what we're facing. Iran, for the last 40 years, has been funding these proxies. Whether it's the 30,000 Shia militia in Syria, the 30,000 Shia militia in Western Iraq that have rockets focused on us. But the most dangerous, by far the most serious of them all, are the Hezbollah. And in the event that there is a war, it's not going to be pretty. And we don't have the ability. We cannot sit back in comfort. We don't have the ability to defend ourselves against their firepower until literally Lebanon is turned into a parking lot, which isn't going to happen the first week. And you know, we used to have this certain arrogance and this confidence in ourselves. You've all seen this Hamas war should have been over months ago. But because of America holding back weapons, because of America, and again, I'm not here to attack America. But because of the administration's calculus, which personally I think is very, very short-sighted, it's not only wrong for Israel, it's wrong for the world, it's wrong for America. It's only going to embolden and empower the enemies. But Israel's hands were tied behind its back in this war. And despite that, Israel's been incredible. It's won this war with two arms tied behind its back. But you can't fight Hezbollah with two arms tied behind your back. You'll lose. Hands down, you'll lose. That's how good they are. So we are not only mourning what we lost this year, we cannot have this exuberance, this arrogance, or this confidence that, don't worry, we'll take care of whatever they send our way. It's not so. It's just not so. That's tanis ve'evel, or dof ha'hevel. Tovu ohalim la'arba degalim. Think about the institutions that we had, the structure of the Beis HaMikdash, the surrounded by Shevet Levi. Was it Mishkan? I apologize. Surrounded by Shevet Levi, surrounded by the four machanos. You had Dan leading in the north. You had Yehuda leading the one side. The south was led by Reuven. And what was the notion there? You had Ephraim leading in the other side, to the east. You had this incredible structure. And yet the Jews within each of the Degalim, how modest, how humble, how wonderful the homes were, that forced Bilam to acknowledge Ma tovu o'alecha Yaakov, Mishkenosecha Yisrael. This whole personal family structure that was built into a web that created a national structure, that's what we had, known as the Machane Shechina, the Machane Levi, and the Machane Yisrael. That's what we had leaving Mitzrayim. What did we have leaving Yerushalayim? Ole Yishmaelim u'Machanos Harelim. We went to our cousins, we went to the Arabs. Unless you think that Arab anti-Semitism started with the state of Israel, only a fool would think that. It goes all the way back to the exile of the first Beis HaMikdash. When we fled the Babylonians and we went into parts of Arabia. And what did they do? They fed us incredibly salty foods. And then we were famished, asking for water. And all they had was air. All that there was air. There was no liquid. And we sucked it in, hoping that we would have some kind of liquid to stop our parched throats, our parched state. And we died. We died under those conditions. The cruelty with how, and the deception and the manipulation of how they feigned to want to help us and how they killed us that way. We remember that. You don't kick someone when they're down. You don't beat someone when they're in a state, when they're on the ground. And that's what they did. Yovel u'shmita ve'eret shoketa. What did we have? Do you need we're just going to take a few second break to replace the batteries. So we had the Yovel and the Shemitah. What is that? The notion that we acknowledge this is God's land. And that every seventh year, most people, their business, in other words, what they did for a living was agriculture. The GNP of Israel was probably 85 to 90% agriculture. Between those who produced crops, those who raised cattle, thank you. Between those who produced crops, those who raised cattle. So every seventh year was a chance to grow educationally. We don't always appreciate this in Western civilization. We think that education is for children. Education is for high school students. Education is for people in their 20s. But once you get out of school, now you're in a world. How many people that get an education in Shakespeare throughout their high school and college years will ever pick up a piece of Shakespeare and study it? How many people that get an education in science for years will ever open up a science book? Or even read the Tuesday, the Science Times? Let's turn it back to us. How many of us that were trained in the Ramban for 6, 7, 8, 10 years on Shabbos afternoon, forget about during the week, will open up the Ramban, even the essential Rambans on the Parsha? How many people open up a Gemara? We were trained in the methodology of Abaye and Rava, the methodology of Rabbi and Rav Yosef, Rav Yehuda, Rav Huna. How many of us sit there and swim in their words and wrestle with their thoughts? That's the opportunity we were afforded. That every 7th year would be a year of educational growth as an adult. I'm going to say something, I don't mean this as Musar. When you and I are in school, we learn because you have to go to school. But when we learn as an adult, we're learning because we want to grow. We want to develop. We want to explore the wisdom of God, the Chachmas HaTorah. It's the greatest opportunity. We didn't use that. We were more interested in more Parnassa. It's our land. It's not God's land. It's my land. Yeah. What happened? Machur litzmisus. In the end, we were sold off our land. Our land was not even bought from us. It was stolen from us. V'charus l'krisis, and we were totally cut off. Leviim v'haronim shivim zakenim. The whole structure of the kahuna, Shevet Levi, and the 24 taxes that we give to the Leviim and the Kohanim. Why is that? So they can educate us. We've discussed in the past. The purpose of the Chaf Daled Matnos Kahuna is not that the Kohen can go and work 2 days a year in the Beis HaMikdash. Because as you know, the Kohanim and Leviim were broken up into 24 mishmaros. That means they would travel to Jerusalem once every 24 weeks. That's twice a year plus the holidays, but the holidays were all traveling to Jerusalem. So they traveled twice a year. Now, in that week that they're there, they're broken down into Batei Av. The Rappaports will be in the Mikdash on Monday, the Cohens on Tuesday, the Katzes on Wednesday. Right? The Weils are the Levium on Thursday, the Levians are the Levium on Wednesday, the Levis are on Tuesday. But if it's your day, it doesn't mean you're even going to work in a Mikdash, because there's only so much that can be done. So there's a lottery, there's a payas, or a goral. So you may be chosen, you may not be chosen. Are you telling me that we're going to give 24 different taxes to the Kohanim and Leviim so that they could work maybe 2 days a year in the Beis HaMikdash? Come on. That's not the purpose of a Kohen and a Levi. What's the purpose of the Kohen and the Levi? You know what the purpose is? Ki sifsei Kohen yishmeru das v'toras Hashem mivakesh mipihu. I'm quoting now the Navi Malachi. The Haftorah, I think it's Parshas is it Toldos or Vayetze, the first chapter of Malachi? Whichever it is, it's either Toldos or Vayetze. Ki sifsei Kohen yishmeru das v'toras Hashem mivakesh mipihu. The role of the Kohen in our towns, in our villages, in our cities, they take the taxes and they become educated, they become scholarly, and they teach us. They are our teachers. They're the ones who communicate, our Rebbeim. They become the ones who communicate the knowledge of God. And why is all the laws of the holidays put right in the middle of Parshas Emor? Emor is literally, it's the meat and potatoes of Torah's Kohanim. You want to know about a Kohen more than any other Parsha, it's Parshas Emor. Why is the laws of the holidays? It's the locus classicus of what to do on Rosh Hashanah, what to do on Sukkot, what to do on Pesach, on Yom Kippur. Why is that there? Because when is the Kohen front and center? The Kohanim and Leviim are teaching us when we come home at night from work They're teaching our kids during the day, 6 days a week. But Shabbos is the day you're not working. Shabbos you can't work. Shabbos is the day where we're committed to the Almighty. Who's front and center on Shabbos? The Kohanim, the Levim. That's when we have the Shirim. There's the Netziv Shir and the Ramban Shir, there's a Navi Shir, there's a Daf Yomi, there's the Salsa Shir, there's a that Shir, there's the Beis Medrash learning. That's Shabbos. Shabbos is a day of education, a day of spiritual growth. So we had this whole institution. And what's the Shivim Zakanim? The 71 greatest minds. The reason it says Shivim, the paradigm is Moshe plus the 70. But the 71 greatest minds work together as a think tank. They are our legislative body. They're the ones who institute halacha for us. If there needs to be a fence around the Torah, I'll give you an example. Lest you come to write on Shabbos, there's a concept called muksa. You can't play with a pen or a pencil. Lest you come to charge interest, which is fixed rate, the Torah prohibits rivets getzuts, a fixed rate interest. So they're there. They set up something, you're not even allowed to charge interest which is not fixed rate, which is variable rate, or which is, going to be determined later in time. Can't do that. All the institutions of Lashon Hara. I'll give you an example. Not only does the Torah prohibit me from engaging in character assassination, but the rabbi said I can't even wink or make a funny face about someone. Let's say that Dr. Suss asked me about so-and-so, and I make a smirk, or I go like this, can't do it. Can't do that. They're the ones who legislate that. And when there's doubts, I'll give you 2 examples of crucial doubts that we need the Sanhedrin for. 60 years ago, if I went over to you and I said, "Who's your mother?" you'd take your fist and you'd break my jaw. What am I questioning your mother for? Today, if I ask you, "Who's your mother?" it's a real bona fide question. Who is your mother? Is it the woman that provided the genetic material? The eggs? Where I come from, we call them eggs, but my kids make fun of me. They said, "You're in New York now, you have to talk like the eggs." The eggs that were provided by this woman, is she the mother? Because she's the one who provided the DNA, right? She's the genetic mother. Or is it the incubator? The woman whose uterus that you were nurtured in for 9 months. Who halachically is the mother? Do you understand the ramifications of that question? We have friends, got married later in life. And by the way, there's many people in our community that are in the exact same boat. Got married later in life. And unlike most of our cells that regenerate, a woman's egg cells are with her from the time she's born. So those egg cells are 20, 30, then 40, 50 years old. Well, you know what? An egg cell at the age of 37, 38 is not the same egg cell that it was at the age of 21 or 22. So this couple got married in their late 30s, couldn't have children. They tried cloma, they tried all kinds of possibilities. In the end, they found a very healthy person. It was a Protestant woman, a Lutheran woman in Oregon. And they took a number of her very young eggs and froze them. And this couple had 3 kids. So all the kids are going to look somewhat similar to each other because they have the same biological mother and they have the same biological father. What's the story with those kids? 2 of the 3 children are girls. When these girls grow up, today these are adult girls, can they date a Kohen or not? Do you need a conversion for these girls? Do these girls have to convert? Boy too, do they have to convert, these children? Are they Gentile children or Jewish children? Can they date a Kohen, not date a Kohen? Who's the mother? That's why you need a Sanhedrin. Just so we can function. Another issue. One of the men who was killed in one of these terror attacks, I'll give you an example that's close to home. We have a shir every Wednesday in this shul that's dedicated to the memory of Elisa Flato. Dr. Suss, many of us in this room, we remember Elisa. When she was killed in Kfar Darom in the Gaza by a Hamas person, she was brain dead. Her father and mother, Steve and Roz, spoke with Rabbi Tendler, spoke with a number of others. Her heart, her 2 kidneys, her liver, saved 4 lives. The irony is, I think one of the people that was saved was an Arab, was a Palestinian. One of the kidneys went to. Now, the doctor that removed the organs from Elisa, did he do the greatest mitzvah there is? Pikuach nefesh? Or did he commit murder? Did he murder Elisa Flato? Steve and Roz, who had to give permission for this to happen. Did they do the most incredible mitzvah, the most incredibly heroic thing that a parent could do with their child? God knows the nisayon that they had at that time, Steve and Roz Flato. Or are they guilty of abetting murder? There's a major debate. What is the end of life? Is the end of life cessation of heartbeat? If that's the case, then that doctor's a murderer and Steve and Roz did a horrific thing to their daughter. If the definition of the end of life is the lysing of the brainstem, the medulla, the lysing of the medulla of the brainstem, then Steve and Roz did the most incredible, heroic thing. This doctor fulfilled pikuach nefesh, and Elisa Flato, in her death, fulfilled mitzvahs that we would only dream of fulfilling in our life. She brought human life. She saved lives in her death. That's a debate. Just like there's a debate about who halachically is your mother. We yearn, we need a Sanhedrin of the 71 greatest scholars of the generation to determine these issues. Because if they determine that the end of life is the lysing of the brainstem, brain death is the end of life, not cessation of heartbeat, then every one of us is going to have to sign a halachic organ donor card. Every one of us, because there's a shortage of organs out there, we must all be signing that. But if the definition of end of life is cessation of heartbeat, then we can't. Then we're not allowed to. The only thing that we'll be able to provide to another human being is a cornea transplant, because that can happen after the heart stops beating. But do you understand the ramifications between the 2 ways of looking at it? That's why you need a Sanhedrin. And that's the role. We don't even appreciate how important the Sanhedrin is. I mean, I'll give you an example. One of the many tragedies that Herod, Hordus Harasha, Herod the Wicked, or in history is known as Herod the Great, one of the many tragedies that man perpetrated upon the Jewish people, he prohibited the Sanhedrin from operating as a legislative body, from legislating halacha. He didn't want any other governing body amongst the Jews. And that is when Yirbu Machlokes b'Yisrael. That's when we went from having 3 debates between the Beis Hillel Beis Shammai to 765 debates. And the difference was with the 3, before Herod, what's the halach? What do? You know, let's say Dr. Suss is arguing a point, and I'm challenging his point, and I'm arguing a counterpoint. And he challenges me. He's got his proofs, he's got his logic. I have my proofs, I have my logic. And we do this in front of the Sanhedrin. And then they question each of us, and then they discuss it back and forth, and they vote. Acharei harabim lahatos. Parshas Mishpatim, you follow the majority, right? Acharei harabim lahatos. So there's one Torah, there's one halacha, one Judaism. Since the time of Herod, that hasn't been the case. And you have this situation where, everybody's doing their own thing. So when it describes Leviim v'Aharonim, V'shivim Zakenim, that was an incredible structure, incredible system that allowed for the national perfection of the Jewish people. Today, now, it's Nogsim, Umonim, Umochrim, V'konim. Oppressors, people who beat us, who abuse us, people who sell us, who buy us. Moshe Yereinu v'Aaron Yancheinu. Yeah, that Moshe was the great educator. Aaron was the great Baal Chesed. There's so to speak, the leadership of Midas Hadin, the leadership of Midas Harachamim, and you need the combination of both. What did we have? Nebuchadnezzar and Hadrian. Adrianus Caesar. No, just a comment. If you were writing this Kinah, you'd say Nebuchadnezzar, and what would you say? Titus, right? You'd have Nebuchadnezzar. He was the one who through his general Nubuzaradan destroyed the first base of Mikdash. Or maybe you wouldn't say Titus. Maybe you'd say Vespasian. The Caesar Vespasian, his general was Titus, destroyed the second base of Mikdash. Why did the author of this Kinah, you have to check who the author is, why did they say is the parallel Hadrian? Anybody? Why is Hadrian the parallel? Strange, it's not. It should have said Vespasian or Titus. See, Hadrian did things much worse. Vespasian and Titus destroyed the base of Mikdash, and they killed many Jews. The worst genocide we ever had in our history, that was until 1939, until Hitler, was under Hadrian. Just a little background. How long were the Jews in exile after the Babylonians destroyed the first base of Mikdash? 70 years, right? 52 years after the destruction of the base of Mikdash, when they assassinated the Babylonian ruler Belshazzar, they sent in like a hit squad. I guess you'd call it like a Mossad team that got Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. They did the same thing to Belshazzar. It threw the whole empire into a turmoil. They were traumatized. They were frozen. They were paralyzed. And the Persian Median Alliance comes in, overthrows the Babylonians, who are in like a state of paralysis. If there was a Las Vegas at that time in history, they would have never given odds to the Persian Medians to win that war. They did. Koresh, who till this day Iranian Jews name their baby boys Kurash after him. Koresh, he didn't just do this to the Jews, but he did it to others. He was a very smart politician. He said to the Jews, God has told me, my job is to be your liberator. You can return to Jerusalem. You can return to your homeland. So Jews started already going back 52 years later. Unfortunately, we had a setback with Artaxerxes, better known as Achashverosh. He put a building freeze on Jerusalem and the temple. And we know the story that his prime minister wanted to perpetrate a genocide against us. The Great Tshuva movement that brought about the death of Haman and the genocide. Mordechai becomes the prime minister. 3 years later, that was 67 years after the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. Meaning, if the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed in 586 before the Common Era, In 519, before the Common Era, was the Purim story. 3 years later, Ahasuerus dies. You know, my speculation is he probably died of cirrhosis of the liver or something like cirrhosis of the liver. You know, some kind of liver disease, was a big shikker. Whatever he died of. 3 years later, his son, Darius, takes over. Till this day, Iranian Jews, Persian Jews, name their baby boys Darius or Daryavish. And he allows us to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. So the whole Geschäft is 70 years. 52 years we start to head back. 70 years later we build the Beis HaMikdash. Why did I just spend that time doing that? If you're a Jew in the year 130 or the year 132, what is your whole historical perspective, huh? What's your whole historical perspective? The destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash, which lasted, the destruction of 70 years. We're almost there. We're 60 years, 62 years in already. The third Beis HaMikdash is going to come around the corner anytime. For sure it's going to happen in my lifetime. Just any moment. That's your whole historical perspective. Let's now discuss what happened there. Hold on one second. You had these Roman governors, these Roman proconsuls that were running Judea. What is Judea? It's the most important piece of real estate in the whole Roman Empire. Why is it the most important piece of real estate in the whole Roman Empire? Because it's the linchpin between the three continents. If you want to get into Roman Africa, which is not just today's Egypt, it's a good part of North Africa. Go from there to Europe. Go from there to Asia. Or if you want to get from Asia into Africa, you want to get from Europe into Africa, you have to go through what? You have to go through the Judea. The Romans called it Via Maris, via the Mediterranean, via the sea. Because if you were going with large contingencies, in the winter you could cut down what we call the Jordan Valley. It was hot in the winter, but it was bearable to get into Africa. But in the summer you couldn't. You had to go along the Mediterranean. It was way too hot in the Jordan Valley. Okay? You couldn't take what today we call Highway 60 because that's the mountainous range. That only, if you're a small group of people like Avram Avinu or Yaakov Avinu, you can do that crevice in the mountains in the middle. But if you're a whole military, you're a whole caravan, or you're a whole troop, you got to go either the west side or the east side. The west side is along the Mediterranean, the east side is Jordan Valley, through the Yam HaMelech, etc. Now, you can't have fighting, you can't have revolution, you can't have problems in the Via Maris, because otherwise all international trade is going to be stymied. You understand? It's the whole linchpin between the three continents. They would have Roman governors known as Roman proconsuls. The one that is probably one of the most vicious of them all, his name in the Gemara, I don't know what his Latin name is. We refer to him in the Gemara as Turnus Rufus. You ever see Gemaras with conversations between Turnus Rufus and Rabbi Akiva? These guys were horrific. They used to tax the oppressive tax burdens they imposed on the Jews. The way they treated the Jews, because you know what it's like? It's like a 3 or 4 year stint. You got sent there from Rome. You had to manage and govern Judea. You had 4 years to get as rich as you could, to make as much money, to milk the place as much as you could, and you made the Jewish lives miserable. There's a new emperor. His name is Hadrian. The Jews send a contingency to him, saying, your governors, your proconsuls, what they're doing to us, it's not in your interest. Forget about us, the Jews. Even if you don't care about us, it's not in your interest. You're destroying the economy. You're destroying the whole ability to have infrastructure built, which you need because of the nature of this land. And Hadrian gets it. Hadrian starts to ease up on some of the oppressive, disgusting, ridiculous impositions that the Romans were imposing upon us. The governor turns on Hadrian. What are you, a Jew? What are you, a Philo-Semite? You don't have to live amongst those stinking Jews. We do. We're the ones who are forced to deal with them. Are you kidding me? What? You want us to turn against you? Then you really have problems. So what does he do? Hadrian needs to solidify his own support there. He's a new emperor. He realizes that he's got to back his own people. So he makes it even worse. He makes it even worse on the Jews. The revolt that we called the Bar Kokhba revolt was not Jewish bravado. The rabbis all supported it. Not just Rabbi Akiva, all the Chachmei HaMasorah supported this revolt. Because we couldn't live under those conditions. You can make something so unbearable that it's unlivable. And that's what they did to us. They made it unlivable and unbearable. And the revolt took place. The revolt was incredibly successful. To give you a context, you had, I believe, 4 Roman brigades defeated the Jews in the war that we talked about from 66 to 72. They needed 9 Roman brigades to defeat Bar Kokhba, the revolt, in 132 to 135. They took the most elite Roman brigade that was on the island of Great Britain. They had to ship them across in ships to mainland Europe, take them through Europe, take them through what is today Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, into Israel, until they defeat us. Once they defeated us, there was no, like at the end of the fight, the UFC, the MMA fight, it was a good fight, and then what's his name? Joe Rogan comes up and he interviews both of them. None of that business. This was a fight. I mean, they perpetrated a genocide. A genocide that was so bad, a genocide that was so horrific, they wouldn't even allow anyone to record it. They wouldn't allow the recording of this genocide. They slaughtered and butchered children. They slaughtered and butchered the elderly. This is not Josephus Flavius, the war against the Jews, and you chronicle, this great war and this great victory. This is horrific. I'll use an analogy, of how bad this was, and you'll see where we're going when we get back to Hadrian. I want you to give me a minute. I'm going to read something. This is a quote from Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, the head of the Gestapo, the number 2 to Hitler. Heinrich Himmler gathers together all of the leadership of the SS to the city of Posen. Today it's in Poland. It's called Poznan. Then it was in Germany. It was known as Posen. The great Rabbi Akiva Eger was the rabbi of Posen. The date is October 4th, 1943. By October 4th, 1943, over 80% of anyone who was going to be murdered in the Holocaust was already dead, was already murdered at this point. There's almost no one was left in Poland, the Lodz ghetto. You had the Jews in Hungary, the Jews in two-thirds of the Jews in Slovakia were still there. Carpathian Mountain Jewry was there. Yet almost everyone had been killed at this point. They deported the French Jews, they killed the German Jews, they killed the Dutch Jews at this point, they killed the Italian Jews. Maybe there were a few Italian Jews left, but most of the Italian Jews had been killed. They killed the Greek Jews, they killed the Norwegian Jews. Almost all Polish Jews had been annihilated, the largest block of Jewry on earth, on the continent. All that was left was the Hungarian and the Slovakian Jews. So now what happens, I'm giving you the context. They have to erase the crime. They got to cover up the crime. This is the famous convocation where Himmler tells them, you got to go back to Lithuania, to Panari Forest outside of Vilna. You got to go back to Lithuania, to the 7th fort and the 9th fort outside of Kovna where you murdered all those Jews. And you've got to remove the remains. You got to go back to Romulus outside of Riga, Latvia. You've got to go back to Sobibor, back to Belzec. Treblinka is winding down. You've got to remove the remains of the 900,000 that were murdered in Treblinka that are buried there, of the between 500,000 and 600,000 that were murdered in Belzec that are buried there, of the 250,000 that were murdered in Sobibor that are buried. You got to remove all the remains. But I'm not just going to tell you about it. I'm going to give you the quote here. This is a quote from Himmler. And just bear with me for a minute and you'll see what it has to do with Hadrian. I also want to talk to you, quite frankly, on a very grave matter. Among ourselves, it should be mentioned, quite frankly, and we will never speak of it publicly. Just as we did not hesitate on the 30th of June 1934 to do the duty we were bidden and stand comrades who had lapsed up against the wall and we shot them, so we have never spoken about it and we will never speak of it. It was that tact, which is a matter of course, and which I am glad to say inherent in us, that made us never discuss it amongst ourselves, nor speak of it. It appalled everyone, and yet everyone was certain that he would do it in the next time if such orders are issued and if it is necessary. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the evacuation and the extermination of the Jewish race. It's one of those things that's easy to talk about. Quote unquote, the Jewish race is being exterminated, says one party member. That's quite clear. It's in our program. An elimination of the Jews. And we're doing it. We're exterminating them. Yeah. But then they come to me, 80 million worthy Germans, and each one has his decent Jew. Of course, most of the Jews, they're vermin, they're scum. But this Jew, you got to save him. He's an A1 Jew. Not one of all those who talk this way has watched what we have done. And not one of them has gone through what we have gone through. Most of you in this room, you know what it means to see piles of 100 corpses, of 1,000 corpses, of 10,000 corpses lying there. To have stuck it out. And at the same time, apart from exceptions caused by human weakness, you have remained decent fellows. This is what has made us hard. Now listen to this line. This is the most famous line. This is a page of glory in our history, which never has been written and will never be written. For we know how difficult we should have made it ourselves, if with the bombing raids, the burdens, and the deprivations of war, we still would have Jews alive today, in every town as secret saboteurs, as agitators, as troublemakers. We would end up the way we were at the end of World War I, when the Jews were still part of the German national body. We have taken from them whatever wealth they had. I have issued a strict order, which SS Lieutenant General Pohl has carried out, But this well should, as a matter of course, be handed, none of it for ourselves. Individual men who have lapsed, they'll be punished in accordance with an order that I issued at the beginning of the war, which gave this warning, that whoever takes so much as a Deutsche Mark, he is a dead man. A number of SS men, there are not very many of them, they have fallen short and they will die without mercy. We had the moral right to annihilate the Jews. We had the duty to our people to destroy this nation, but we have not the right to enrich ourselves with so much as a fur, a watch, a mark, a cigarette, or anything else, because we have exterminated a germ. We do not want in the end to be infected by this germ or to die of this germ. I will not see so much as a small area of sepsis appear here or gain a hold anywhere. Wherever it may form, we will cauterize it. Altogether, however, we can say that we have fulfilled this most difficult duty for the love of our people, and our spirit, our soul, our character has not suffered because of it. I want to quote that line again. This is a page of glory in our history, which has never been written and will never be written. They couldn't publicize, the Germans couldn't publicize what they did. The extermination of children, the extermination of elderly, the extermination of women, they couldn't publicize that. Yeah, Hamas did. They publicized it. And then you have Rashida Tlaib and Bowman, and you have the useful idiots here on the campuses denying that it ever happened, denying what Hamas themselves published. That genocide, we suspect, and I'm quoting the Pesichta, the introductory medrash to Medrash Eicha, we suspect that genocide annihilated 800,000 Jews. Do you know what that means, 800,000 Jews? That was the large majority of Jews living in Israel and Judea. That was probably half of the world Jewish population. Until the Shoah, there was never a genocide that large. There was never, of all the anti-Semitic events that happened to Jews, nothing was as worse as the Hadrianic genocide post the Bar Kokhba revolt. That's why I think he mentions Hadrian here. We're going to finish the Kinah. Pare mikbaos lechavod nikbaos b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim shrikos usruos lekalon uzvos b'tzeisi mirushalayim tzitz hazahav v'ham shel v'rahav b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim hushlach hanezer v'afas ha'ezer b'tzeisi mirushalayim Kedusha u'nevuah u'chvod Adonai nira b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim nigala u'mora v'ruach hatuma b'tzeisi mirushalayim rihina v'shua v'chatzotzot ruah b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim Zakas olal v'na'akas ha'olal b'tzeisi mirushalayim shulchan u'menorah v'chalil u'ktorah b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim elil v'soeva u'pesel u'matzeva b'tzeisi mirushalayim Torah usuda uchlei achemda b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim. Now this is a tefillah at the end. Sason v'simcha v'nas yagon v'na'acha b'shuvi Yerushalayim. We pray, please, to the Almighty, that once again we return to Jerusalem. And again, when we say Yerushalayim, we mean the restoration of the Beis HaMikdash, the restoration of the halachic government, the restoration of the Sanhedrin, and the eradication of evil. The next Kinah is, we're going to do the Asara Harugei Malchus we'll study, page 415 in the Masoras Harav and Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinah, page 250 in the Art Scroll. Arzei Lebanon, the Cedars of Lebanon. Now, the Cedars of Lebanon is not just referring to the construction material that Shlomo HaMelech used to build the Beis HaMikdash. The Cedars of Lebanon is what? Those are the human building blocks. What is the human Beis HaMikdash? The scholars of the Sanhedrin, the great Balei HaMasorah. That's who they were. They were a three-dimensional living Beis HaMikdash. Adiyei HaTorah, the masters of the Torah. Balei tracing the Mishnah of the Gemara. Rav Kook always says, based on the Gemara and Brachos, when you and I have an argument with each other, a lot of times, I'm looking to beat you, I'm looking to win. When they had machlokas, what was it? They weren't looking to win, they were looking to discover the truth. If they felt they had the truth, that means they had to defend it against any rational, logical attacks, any proofs that looked to be a contradiction to it. It's very much like the whole methodology of the Balei Tosfos, that what we call the dialectic methodology that was adopted by the Chachmei Svarad, the Ramban and his students, the Rashba, the Ra, the Ritva, the Ran. That whole approach, you have a Gemara over here that seems to contradict the way this Gemara, the way we're explaining the Gemara over here. So what's the idea? To try to explain the Gemara in a way where that's not a contradiction, or that's talking about something else. In other words, the goal here was Chachma. It wasn't personal, it wasn't the ego. What's b'Mishnah uva Gemara? Mishnah is the data of the Torah Shebaal Peh. It's the facts. You have to know. Rav Yosef was a Sinai, right? You have to know, know the facts, the principles. What's Gemara? Gemara is analysis. It's the wisdom. It's the inductive reasoning. It's the what they call the linear analytical thought. That's what Gemara is. So they were masters of this. Giborei Koach. What was their strength? They had incredible self-discipline, meaning the following. Ezehu Gibor HaKovesh Es Yitzro. Who is the real Gibor? The person who has self-discipline. They're in control of their ego, they're in control of their passions. That's the Gibor. And these were, the Rambam says, you have to have what's called moral perfection. You have to have psychological, emotional perfection. And that allows for intellectual perfection. And that they were. They were psychologically, emotionally perfected. Giborei Koach. Ameila B'Tahara. Their yigia, their engagement in Torah, it was done in a pure way, B'Tahara. They were looking for the truth. They were looking, it wasn't about them glorifying themselves, it wasn't about intellectual stimulation, it was about the knowledge of God. How the tragedy is damam nishbach kamayim. Their blood was spilled like Niagara Falls. V'nashasa gevura, and their strength was just removed, sapped. Who are they? Hinam kedoshi harugei malchus asara, the 10 harugei malchus. Va'ela ani bochia ve'eni nigra. It is for these that I cry. It is for these that I flow with tears. Zos bezochri. Just even mentioning what happened to them. Again, this is not minhago shel olam. Going back to what we said earlier in the Rambam, this is not the way someone was meant to die. Just even mentioning them, ezak za'aka gidola umara. I will cry out a horrific cry. Chemdas Yisrael klei hakodesh nezer v'atara. The most precious of the Jewish people. What does it mean they became klei hakodesh? Their very bodies became a ministering vessel of God. Not only did they, see, we have many of us, we do righteous things, we act righteously. Their very persona, their very being became holy, sanctified. They are the crown, they are the glory of the Jewish people. Tahorei Lev. All their motivations were pure. Kodshei Kadashim, the holiest of the holy, but Shritasan b'misa chamura. They were slaughtered in such a horrific way. Yadu Goral mi rishon l'cherev barura. Now, we say this every year. You understand the first two, the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael, and the Nasi. Whoops, one second. The Kohen Gadol and the Nasi, they were the religious leadership of the generation of the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash. They were probably killed at the time of the siege of Yerushalayim. The other 8, on the other hand, they were killed after the post-Bar Kokhba genocide. We just finished discussing the post-Bar Kokhba genocide. But in order to stop the Jews from continuing or rebuilding, or the Jews from coming back again against the Romans, what the Romans legislated, known as the Hadrianic decrees, and this was, the catalyst for this came from the Jewish apostates, the Judeo-Christians, Elisha ben Avuya. They said to the Romans, hey, if you don't want the Jews to keep coming back again and again and again, you're going to have to basically prevent Jewish education. If the Jews assimilate into Roman culture, then they'll be like us, then we won't have the headaches and the problems. But as long as they remain committed to their worldview, to their hashkafas olam, then they're going to keep coming back again and again. They're always going to be different. They're always going to be an other. One sec. What was it, page 415? Is that what we said? So, the first two, when they were executed, Rabbi Akiva was alive, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava was alive, but the others were not. Why am I saying that? Because when you get the other description of what happened with the 10 martyrs, the description that we read together, Eila Eskara, every Yom Kippur, you get a very, very different picture. You think that they were all simultaneously, were all together. That medrash is very important, Eila Eskara, but it's fictitious, meaning the following. That story never happened. The story that we read on Yom Kippur never happened in reality. It's an idea, a very important idea, but the idea of that is that the generation of the Churban, which Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yishmael lived in, and the generation of the other 8, during the Hadrianic period, the flaw of the Jews in both generations, the national flaw was sinas chinam, was Jews fighting Jews, was personal ego, was intra-Jewish animosity that ultimately was our downfall. Not that the rabbis were guilty of that, chas v'shalom, God forbid. But the rabbis are responsible for the generation. The leaders, the rabbinic leadership is responsible for the flock, for the generation. And because they're responsible for the generation, they unfortunately suffer for the sins of the generation. So the whole story of that Medrash in Eila Eskara, that the 10 brothers who took Joseph and sold them, the 10 are going to pay for the 10. What was the sin of the sale of Joseph? Sinas chinam. They were jealous of Joseph. It was sinas chinam. That is the flaw of the generation of the Jews that lived during the Roman times. We're not focused on that right now, because when we read it on Yom Kippur, we're reading it for the purposes of kapara, of atonement. What do we mean kapara, atonement? The reason we're studying it is because when we feel their loss, when we feel that, look at what they sacrificed their lives for the perpetuation of Judaism, for the continuity of the Masorah, it forces you and I to stand up and follow in their footsteps and to continue their legacy, that their death should not be for naught. Us living a life committed to the perpetuation of the Masorah and their values, to follow in their footsteps, that's a mechaper. That in itself is an atonement, because we're not then conducting ourselves the way we used to. We see a purpose, a mission, we're committed to a value. Think about the soldiers. The soldiers are moser nefesh for the sake of the hostages, for the sake of the defense of the southern territories, for the sake of the defense of Am Yisrael. They're committing their life for a greater goal, for a greater ideology, for a value that we view precious. That's what we do on Yom Kippur, and that's a mechaper, that their death should not be for naught, that we should continue their legacy, everything they sacrificed for. We sacrifice for. That's not today. Today, Arzei Halavanon, what we're doing, we're in mourning. We are reliving their death. We're reliving their execution. And we are just sitting here, in terrible, terrible state, that how could such righteous, pious people who were dedicated to the perpetuation of God's Torah, to the building of Klal Yisrael, how could they suffer like this? So, continuing. Yadu Goral, the first two, they cast a lottery. Neither of them wanted to live to see the other executed. Each of them wanted to die first. Mi rishon lecherev barura. Who will be the first one to meet the sword? Kinfo goral al Rabbi Shimon, pashat savaro bacha kenigzra gzera. When the lottery fell on Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, the Nasi, he extended his neck to be executed. The Rabbi Shimon chazar hegmon lahorgo benefesh netzura. Mizera Aaron shal bevakasha livkos al ben hagvira. So the descendant of Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Shmuel, he started crying. He picked up the decapitated head of the Nasi. And he says, Natals Rosho, he took his decapitated skull. Unisano al arkuvosav, he puts it on his knees. Menorah HaTahora, this illuminating menorah, meaning the one who communicated with such clarity, that's the idea of menorah, you can see it, it illuminates, with such clarity the Torah of God. He put his eyes by his dead eyes, he put his mouth by his dead mouth, Ba'ava Gemura. Ana va'amar peh misgaber b'Torah, this mouth that was so articulate in the Torah. Like that, pisom, it's gone. Nikdas alav has been decreed upon a misa mishuna v'chamura. When we think about the guillotine, we think about the Marie Antoinette, we think about Louis XVI, we think about the French Revolution. How could that be the death of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel? How can you say that Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel in the same breath as the other people who were decapitated? How could it be? Now the question everyone asks, if Rabbi Shmuel is a Kohen, how can he touch the skull of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel? The answer obviously is what? It's a meis mitzvah. He was the only one there. Right? He was the only one there. He was Tziva lahavshidas rosho hamelech. The melech here probably means the Roman governor. The daughter of the Roman proconsul was absolutely infatuated. Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol was a very good-looking, a stunning man. You see that from the good looks of his kids that we spoke about in the 23rd Kinah. So she wanted they should peel the skin off of his face and put it on a bust. So I can sit there and look at him and be fascinated with him and get erotic over him because she was infatuated with him. So they took the skin off of they were flaying it off of his flesh. Bitar schira. Kiyam ba'oro amrul nafshech shchiva navora. That verse from Yeshaya, when they're afflicting the Jews, they bend over, we're going to traverse over you. In other words, they would take a move here, like when you're getting a haircut, the barber tells you, move and stay in this position, or you're in the dental chair, move here and keep your mouth open to this. So that's what they're doing to the Kohen Gadol, as they're flaying the skin off of his skull. Rasha poshet eis higia limmakom tefillah mitzvah bara. What happened? He didn't flinch, he didn't cry. Can you imagine how painful this was? But when it came to the makom hatfilin, the place where he would put his tefillin, that was a different story. Shima tza'aka v'nizda olam eretz hisparara. There was like an earthquake when he called out, because he would never ever be able to wear the miniature Sifrei Torah, to wear the Shem Hashem, the name of God, as his crown. That's when he cried out. And the earth trembled. Ta'amod zchuso ledoros kol Adonai ba'adara. Me'acharav means 60 some years later. Hevios Rabbi Akiva, they brought Rabbi Akiva. Oker harim v'tochanan zu v'zu b'svara. The Rabbi Akiva, what does it mean? He would uproot mountains and he would grind them. Now you understand, sometimes you have a difficulty in learning. It's like you're up against a rock, you're up against a mountain, you can't pierce through it. He was so brilliant, his analysis. He would take those mountains and just literally grind them up into dust. He had the ability to pierce through a difficult problem, to get to the underlying assumption, to say, well, your assumption is predicated upon this, and the reason it's not a problem is because your assumption is wrong about that. He had this brilliant analytical mind. Es bisaro misarkin, what did they do to him? They literally had these iron combs which wrenched the flesh from his body. B'masrei kabarzo lehishtabra. Yatzaso nishmaso be'echad ubaskol amara. His soul left saying, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. You know the Gemara in Brachos. He said, this is my opportunity to fulfill the mitzvah of loving God with all b'chol nafshecha, with your whole soul, your whole life. And he said that. He declared the unity of God. Each time they took him out, where did it take place? In the Colosseum in Caesarea, in Caesarea, that Colosseum, which today is a UNESCO site, etc. You can go there. They forced the Jews to watch it as they took their great rabbi, who was well in excess of 100 years old, and they brutally murdered him. Rabbi Akiva, what was the bas kol? What did it cry out? Rabbi Akiva, Ashrecha, fortunate are you, Gufcha tahor b'chol minei ta'ara. Your very body, we talked about it before, we said about the Klei HaKodesh, your very body has been transformed. It is a ministering vessel. It's completely tahor. After that, Ben Bava, Rabbi Yehuda, Acharav Heviu. Who's Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava? He was the one that defied the Hadrianic decree against transmitting smicha, giving ordination, determining, in declaring who would be the ones that would be the leaders of the next generation. If there's no smicha, then there's no future leadership. Then you have chaos, you have anarchy. But by declaring and giving smicha, you're defining who is fit to be the leaders of the next generation. Who are the great scholars? And he gave that smicha. B'shivron le'vazhara, nerag ben shivim shana bidei risharura. He was murdered at the age of 70. Yoshid b'tanis haya. Throughout this horrific period, he would fast each and every day. He had a very weak body. Naki v'chasid b'malachta l'mahara. He was an incredibly pure person, incredibly honest person, And he was a chassid. He would always go lifnim mishuras hadin. He would always go above and beyond the letter of the law. Hananiah ben Teradion, this we know from the story of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava is the Gemara at the end of the first parak of Sanhedrin. In fact, we have the ohel that we've created over his grave in the Galilee. Unfortunately, it's been destroyed 2 different times by the Arabs, by the Muslims. We've rebuilt it, and it's a place that people go to. And then we have the death of Rabbi Hananiah ben Teradion. He was doing what Rabbi Akiva did. He defied the Hadrianic decrees by engaging in public Jewish education. What did he do? Makil kihilas b'tzion shara. He would gather the communities together in the gates in Zion. What does that mean? In our cities, we want everybody to come in. You should come see 42nd Street. You should come into Soho and do the shopping. You should come to Madison Avenue for the high-end shopping. You got to travel down Fifth Avenue. You know, we want people to come into the city. In antiquities, it was just the opposite. The people of the city would go outside to the gate. Outside the gate, they would set up their shops. That's where you'd have the shopping mall. You know, the shuk. That's where the courts would be. The government, agencies would all set up, because you do not want strangers from the outside coming into your city, exposing the nakedness of your city, so they'll know how to attack it. You didn't bring people into the city. The people from the city came outside, and then that's where all the commerce, all the government activities took place. You know this from the story of Ruth and Boaz, right? You know it from there. You see it here as well. So that's where he would go, where all the masses would gather, Makil Kihilas, and he would gather the people together and he would start teaching them. Now, they didn't have books in antiquities. What did he use? Use a cloth, use a sefer. What is a sefer? Meaning the scroll of the Torah, the scroll of the Navi. That's what he used to teach. Yoshev v'doresh, the sefer Torah imo. What did they do? V'hikifuhu b'chavile zamora. They enveloped him with the sefer Torah, and then they took kindling wood underneath it, and they took firewood underneath it, and they burnt him. Esa urhitzi suvahemu krachu b'sefer Torah. They started the fire, they enveloped him in the Sefer Torah, and they burnt him. But they didn't just burn him. They wanted him to suffer seriously. Lelibo sefogin shel tzemer hinicho. They put soaked wool in water, and they put it on his chest. So he would burn much slower. So the Torah would burn much slower. So he would have a much slower, more painful death. Shelo Yamos Mehera. This is what they did to the great Rabbi Hananiah ben Teradion. You know, his son-in-law was Rabbi Meir. His daughter was Beria. Chasid Rabbi Yeshevav HaSofer, Haraguhu Amamora. How did they kill Rabbi Yeshevav? Zirakuhu v'hishluchu leklavim. Think about being cast to, they take you like meat. They throw you alive to a bunch of wild dogs, and the wild dogs eat you up while you're still alive. You ever see like those National Geographic when the lions eat the zebra? I mean, it's horrific, it's terrible. That's what they did to Rabbi Yeshevav. Velohut bar b'kvura. There was nothing left. They ate him up alive. There was nothing left to bury. I just want to stop a second. You talk about nothing left to bury. Nachal Oz's base was right there on the Gaza border. There were a number of bases that were close to Gaza. This was literally on the border. And it was the first place struck. I don't know if there may be about 70, 75 Golani soldiers. It was the 13th Battalion that was there. They were killed in a way that it just devoured the battalion. There was nothing left because all the members, so many members of the battalion are no longer alive. On that base, you had the Tatzbitaniot. What are Tatzbitaniot? From the word Sofer, right? Like Mount Scopus. What's Sofer? The vision. These tatzpitaniyot, their job was to be in front of the computer cameras, watching what was going on in Gaza. You have those balloons, those radar balloons over Gaza. You have the drones over Gaza. You have cameras that are set up, and they're watching the activity. Now, there was a debate in the army in general. Why do you want tatzpitaniyot on the Gaza border? They could be in Tel Aviv, they could be in Rehovot, they could be anywhere, in Beersheba. Why do you want them so close to the border? The other side of the argument was that, but you want them to feel part of the army. If they're defending Israel from Hamas and from what's going on in the Gaza, let them be with the soldiers who are actually responsible. Let them feel that they're a part of it. So there was this debate back and forth. Is it stupid, is it ridiculous to put them in harm's way? Or no, for the sake of their psyche and the culture, do you want them there with the soldiers? Well, you see that they remained there. When the Hamas, attack and take over Nahal Oz base, the tatzpitaniyot go and they lock themselves in the building with all of the computer screens, etc. Initially Hamas couldn't break in. What they were able to do is they took a couple of RPGs are these shoulder-held rockets, and they were able to pierce through the roof. Hamas had with them, and this was all stuff that came through the Egyptian border. The al-Sisi family made close to $500 million, allowing these Bedouins to come through the Sinai desert. They had tunnels that they had told Israel didn't exist, but really did exist. Some of it was not even through the tunnels, some of it was across above the ground. And they allowed Russian equipment, North Korean equipment, Chinese weapons of destruction, Iranian weapons of destruction. All this stuff had been brought over throughout the years from Egypt. Some of the material, some of these bombs and these horrific weapons are known as a thermobarometric bomb. What's a thermobarometric bomb? When it's set off, it can reach temperatures of close to 3,000 degrees Celsius. So once there was a hole in the roof, they put in these thermobarometric bombs. They incinerated everything. I went to Nahal Oz in December, 3 months after it happened. The smell, the burning smell, was like it happened that day. I was with Yehuda Friedman. Who's here. We went together to the Shura base. Took a group of people there. And they showed us the pictures. They spent weeks just trying to find, is there any remains of 21 of these tatzpitaniyot? Is there any remains? Is anything left? A few fragments of bone, a few fragments of teeth. There's almost nothing to bury. They had to take remains from that room and bring it here to Dover, Delaware, where there's a sophisticated DNA lab, because they wanted to try to have something, some small nothing fragments, some minimal fragments to at least have buried in the kever for these 21 young women. Now, there were 27 women. Why do I say 21 were incinerated into nothing by the thermobarometric bomb? One of the girls saw that there's a small window in the top of the bathroom, on the wall of the bathroom. She broke through, she slipped out, 5 other women followed her. Of those 6 women, one of them was liberated. She's alive. She's in Israel. She was being held, and while her captor was asleep, she took his cell phone, texted her mother, and said, Mom, this is your daughter, this is me. Immediately, you've got to get this to the authorities, show them this text. She deletes the text on his phone, puts it down, so that the authorities knew her location. And they came, that was the first hostage that was physically liberated. They liberated her, young woman. The other 5, we don't know if they're alive or dead. You've all seen pictures of them when they were captured by Hamas, bloodied and beaten and in a horrific state. But we don't know where they're being held. We don't know if they're alive or dead, the other 5. So you talk about someone being incinerated. The difficulty they had going through Kibbutz Be'eri, Kibbutz Nachal Oz, because some of the victims of October 7th were burnt in such a way that they barely could find any ashes. And then they had to try to use any DNA possible to determine, is it from this person, is it from that person? What about if it's the ashes of a wife or a neighbor? You don't want to put it into someone else's coffin. Just was horrific. When we talk about sreifa, someone being burnt to death, like Rabbi Kinah ben Tarajo, unfortunately, it's not a phenomena of 1900 years ago. It's a phenomena of this year. They put children into ovens and burnt them to death. The things that they did were just unbelievable. No human could, in their worst nightmare, can imagine doing things like that. Es Rabbi Hanina ben Chachinai v'achara Rabbi Chutzpitz. That's the famous Rabbi Chutzpitz HaMeturgeman, the incredible articulate orator of his generation. B'yom Evra, they were killed on the day of wrath. Miyad ofa poreach b'hevel piv nisraf kimbadumra. They give this description. If a bird would fly over the head of Rabbi Chutzpitz HaMeturgeman while he was teaching Torah, it would burn up, meaning the Torah was alive, it was on fire. It was the kind of experience you had listening to Rabbi Soloveitchik Shiurim. You felt like you were in a symphony. You felt the passion. You felt that you were in a different world. That was Rabbi Chutzpitz HaMeturgeman. Tzaddik Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua. Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua was one of those 5 students of Rabbi Akiva, who after his 24,000 students were killed. Askaria's Lashon Saginar is a euphemistic term for the sword, were killed during the post-Bar Kokhba genocide. Rabbi Akiva, in the last years of his life, saved Judaism by educating these 5 young men, Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Shimon, as in Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Yehuda, as Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai, Rabbi Yossi, right, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, and the 5th was Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua. But Rabbi Eliezer ben Shavua, how come he didn't write anything, right? Rabbi Yossi wrote the famous Seder Olam Rabbah, the history of the Jewish people. Rabbi Meir is the author of the Mishnah, the foundation of the Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon is the author of the foundation of the Zohar, is the author of the Sifri, the Midrashim on Bamidbar and on Dvarim. And Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai is the Torah's Kohanim. He's the author of the Midrashim on Vayikra. So the whole Torah Shabbal Peh comes from those 4. How come you didn't have anything from Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua? Because he was killed. He was killed as a young man. Ba'acharona nerag b'mad keira. He was executed how? Yom Erev Shabbos haya, Zman Kiddush v'yikadosh v'yikra. It was Friday night, they were making Kiddush. Cherev shalfolav, the Romans didn't even let him finish making Kiddush. They took the sword out of its sheath. V'lo hinichu b'chaim l'sayim l'gamra. Yatzaso nishmaso b'bara elokim. Right, we say asher bara elokim la'asos. That's when he was saying those words, he was killed. Hine chahena v'chahena hosifa b'nei avla lanos b'gara. It wasn't just the ones we mentioned in this Kinah. It was them, and like them. That's a famous phrase that Nasan Hanavi says to David HaMelech. You could have like the wives you have, you could have this many, you could have this many, you could chahena v'chahena. So too it was when those who were murdered al Kiddush Hashem. Beskila, besreifa, behereg, bechenek, miyuchel ashara. We can't even enumerate, we can't even, elaborate upon how many were killed. Noseres mimeno yuchla arayos sevizura. Who's left? A scattered lamb. The majority of the flock has been devoured by the wild lions. Yochlu b'makom kadosh. These were eaten in a holy place. Why? Because they themselves, their home by definition was a Beis HaMikdash. Their environment was a holy environment, was a Beis HaMikdash. Kachatas v'cha'asham la'abed zichra. Their death was the sacrifice, was due to, what does it mean it was a function of our sins? One person doesn't die for another's sins. What it means is they were the leaders of the generation. And because of the flaws of the generation, they were responsible and accountable. Chazei atunfa v'shoka truma, the finest, the choicest, that which we give to the Kohen from the Korban. That's who they were. Tarfu, they were ripped apart, aryeh v'hakfira, by the adult lions and the child lions, the young cubs. Meaning what? There was no respect from the young Romans for them. Yitav beinei Adonai v'lo yosif od liyasra. May God never allow this to happen again. Ametz birkaim koshlos chelik Yaakov Moshia Beisara. Please fortify and strengthen our weak knees, the remnant of Jacob, and save us at a time of crisis. Please, God, once again, manifest, return us to a state of Hashras Hashchina. Manifest your control of the universe in a clear way that it is perceived and felt by everyone. And please put an end to the days of our mourning. It is for your light, the light of God, that we yearn for, and that we yearn for. Neisei v'nilach. We're going to say the Kinah for the Holocaust. We're only going to say one this year because of time. The Baba Rebbe's Kinah in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, it's 627. In the Art Scroll, it's page 382. We've talked about the Baba Rebbe. His father was a previous Rebbe. He was killed by the Germans in eastern Galicia. The Baba escaped. His name was Shlomo Halberstam. He started on the west side of Manhattan, eventually settled in Borough Park. And many, many Jews who were just absolutely the last one of their community, they came to him and they found him to be a mentor, a father figure. And he really developed quite a Hasidus there, Baba schools in Borough Park, and he had a huge impact on many, many. Rabbi Herbst said, the story behind this Kinah, Rabbi Herbst was close with the Baba Rebbe, and he told me, he said, the story behind this Kinah, his Hasidim felt they needed something. They needed something to say on Tisha B'Av about the Churban, about the Shoah. And he didn't put a lot on him. He wrote something. They needed something to say. He felt that need. He put something down on paper and he gave it to them. And we, many Jews across the globe, not just Baba v'Chasidim, we say this Kinah. Zichru na v'konenu kol Yisrael. The nation must call out in Kinah. Kolchem yishama berama. May your voice be heard on high. Meaning, don't just say it quietly. It's something we need to cry out. Ki hishmida Germania esamenu b'mei zam ha'milchama. European Jewry was annihilated by the Germans, the best of our nation. B'misos mishunos achzarios, with the most wicked and cruel murders. Barav, many died of hunger. V'tzama, many died, they were just dehydrated to death. Those images you have of the Warsaw Ghetto, you can't get them out of your mind, those images. Of these children there, emaciated, dead on the street, died of malnutrition. You have these 2 mass graves in the Warsaw Cemetery, and you see this. Al tishkechu b'chol hadoros adei tisko liros benechama. Please God, this may never, we, the Jewish people, we should never ever forget what was done. The world should never forget what was done. Not until we merit a stage of nechama. Tza'akasam ubechiyosam. The shrieks, the cries, tzfufim uskurim bakronim. How they were literally, how many people were we're going to get a description, I'm going to read to you, how many people were crammed into these cattle cars. Katzon latevach yuvalu l'sreifa bakivshonim. Like sheep to the slaughter. That's the famous quote from Yeshaya. You know who quoted that? Abba Kovner. He was the one that led the revolt, the youth revolt in the Vilna ghetto, where they went out, they escaped into the forest, and they fought the Germans. And he sent messages to the Jews in Poland and to Warsaw, to the ghetto. They said, they're annihilating us in Vilna. They've almost annihilated all of Lithuanian Jewry. They'll come for you, the Polish Jews, will come for you next. Don't die like sheep to the slaughter. Katzon letevcha, like sheep to the slaughter. Yuvalu l'sreifa b'kivshonim. We were brought to the killing centers. Polish Jewry was annihilated in Treblinka, 892,000. Belzec between 500,000 and 600,000. I used to think it was 452,000. Those numbers were way underestimates. It's clear now that it was at least 500,000, more like 600,000. Sobibor, 250,000. Jews from throughout the European continent were taken to Auschwitz. The Greek Jews in 42, the Italian Jews in 43, the French Jews in 42, the Dutch Jews in 42, the German Jews in 42. Then the Hungarian Jews were taken there in 44, the Slovakian Jews in 44, the Carpatho-Ruthenian Mountain, the Marmaroshian Jews in 44. Kol shavam yizacher tamid. The voice of their crying out to you should always be in front of you all the time. Lifnei shochein ma'onim, before the one who dwells in the heavens. Bikaram, when they cried out and say the Shema Yisrael. Masru nafsham la'adonei adonim. And they accepted their fate. They died al kiddush Hashem, to the Master of the Masters, to the Almighty. Rashi Yeshivos v'talmidehom. You ever hear the name, the Kosher Klover Gaon? Eretz Tzvi. Reb Tzvi Frimmer. You know, the Meir Shapiro, Rabbi Meir Shapiro, who was the chukar of a Rebbe, who was the one who started the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. What was Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin? In Belarus, in Lithuania, amongst the Litvaks, you had great, great educational institutions, great yeshivas. You had Slobodka, you had Telz. Before that, you had the Mir, you had many others, Radin, Grodno, really great institutions. Mayor Shapiro realized we in Poland proper, I'm not referring to Galicia, but Poland proper, we don't have a great yeshiva, and we need that. We need to take, we've got, Poland had a lot of Alexander Hasidim, Ger Hasidim, Am Shinover Hasidim, and we've got to give them an incredible education, train them to be the leaders, the manhigim of the future generation. They'll be the Rabbanim of the next generation. And he spent he didn't live very long, he only lived into his 40s, but he spent most of his adult life fundraising for this great institution that he had built called the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. It had a dormitory, you didn't have to live in someone's house. It had a cafeteria, it had a kitchen. And they took these young, mainly Hasidic boys, some of them were not Hasidim, but most of them were. To get into Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin was not easy. You had to have a test, depending on what age you were, and some of them were 12 or 13, some of them were 16, 17, depends on the age. What was the exam? 200 blot Rashi Tosfos. You had to know that Baal Peh. I mean, Carl, we're laughing when you think about that. The reality, though, is in America, if we wouldn't spend so much time on the iPhone, or in our generation before the iPhone, you didn't spend so much time with the baseball cards and the football cards, the basketball cards. Think about all the statistics we know, right? Meaningless statistics. If we knew Mishnayos and Gemara and Tosfos, I mean, it would be the same amount of brain, you know what I'm saying? We could also do it, but the reality is these were very talented young men, exceedingly talented. And if you were a little bit older, let's say you were 16 or 17, it was 300 blot. You had to know 300 blot Baal Peh, Rashi, Tosfos. They could, ask you a question from anywhere to get into this yeshiva. So these were good students. They were very capable and talented young men. The goal is that these students would have become the Rabbanim, the Rosh Yeshiva, the shul rabbis, the community leaders that would have led the next generation. That was the goal. That obviously was ended in 1939 when the Germans came into Lublin. The person who led that district, the SS, his name was Odilio Glabachnik. This guy was not just a ruthless killer. This guy was an incredible Ganav. When Heinrich Himmler talked about not stealing the loot, this guy became exceedingly rich. A lot of German leaders stole. Hans Frank was the head of the general government. He was a Nazi lawyer who became the head of most of Poland. They all took, and they all lived very well. But this guy took it to a new level. The Germans themselves couldn't handle how much he was stealing. And therefore, he actually was removed from being the head of the Lublin district. But that's where this was. It's okay, Howard, for people to sit on a regular chair? It's after Chatzos Hayom. People can sit on a regular chair if they want. So you have this situation where you have the Rosh Yeshiva. You have these great scholars. When they came into the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, it was probably the best base medrash you had, the top base medrash you had in all of Europe. Because people, let's say, who had kids that weren't religious or didn't have any children, their personal collection of Svarim, they left to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. It was a beautiful, beautiful base of medrash. What did the Germans do with it? They took out that whole incredible library and they burnt it. They did a bonfire. But they had their film crews filming it. And in Germany, when you would go to the movie theater, no different than in America when you went to the movie theater, you got a double feature and then you watched the news between the double feature. So what was in the middle of the double feature? In America, they call it movie tone news. They would show you the news. So in the Nazi propaganda, they had all the propaganda directors and producers. Between the movies, they would show things. And one of the things they showed one time was that these are supposedly the future leaders of the Jewish people. These are their rabbis that are going to, so to speak, spread the poison of the Jewish religion and spread the poison of Jewish values. And we've stopped them. We've shut down this institution. We've burnt its world-class famous library. And we've taken care of the future rabbis of the Jewish people. That's Rosh Yeshivos v'Salmidehem. V'hamonei amcha shama. He'evidum bi'inuyim kashim. We afflicted them with they afflicted us. Think about the slave labor. I'll give you one example. If you go to Austria, it's worth going to Majdanek. Majdanek has been kept in a state that you can see what it looked like, how it operated. In Majdanek, they had a stone quarry. And it was these very, very narrow steps. It was a very, very steep incline. And the Jewish slave laborers would take the stones from the stone quarry, and you had to climb up the steps, bring them up to the ground level, to the surface level. If you went too slow and you were slowing down traffic, the SS would shoot you, and you'd fall to your death into the quarry. To get a sense of how bad Majdanek was, in Auschwitz, if you were chosen to be a slave laborer, average life expectancy in Birkenau was 10 weeks. In Majdanek, average life expectancy was 6 weeks. I have at home, a number of books on Majdanek if anyone's interested. It was in Austria. It was horrific. It was brutal. There's almost no survivors of Majdanek, from 42, 43, 44. The only survivors of Majdanek, one of the places that they took the Auschwitz inmates on the death march, we all know that many of them were taken to Buchenwald. We also know that many of them were taken to Birkenau. To Bergen-Belsen. One of the places that many of the Auschwitz inmates, the Jewish slave laborers in Auschwitz, was taken was Majdanek. Some of those Auschwitz death march survivors in Majdanek, because at that point, I apologize, it's not Majdanek. In Austria, what's the name of it? Majdanek's in Poland. Mauthausen, I apologize. Mauthausen. In Mauthausen, the only survivors, there was a man, his children are friends. His name was Mr. Unger. His son is Dr. David Unger in Oak Park, Michigan. So Alex Unger was a Hungarian Jew, who started in Auschwitz and then ended up there in Mauthausen. There aren't a lot of survivors from Mauthausen from the gruesome time. But that's what it means. Vidum, they forced us to work bi'inuyim kashim. I'm going to read a transcript from Rudolf Reder. You'll see the inuyim kashim that they had in Belzec in a few minutes. Varagum beyad rama. Dmei yeladim rakim tzokim elecha min adama. The blood of children, these tender children, 1.5 million Jewish children were murdered, call out from the ground. Nikom nikmas tafinashim lo sachaya kol neshama. The Babava says, the vengeance against those who perpetrated, who murdered our children, who murdered our women, no one should survive from those murderers. Al sreifas alfei midrashos bate kinasios. Thousands of Bate Medrash, thousands of shuls. I have, Malcolm Hoenlein gave me a copy. He worked with others on a 2-volume set called Pogromnacht. What they euphemistically, the Germans called Kristallnacht, the title is really Pogromnacht. 1,300 shuls were destroyed in Germany, in Austria, and in the Sudetenland, that part of Czechoslovakia that was annexed by Hitler. Now, if the shul was a standalone, or if the shul was in a Jewish community, it was burnt. Nothing is left. Like the shul of our family's town in Germany, it was next to Gentile buildings. They couldn't burn it, so they went inside internally and they destroyed it. They destroyed it, ransacked it, they took out the Torahs, burnt them, but the building, the physical building still stood. So in our town, and I have to thank the children of the generation of the Holocaust, the children of those Germans, in the 70s and 80s, they restored the synagogue. So I go back, sometimes I take the kids back, and I go back because the synagogue is not operational. No Jews live in this town anymore. But they maintain the building of the mikveh, they maintain the building of the synagogue, and a couple times a year they have an event there to commemorate the Jews of their community every Kristallnacht, every Pogromnacht, November 9th. And then they get a few people like me who come back every so often to visit, etc. keep up the cemetery as well. But at least that shul, it stood. It was destroyed, but it stood. Most of these shuls were burnt to the ground. There was nothing left. And he's giving that description. It wasn't any different in Poland either. One thing I got to tell you. All the shuls in Riga, Latvia, the capital, Latvian Jews, these were great Litvischer Jews, great Jews. Mort Friedman's father was one of the very few survivors of Riga. They burnt, they destroyed, in the big shul in Riga, in the Jewish community, they took the Jews in there and they burnt them alive in the shul. They burnt down the shul with the Jews in them. There's one shul they didn't destroy in Riga because it was downtown. It was in the business district with all the other buildings. I've never had such a scary feeling. I've spent 2 Shabbosim in that shul. I wouldn't recommend going there in the summer. We didn't make Havdalah till like 1:10 a.m. Unless you want to. If you want to have a very long Shabbos, spend it in Riga in the summer. But it was pretty long, that Shabbos. So the shul over the Aron Kodesh, the survivors, and I don't know if they were Riga survivors or from other parts of the world, they came and they reestablished a synagogue in the communist era. They were limited what they could do there. But above the Aron Kodesh, look at this Aron Kodesh. What do you see? This is fairly common here at Roma. Shivisi Hashem lenegdi samid. I constantly, not just when I'm praying to God, but I should always constantly be aware and have the notion of God in front of me. That would, Or da lifnei mi ata omed. Know before who do you stand. That you used to see. They had, I think it's a pasuk in Tehillim. Baruch asher lo nisananu teref l'shinehem. Listen to this. Source of all blessing, God, who did not give us over, hand us over, to be prey in the teeth of those who devoured our people. Can you imagine that? See, you and I wouldn't think to do that. A survivor, though, who lost everything and everyone in their life, a survivor would do that. Quote that pasuk. It is so eerie when you stand in front of that Aron Kodesh and you see that above it. Rivivos sifrei Torah v'lomdeha. Tens of thousands of Torahs that they destroyed, and those who study the Torah. Nekonin b'shi'yos. Do we lament them? Do we eulogize them and cry out? Shilchu va'esh mikdashei kel. The houses of God were burnt. Hitzisu ve'einenu tzafios. And all we could do was stand and watch. Yishalem hama v'eres ha'be'era. Yadin bagoyim malei givios. Quoting these psukim from Tanakh. God should recompense. He should pass judgment and punish those who devoured us, those who incinerated us. Zaku shamayim v'adama al alfei ayaros mitzrei Torah. The heavens and the earth, there's not enough for us to call out. The very earth that we live on, the very universe that God created, should scream out, should call out over the destruction of 6 million, of 1.5 million Jewish children, of the thousands of communities. There are communities there with no survivor. We have communities that the only way we know the story of the destruction is from one of the perpetrators, a Polish Catholic murderer, a German murderer. That's the only reason we even know what happened. There's no one left. They had pangs of conscience later in life, or they were drunk in a bar sometime and they bragged about what they did. You ever go in Yad Vashem to the Valley of the Communities? If you haven't been to Yad Vashem, you got to go there, and this is not on the beaten path. You have to ask them to take you to the valley or to send you to the Valley of the Communities. It's a maze. In the Jerusalem stone, the purpose of the maze is to get lost. What's in the maze? Part of the maze is Western Galicia. So you see the big communities like Rzeszów, in Yiddish we say Reicher, Krakow, Tarnów. Then you have mid-sized communities. They're not engraved their engravement in the stone is not as large, like Auschwitzim, which is Auschwitz, right? It was a major Jewish community. Communities like that. Then you go Eastern Galicia, Zamość, Lvov or Lemberg, Tarnopol, little towns, small towns. Then you go to Poland proper, Congress Poland. The big, you got Warsaw, Lublin, you got smaller ones, Sochachov, Sosnovitz, small little towns, Volbrun, Stanislav. And the same thing with Germany, the same thing with Lithuania, the same thing with Hungary, the same thing with Romania, and so on and so forth. It's a maze and you just get lost. And you know what the impact it has on you? You realize there are thousands of communities that had rich, beautiful minhagim. Tunes of how they sang Shalom Aleichem and other Zmiros on Friday night. Tunes of how they sang the Chatzi Kaddish on Simchas Torah, on Purim, on this day, on that day. Foods that they would have to honor this holiday, to honor that holiday. How did they educate their children? What was the chinuch like, for little kids, for kids a few years older? How did they decorate the shul on Shavuos? Go on and on. And each of these communities had their own personalities. This one had this gadol. This community had this Hasidic Rabbi. This community had this Talmud Chacham. This community had a great school. They had a Yavdis school. They had Beis Yaakov school. They had this one. They all had a personality. It's all gone. And again, I'm the biggest fan of Art Scroll. But the tragedy of our generation is that we all daven out of an Art Scroll siddur. Why is that a tragedy? Isn't that a good thing? We all have one siddur, we all say, no. There's a Nusach Frankfurt. We don't have communities, with the exception of Breuer's, which is a very small community, very limited in terms of who's left there. Most of the German Jews have left the Heights. That was one Nusach Frankfurt, the Frankfurt of the Shul of the Rabbina, of Rav Shamshon Raphael Hirsch. But what about Nusach of the Hamburg? What about Nusach Würzburg? What about all these unique communities? Polish communities, Galician communities, Litvish communities, Belarusian communities, Hungarian communities. They all had a richness. I'm not talking about mistakes. I'm talking about where the Nusach or the Minhag was established by great Talmidei Chachamim. And by the way, some of these German communities, these were the Minhagim going all the way back to the Bali Tosfos, going back to Rabbeinu Gershom. It's a tragedy. It's just a tragedy. You don't have that. It's all gone. So we try now, and it's an incredible effort we're making, to publish manuscripts, that we can try to maintain the Masorah. So from a point of view of Talmud Torah, we're doing a good job. We're doing a good job. And you have a lot of people studying the works of some of these great scholars. I mentioned the Kozher Kalavagon, the Rosh Yeshiva of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, or of Menachem Zemba, who was killed in the Warsaw Ghetto. We're trying. Or what Tzvi Hirsch Meisels did, he survived Auschwitz. He was a great Hungarian Rav. De Weizsäcker Rav, Vatzen, the Hungarian name, Weizen is the Yiddish name. He wrote, in my home it's called Mekadshe Hashem. He tried to write down the Divrei Torah of Hungarian Jews who were killed in the Shoah. And people study this, and there's forum, and there are a lot of people learning, and we study these things. But we don't have living, breathing communities. Thank God Almighty. Thank God we've built so many incredible communities here in America and in Israel. But unfortunately, we're not able to continue the Masorah, to continue the richness of these European communities. These are communities that were rooted for hundreds of years in these places, with a lot of chachma in their minhagim, and it's been lost. That's the description here of where's the line? The second last paragraph, Zaku Shamayim V'Adama, let the heavens and the earth, the very universe cry out, Al Alfei Ayaros Mifzrei Torah. The thousands of communities that had minhagim, that had Jewish education, that had scholars. Artzos Europa Kiloseha, the lands of Europe, and in each land had various congregations and communities. Nochalei Mekaimei Masorah, that they were the ones who inherited and fulfilled the Masorah. Tzadikim, Zikenim, Chasidim. You had righteous, here he doesn't mean Chasidim like the sociological group. He's talking about people who would go above and beyond. Deveke Amuna Tahora. Miyom Galinu Me'artzenu Lo Haya Kazeki Lo Yonora. From the day that we have been exiled from our land, from the day that we've been thrown out of Israel, out of Yerushalayim, there's never been anything as devastating as this. Rachem al she'eriseinu. Have compassion on our remnant. Habeit nami shamayim. Please, God, look down from heaven. L'machanos hakadoshim. On those holy, holy encampments. Pi eser keyotzi Mitzrayim. 10 times the number of those who left Egypt were annihilated in the Shoah. Komein beis kodshenu. Rebuild, establish our holy Beis HaMikdash. V'nachamenu b'kiflayim. Alluding to this coming week's Haftorah. We need geometric consolation, not just regular consolation, but almost superhuman consolation. Romamenu, lift us up. V'avienu l'tzion v'Yerushalayim. Bring us to Jerusalem, bring us to the Beis HaMikdash. So right now it's about what, 120 you have right now? Okay. What I'm going to do before we go to the next Kinah is I'd like to quote something we've never done before. Yeah, hold on 1 second, we just have to change the mic. Thanks, Sally.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to thank Alex Cook and the team. They have to sit through 6 hours of this. I apologize, guys, but thank you very much.
Great.
So I said, of the death camps, there are survivors of Auschwitz because there was a work component to Auschwitz and there were people who survived. Very few survivors of Sobibor, 18. He lived in California. They say he was a fascinating person. His Hebrew name was Tuvia. I'm not sure what he went by in California, but Tuvia Blatt, survivor of Sobibor. And there are a couple of other survivors. In fact, there was a movie with Alan Arkin that it was based upon, some of the survivor accounts of Sobibor. Treblinka had not many, but a few survivors. In the past, we've quoted Avram Bamba, the barber of Treblinka, and what it was like. He's probably the only survivor that actually was physically in the gas chamber and could describe it to us. He's interviewed by Claude Lanzmann in Shoah. But I've always mentioned that in Belzec, there are only 2 people who survived. Chaim Hirschman, who was murdered in 1946 on his way to testify in a Polish court against the perpetrators of Belzec. That left 1 survivor, 1 man only. His name was a Jew by the name of Rudolf Reder. He was a chemist from Lvov. Lvov was a great city. It was known as Lemberg under the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It was known as Lemberg. Polish name is Lvov. The Ukrainian name is Lviv. And you know Lviv from the news. And he led a very enigmatic life Rudolf read. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that he testified. We have his testimony. He moved, I guess he couldn't earn a living, like many people couldn't earn a living in Palestine, and he settled in Canada. Became lost. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know where he's buried. We don't know what happened, what were the last years of his life. A mystery, an absolute mystery. And I always mention him when we talk about Belzhitz. This year I wanted to take some time and quote from his testimony. And the reason I say that is we have somewhere between 500,000 and 600,000 Jews were murdered in Belzhitz. And we know almost nothing of this place. And what I want to do is read as a memorial, as a tribute to them from his testimony. I was in the death camp from August until the end of November 1942, meaning he was deported from Lvov in 1942. This was the period of the mass deportation of Jews. A few of my companions in misfortune, the few who'd managed to be there longer, told me that the most death transports happened to be in this period. Now again, Belzhitz opened in late February, early March of 1942. The heavy deportations were from August through November. The trains arrived every day without a single day's break. Usually, 3 times a day, a train would arrive, with 50 cars, 50, in every train. And every car had 100 people in it. When transports arrived at night, the victims of Belzhitz had to wait in these closed cars until 6 in the morning. On average, 10,000 people a day were put to death. Sometimes the transports were even larger and more frequent. The Jews came from all over, and only Jews were killed in Belzhitz. The Jews were unloaded from the freight cars by the Gestapo, and by the Askars, and by what they called the Zugführers. A few steps further on, in the yard, there were Jewish workers present for the disrobing, and they asked in a whisper. They would ask the people coming from the trains, "Where are you from?" They were answered in whispers. From Lvov, from Krakow, from Zamość. Any of you ever hear the name Zamość before? It's a gorgeous Polish city. It was actually built, not by the Poles, it was built when Galicia was under the control of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, under the Habsburg dynasty. What's fascinating is, I'm not sure, I have to research how they got there, but there's a Sephardic Jewish temple. There's a Sephardic Jewish shul in Zamość, so that most of the Jews there, 40% of Zamość were Jewish. It's a very important trading city. Why? It's in eastern Galicia. So if you're going to import stuff through the Black Sea into Poland or into parts west of Poland, you would go through Zamość. It had this gorgeous, you could go there today, gorgeous Sephardic shul that's been restored. It's very beautiful. But you had a great, great city like this, and nobody survived. Maybe a handful of people survived, if that much, because most of them were annihilated in Belzhitz. No different than the Jews of Lemberg, Lvov, no different than many other Jews. From Jaslov, from Tarnów. We've talked about Tarnów before. Of the 65,000 people in Tarnów, 40,000 were Jewish. A very, very serious city, a very important city in central Galicia. Of the 40,000 Jews, maybe 400 survived, maybe 1%, that was it. They were all taken to Belzhitz. I saw this every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day. With every transport, it went the same as with my transport. The Jews were ordered to undress. The belongings were left in the yard. Irman always gave this deceitful speech, always the same one, that they were going to be deloused, that they were going to be cleansed, and they were going to be sent to the east. The men would work, the women would spend their time, preparing the house while their husbands did public works jobs. People always cheered up at that moment. I saw the same spark of hope in their eyes, the hope that they were going to work. But an instant later, the little ones were torn away from the mothers, the old and sick were thrown onto stretchers, men and little girls were prodded with rifle butts further and further along the fenced-in path leading straight to the chambers. And the naked women were steered just as brutally to the second barracks, where their hair was shaved off. I could tell precisely at which moment everyone understood what was awaiting them, and the terror, despair, the cries, and the horrible moans mingled with the notes of the orchestra. The men and women in first with bayonets, stabbed as they ran to the gas chambers. The askers, 750 into each chamber. By the time they filled all 6 gas chambers, the people in the first chamber had been suffering 2 hours already. Only when all 6 chambers were so tightly packed with people that it was difficult to even close the doors was the motor started. The machine was 1.5 meters by 1 meter. It was a motor and a wheel. The motor roared at longer intervals. It ran pretty fast, too fast to distinguish the spokes in the wheel. The machine ran for 20 minutes by the clock. They shut it down after 20 minutes. Right away, the doors of the chambers leading to the ramp were opened from the outside, and the corpses were thrown on the ground, making a huge mound of corpses several meters high. The askers took no precaution in opening the doors. We did not smell any odor. I never saw any balloons of gas or any admixture being poured. All I saw were the canisters of gasoline. 80 to 100 liters of gasoline were used each day. 2 askers ran the machine, but when the machine broke down, once they called me over, since they called me the Ofenkünstler, the oven specialists. I took a look at it. I saw the glass pipes connected to other pipes leading to each chamber. We believe that the machine either produced high pressure or created a vacuum, or that the gasoline produced carbon monoxide, which killed the people. By the way, the latter is what it was. And again, this is a testimony in 1946. Okay, we know after the fact it was the carbon monoxide that killed. The calling for help, the screams, the desperate wailing of the people locked in and being smothered in the chambers, it lasted 10 to 15 minutes. It was horribly loud. Later, the groans got quieter, and at the end, everything quieted. I heard the desperate screams and cries in different languages, because even though most were Polish Jews, there were also transports of foreign Jews. Among the foreign transports, there were French Jews, there were Dutch Jews, there were Greek Jews, there was even one transport of Norwegian Jews. There were Czech Jews. They came in freight cars just like those of the Polish transports. But when they came from Czechoslovakia or they came from France, they had baggage, decently equipped and provisioned. Our transports, the Polish transports, were full of women and children. The transports of foreign Jews were largely male, and there were very few children or women. The parents had obviously been able to leave them in the care of their countrymen and protect them from a cruel fate. The Jews from foreign countries arrived at Belzec totally unaware, certain that work was waiting for them. They were dressed like refined people and painstakingly outfitted for the journey. However, the behavior of the German thugs towards these people was the same as it was towards the Jews from transports of Polish Jews. And the system of murder was also the same. They died just as cruelly and just as despairingly as we did. When the askers opened the sealed doors, after 20 minutes of suffocation, the corpses were in a standing position. The faces as if asleep, not changed, not bluish. There was blood here and there from the stabs made by the askers' bayonets, and the mouths were slightly open, the hands clenched and often pressed against the lung area. The one standing nearer tumbled out, just like mannequins, through the wide open doors. All the women were shaved before being murdered. They were herded into the barracks. The rest waited their turn outside, naked and barefoot, even in the winter and the snow. Tears and despair seized the women. This is when the shouting and laments began. The mothers pressed to themselves. They went out of their minds. My heart broke every time. I couldn't stand that sight. The group of shaven women was driven further on, and others stepped over the different colored hair that covered the whole floor of the barracks, like a plush, deep carpet. When all the women from the transport had been shaved, 4 workers used brooms made out of linden to sweep and gather all the hair into one big multicolored pile, as high as half the room. They loaded the hair into jute bags with their hands, and they turned it over to the storehouse. The storehouse for the hair, the underwear, and the clothing of the gas chamber victims was located in a small separate barracks, maybe 7 by 8 meters. Belongings and hair were collected there for 10 days, and after 10 days the sacks of hair and the sacks of clothes were packed separately. Then a freight train arrived and carried this loot away. People who worked in the office said that the hair was shipped to Budapest. One Sudeten Jew, Sudeten is the part of Czechoslovakia that was controlled by Germany. One Sudeten Jew in particular, a lawyer by the name of Schreiber who worked in the office, he provided this information. He was a decent man. Irman, the commandant, had promised to take him along when he went on vacation. One time Irman went on a short holiday. I heard Schreiber ask him, can I go with? Noch nicht. Not yet. He deceived Irma. He deceived Schreiber this way. And Schreiber surely died like all the others. He himself told me that a whole freight car of sacks of hair was shipped out every few days, and it was addressed to go to Budapest. Besides the hair, the Germans shipped out whole baskets of gold teeth. On the way from the gas chambers to the graves, and thus along several hundred meters, stood several dentists with pincers. They stopped each of the workers dragging the corpses from the gas chamber, opened the mouth of the cadaver, looked into it, pulled out the gold, and then they threw the gold into a basket. There were 8 dentists. Most of them were young, picked out of the transports to perform this work. I got to know one of them better. His name was Zucker, and he came from Rzeszów. Rzeszów is a very large Western Galician town. There's actually an airport there. The Rani Alpfel, his family is from Rzeszów. Nat Lewin, his grandfather was known as the Reisha Rav, was the rabbi of Rzeszów. Okay. The dentists had their own little barracks, together with the doctor and the pharmacist. At sundown, they carried the baskets full of gold teeth to their barracks, where they separated the gold out and they melted it into bars. A Gestapo officer, Schmidt, he guarded them and he beat them when the work went too slow. Each transport had to be done in 2 hours. The teeth were melted into bars which were 1 centimeter thick, a half a centimeter wide, and 20 centimeters long. Valuables, money, and dollars were taken out of the storehouse each day. The SS men collected it themselves. They put it into suitcases which workers carried to Belzec, to the headquarters. A Gestapo officer went first, with Jewish workers carrying the suitcases. It was not far. It was about a 20-minute walk to the Belzec train station. The camp in Belzec, that is the torture chamber in Belzec, was under this headquarters. Jews working in administration said that the whole shipment of gold, of valuables, and money was sent to Lublin, where the main headquarters was, with authority over the Belzec headquarters. Now, who was in Lublin? Odilio Glabachnik. Glabachnik stole a lot of the loot that was stolen and taken from the mouth of the Jews, the gold teeth pulled out and the money that was taken from them. It was supposed to go back to Germany from Lublin, but a lot of it got stolen by SS along the way. The torn clothes of the unfortunate Jewish victims were collected by workers, and they were carried to the warehouse. There were 10 workers there who had to unstitch every piece of clothing very carefully, under the supervision and the whips of the SS, who between themselves divided up the money they found. Why did they unstitch the clothing? Because people sewed into their clothing money that they thought that they would need, to be able to buy food, etc. That's why everything had to be unstitched, to find pearls, diamonds, jewelry, money, whatever else. Special SS men were assigned to this supervision, and always the same ones. The Jewish workers sorting and unstitching the clothing could not misappropriate anything, and they didn't want to. What good were money or valuables to us? We could not buy anything. We had no hope of staying alive. None of us believed in miracles. Every worker was searched very carefully, but we often walked around on scattered dollars that hadn't been noticed. We did not even reach down for them. It was pointless and it did us no good. Once a shoemaker, he deliberately and openly pocketed $5. Because of this, he and his son were both shot. He went to his death happily. He just wanted to get it over with. Death was certain. And what was the point of going on suffering? The dollars in Belzec, they helped us. They helped us to die easier. I belonged to the permanent death crew. There were 500 of us altogether. What he calls the death crew, the Germans euphemistically referred to as the Sonderkommand, the special forces. What was their job? To bring people into the gas chambers, to take the bodies out of the gas chambers. In Auschwitz, it was to put them bodies in the incinerators. There were no incinerators in Belzec. It meant to take the bodies into the pits that they had dug to bury the bodies. Only 250 were skilled workers, but of these, 200 worked at jobs for which they did not have to be specialists. What were those jobs? Digging the graves and dragging the corpses. We dug the pits, the enormous mass graves, and we dragged the bodies. Besides doing their work, the skilled workers also had to take part in this. We dug with shovels, and there was also a machine that loaded sand and lifted it above the ground level. This machine threw the sand out at the side of the grave. A sand pile formed, which was used to cover the graves when they were filled with corpses. About 450 people were always occupied with the graves. It took a week to dig one grave. The most horrible thing for me was that they ordered us to put corpses a meter above a grave that was already full, and then to dump more sand. Then thick black blood seeped out of the graves, and it flooded the whole surface like the sea. We had to walk across one edge of a grave to the other to get to another grave. Our legs sank in the blood of our brothers. We were treading on mounds of corpses. That was the worst, the most horrible thing. We were watched all the time we worked by a thug by the name of Schmidt, who beat and he kicked us. If someone was not, in his opinion, working quick enough, he would order him to lie down and give him 25 lashes with his whip. He ordered the Jew who was being whipped to count. And if he miscounted, he gave him 50 instead of 25. 50 lashes was too much for any tormented human being to bear. The victim usually dragged himself to the barracks, and he died by the next morning. This happened several times a day. Also, 30 to 40 workers were shot each day. You understand, out of 500 of this group, 30 to 40 are shot every day. The physician, I'm sorry, I skipped. The physician usually submitted a list of those who were exhausted, or else the so-called Oberzugsführer, the main foreman of the prisoners, he produced a list of quote-unquote the offenders, so that 30 or 40 died each day. What's an offender? They work you to death. You're so sick you can't work anymore. That means you're an offender. You offended them because you couldn't work. And they were shot each day. They were led out to a grave at dinner time and shot. The roster was also replenished each day with the same number of people being picked out from several daily transports. The administrative office only kept track of old and new workers and counted so that the number of prisoners was always 500. Numerical records of the victims, meaning people who were not picked out to work, because 99.9% of everybody was murdered, right? So that there were no records. Numerical records of the victims and the transfers were not kept. We knew, for instance, that Jews had built the camp of Belzec, and they had set up the death machinery, but no one was left from that crew or that brigade. It was a miracle if anyone on the Belzec crew could last 5 or even 6 months. The machine itself was run by 2 askers. They were bandits, always the same ones. They were there when I arrived and they were there when I left. The Jewish workers had no contact with them, nor with any other asker. When people from the transports, when they begged for a sip of water, the askers would shoot any Jewish worker who gave them one. Aside from digging graves, it was the task of the death crew to pull the corpses out of the chambers, to throw them into a high pile, and then drag them all the way to the graves. The ground was sandy. It took 2 workers to drag one corpse away. We had leather straps with buckles. We put the straps over the arms of the corpses and we pulled. The heads of the corpses often got caught in the sand. We were ordered to sling the corpses of small children over our shoulders 2 at a time and carry them that way. We left off digging graves when we dragged the corpses. While we were digging graves, we knew that thousands of our brothers were suffocating in the gas chambers. We had to work that way from early morning until dusk. Dusk ended the working day because the work, quote unquote, was only done by daylight. At 3:30 in the morning, the asker who walked around the barracks at night was always pounding on the door and shouting, "Auf! Heraus!" Meaning, get out of here. Before we could get out of bed, the thug Schmidt burst in and chased us out of the barracks with his riding crop. We ran out holding one shoe in our hands or barefoot. We usually did not get undressed, and we even slept in our shoes because we could not have managed to get dressed in the morning on time. It was still dark when they woke us up in the morning. No lights were allowed. Schmidt ran through the barracks, hitting out left and right. When we woke up, we were as miserable and exhausted as when we lay down to sleep. We each got one thin blanket and could either cover ourselves with it or we could lay on it in the bunk. They gave us old, worn-out rags from the warehouse, and if someone so much as sighed when he got his, he was struck in the face. In the evening, the lights burned for half an hour. Then they were turned off. The Oberzugsführer, he prowled around the barracks with a whip. He did not allow people to even talk to each other. So we spoke very quietly, we whispered with our neighbors. The crew was mostly made up of people whose wives, whose children, and his parents had been gassed to death. Many had managed to get a tallis and tefillin from the warehouse. And when the barracks was locked for the night, in the bunks, we heard the murmur of someone saying the Kaddish prayer. We were saying prayers for the dead. Then it was quiet. We did not complain. We were totally resigned. Perhaps those 15 Zugführers, they still had illusions. We had none. We moved around like people who had no will anymore. We were one mass. I know a few names, but not many. Who was who, what their names were. In any case, these were matters of complete indifference. I know that the physician was a young doctor from somewhere in Przemyśl. He was called Jacobowitz. I also met a merchant from Krakow, Schlussel, and his son. I remember a Czech Jew with the name Ellenbogen. He was said to have had a bicycle warehouse. I met a chef, Goldschmidt, who'd been well known at the Bruder Hanika restaurant in Karlsbad. No one took any interest in anyone else. We went mechanically through the motions of that horrible life. At 12 noon, we received a meal. We filed past 2 small windows. At the first one, we got mugs. At the second window, half a liter of barley soup. In other words, it was water. Sometimes it would have a potato in it. Before dinner, we had 2 sing-songs. We also had to sing before the evening coffee. At the same time, the wails of the people being suffocated in the chambers were audible. The orchestra was playing. Across the kitchen, the high gallows was standing. The life of the SS men in the town of Belzec and in the evil place itself went on without participation of women. Even the drinking parties were all male. The work was done exclusively by men. That is how it was until October. In October, a transport of Czech Jewish women arrived from Zamość. There were several dozen women whose husbands worked in the death crew. A decision had been made to keep several dozen women from that last transport. 40 of these women were assigned to work in the kitchen, the laundry, and the stitching workshop. They were not allowed any contact with their husbands. In the kitchen, they peeled potatoes, they washed pots, and they carried water. I don't know what became of them. They surely shared the common fate. These were all educated women. They'd arrived with luggage. Some of them had portions of butter with them. They gave us whatever they had, and they helped everyone who worked in the kitchen or near the kitchen. They lived in a small separate barracks. During work, I saw how these women spoke to each other. They were not as mistreated as we, the men, were. The work ended at dusk, and they lined up in 2s for soup and coffee. Like us, they did not had their own clothing, and they were given striped uniforms. Straight from the freight cars, dressed with the unshaven heads, the women were sent to the workshops and to the kitchen. Through the windows of the kitchen and the stitching shop, every day they watched the death transports arriving. The death camp churned with mass murder day in and day out. These were days of universal mass mortal fear and mass murder. But aside from this, there were incidents of individual personal torture. I experienced and I witnessed these also. In Belzec, there was an assembly in the yard. He says at such assemblies, the entire body of prisoners had to watch executions or punishments. They'd be inspected or listened to harangues by the commandant. Christian Wirth was the commandant of Belzec, a common feature of life in concentration camps. I'm going back now to his testimony. There was no need. The spectacle of horror unfolded without group announcements. I must tell you about the transport from Zamość. It was around November 15th, when the weather had already turned cold and snow and mud covered the ground. A large transport from Zamość arrived, like many others, in the middle of a blizzard. The transport contained the whole Judenrat. The Judenrat were the Jewish council. If they were transported, this means this was probably the last transport from Zamość. That means they're probably the last ones alive. Everyone was standing there naked, and as in the normal course of events, the men were driven to the chambers and the women to the barracks where hair was shaved off. But the president of the Judenrat, the Jewish council, he was ordered to remain in the yard. As the askers herded the transport to be killed, a whole parade of SS men stood around the president of the Judenrat. I do not know his name. I saw a middle-aged man as white as a corpse, but yet completely calm. The SS men ordered the orchestra to move into the yard and await orders. The orchestra, made up of 6 musicians, usually played in the space between the gas chambers and the graves. They played without a break on instruments gotten from the murdered. I was working then at some masonry work, and I saw them all. The SS men ordered the orchestra to play the tune, Es gecht alles vorüber, es gecht alles vorbei, and the tune Drei Lilien, Kommt in Reiter gefahren, bricht der Lilien. They played on violins, on flutes, and an accordion. This went on for some time. Afterwards, they stood the president of the Zamość Judenrat against a wall, and they beat him with lead-tipped canes, mostly about the head and the face, until blood flowed. Irman, the fat Gestapo man Schwartz, Schmidt, and several askers, they carried out the torture. They ordered their victim to dance and jump to their blows and the music. After several hours, they brought him a quarter loaf of bread, and they forced him with beatings to eat it. He stood there with the blood running down, indifferent, serious, and I didn't hear a single moan. This man's tribulations continued for 7 hours. The SS men stood laughing. This is a dignitary? This is the head of the Judenrat? They called out with loud, cruel bravado. Not until 6 p.m. did the Gestapo man Schmidt push him along to the edge of the grave, shoot him in the head, and kick him onto the heap of gassed corpses. There were other individual incidents. Not long after my arrival in Belzec, a young boy was picked out along with several others from a transport. I don't know from which city they came. He was the picture of health, strength, and youth. We were astonished at his good humor. He looked around and he asked almost merrily, "Has anyone made it out of here yet?" That was all it took. One of the Germans overheard, and they tortured him to death. He was a young adolescent, little more than a child. They stripped him, and they hung him upside down from the gallows. He hung there for 3 hours. He was strong and still alive. They cut him down. They stretched him out on the sand. They stuffed sand down his throat with sticks, and he died in agony. It sometimes happened that a larger transport than usual arrived. There were cases where instead of instead of regular 50 cars, you could get 60 or even more cars arriving on the train. Not long before my escape in November, 100 people, already naked by then, had to be picked out from such an overcrowded transport to bury corpses. Why? Because the Gestapo calculated that the permanent crew would not keep up with putting so many smothered people into the graves. They picked only boys. All day long, they dragged corpses to the graves, beaten, not given a drop of water, naked, in the snow and cold. In the evening, the thug Schmidt led them to the edge of the grave, and he shot them with a Browning. He ran out of ammunition when there were still more than a dozen left, so he killed them one after the other with a pick handle, right to the last one. I didn't hear the groans. I only saw how they tried to cut in front of each other in line for death, helpless shreds of life and youth. The whole camp was constantly under guard by cordons of armed askers and by several dozen SS men. But the active ones were few. Some of them stood out for their particular cruelty at every step. These were beasts, except that some murdered and beat in cold blood, and others enjoyed committing murder. They had smiles on their faces, and I could see how happy they were at the sight of naked and bayoneted people being chased into the chambers. They enjoyed looking at the despairing, downcast shadows of mostly young people. We knew that That's the last piece that I want to quote from him. There's one other quote I'd like to share with you. You could get her book. The name of the book is I Was a Doctor in Auschwitz. It's a fascinating story, and I've never discussed her before. Her name is Gisela Pearl. Gisela Pearl was an OBGYN. Very Jewish-minded, but a secular Jewish woman from Sighet. Sighet, as you know, is the town of Eli Wiesel. The Sigheter Rebbe was a Hasidic Rebbe. His second son, who was not going to become the next Rebbe because the oldest son would become the Rebbe, his second son, Yoel Moshe Teitelbaum, was hired by the grandparents of two of our members, Henry and Vivian Rosenberg. Henry's grandparents and Vivian's grandparents, the Rosenbergs and the Glucks, they signed the Ksav Rabbanus of the Sigheter Rebbe's second son, Yoel Moshe Teitelbaum. And the name of their community was an Ashkenazic Jewish community, not a Hasidic community. The name of their community, Satumare, we refer to as Satmar. The reason he always went through life referring to himself as the Satmar Rav, not the Satmar Rebbe, he was a Satmar Rav, because he was a rabbi of an Ashkenazic Jewish community. He really only became a Hasidic Rebbe when he came to Williamsburg. And survivors of all types, Puppa Hasidim, Vin Hasidim, all different types of people who really had nothing, had no community, because of his dynamic leadership, they coalesced around him. And they became what we refer to generically as Satmar Hasidim. So Sighet was a town this woman, Dr. Gisela Pearl, was from. Sighet today is Romania. We also refer to it as Transylvania. That's where Sighet is. She comes to Auschwitz. She's deported in the spring, summer of 1944. And apparently they were asking for a female doctor, an OBGYN. Who was looking for one? Joseph Mengele. He didn't have female German doctors, so he wanted a Jewish one. Her life, and I want to tell you the positive of this story. She actually survives, like the memoir that we just quoted from 1946 from Rudolf Reder, of the only survivor of Belzec. Her memoir was written in 1948. From a historical point of view, it's much more significant. It's much more raw. It's much more factual. It doesn't have 30 or 40 or 50 years looking back, contextualizing it based upon what you've learned over the last 30, 40, 50 years. It's the person telling their story as they experienced it. And the details, which are not something that fade over time, are real. You saw the detail which Rudolf Reder was able to share about Belzec. She, and we'll see the context, is unfortunately forced to save the lives of these pregnant women, to commit hundreds of abortions in Auschwitz, which in the end will save the lives. Many of these women will die eventually anyways, but saves a number of lives. After the war, riddled by the fact that her husband was killed, her son was killed, she had no clue what happened to her daughter. They gave it to a Christian family. She totally was unable to make connection to her daughter. She tried to commit suicide. Thank God it didn't work. Thank God she was able to rebuild. She came to America, became affiliated with Mount Sinai Hospital, and had a practice on the Upper East Side of Manhattan for close to 40 years. A famous OBGYN, Dr. Gisela Pearl, is an older woman. And I don't know exactly, I'm researching exactly how that happened. She's able to find out that her daughter's alive. Not being raised as a Christian, but living in Israel. In the last years of her life, she moves to Israel to be reunited with her daughter, who survived the Holocaust, with a Christian family. And she's be able to be not only reunited with her daughter, but reunited with her daughter's family. So it's a story that has, in her case, a very happy ending. She says, I had no choice. To save lives, I committed hundreds of abortions. But God saves me, and He blessed me, that I was able to bring more than 3,000 children into this world. She was the OBGYN who helped birth 3,000 births. And just an incredible woman. What we're going to quote right now, much shorter than the quote that I had from Redder, is her writing about her experiences in Camp C in Birkenau, the women's camp. The poor young women who were brought to Auschwitz from the various ghettos of Hungary, they did not know that they would have to pay with their lives and the lives of their unborn children for that last tender night spent in the arms of their husbands. A few days after the arrival of a new transport, one of the SS chiefs would address the women, encouraging the pregnant ones to step forward, because they would be taken to another camp where living conditions were better. He also promised them double bread rations so as to be strong and healthy when the hour of delivery came. Group after group of pregnant women left Camp C. Even I was naive enough at that time to believe the Germans, until one day I happened to have an errand near the crematoria, and I saw with my own eyes what was done to these pregnant women. They were surrounded by a group of SS men and women who amused themselves by giving these helpless creatures a taste of hell, after which death was a welcome friend. They were beaten with clubs and whips, torn by dogs, dragged around by the hair, and kicked in the stomach with heavy German boots. Then, when they collapsed, they were thrown into the crematoria alive. I stood, rooted to the ground, unable to move, unable to scream, unable to run away. But gradually the horror turned into revolt. And this revolt, it shook me out of my lethargy. And it gave me a new incentive to live. I had to remain alive. It was up to me to save all the pregnant women in Camp C from this infernal fate. It was up to me to save the life of the mothers, if there was no other way than by destroying the life of their unborn children. I ran back to camp, going from block to block, told the women what I had seen. Never again was anyone to betray their condition. It was to be denied to our last breath, hidden from the SS, hidden from the guards, and even from the Blakova, on whose goodwill our life depended. The Blakova was the head of the block in the camp. On dark nights, when everyone else was sleeping, in dark corners of the camp, in the toilet, on the floor, without a drop of water, I delivered their babies. First, I took the 9-month pregnancies. I accelerated the birth by the rupture of membranes, and usually within 1 or 2 days, spontaneous birth took place without further intervention. Or I produced dilation with my fingers, inverted the embryo, and thus brought it to life. In the dark, always hurried, in the midst of filth and dirt. After the child had been delivered, I quickly bandaged the mother's abdomen and sent her back to work. When possible, I placed her in my hospital, which was in reality just a grim joke. She usually went there with a diagnosis of pneumonia, which was a safe diagnosis, not one that would send her to the crematorium. I delivered women pregnant in the 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th month, always in a hurry, always with my 5 fingers in the dark, under terrible conditions. No one will ever know what it meant to me to destroy these babies. After years and years of medical practice, childbirth was still to me the most beautiful, the greatest miracle of nature. I loved those newborn babies, not as a doctor, but as a mother. And it was again and again my own child whom I killed to save the life of its mother. Every time when kneeling down in the mud, dirt, and human excrement which covered the floor of the barracks to perform a delivery without instruments, without water, without the most elementary requirements of hygiene, I prayed to God to help me save the mother, or I would never touch a pregnant woman again. And if I had not done it, both the mother and child would have been cruelly murdered. God was good to me. By a miracle to which every doctor must sound like a fairy tale, every one of these women recovered and was able to work, which at least for a while saved her life. My first such case was a delivery of a young woman called Yolanda. Yolanda came from my own hometown, Siget. She was the child of an impoverished family, and she made a living by doing fine embroidery on expensive underwear, on expensive handkerchiefs and baby clothes. To make beautiful baby clothes was the greatest pleasure in her life. And while working on them until late at night, she would dream about the baby that she herself would one day have. Then she got married. Month after month, she waited and prayed. But nature refused to grant her most ardent wish. This is when she began coming to me. I treated her for a long time until finally my treatment showed results, and Yolanda became pregnant. She was radiant. "I shall give you the most beautiful present in the world when my baby arrives," she would then tell me every time we met. In the end, it was I who gave her a present. The present of her life, by destroying her passionately desired little boy 2 days after his birth. Day after day, I watched her condition develop, fearing the moment when it could be hidden no longer. And it's obviously what happened with her was this Yolanda got pregnant while they were in Siget. They were deported. And the two of them, were still alive, were not sent to the gas chambers. And Dr. Pearl, Gisela Pearl, working in Camp C, obviously had connection to the women, and Yolanda was one of these women slave laborers. I'm just contextualizing what's happening here. In the end, it was I who gave her a present, the present of her life, by destroying her passionately desired little boy 2 days after his death. Day after day, I watched her condition develop, fearing the moment when it could be hidden no longer. I bandaged her abdomen, hid her with my body at roll call, and hoped for a miracle which would save her and her baby. The miracle never came. But one horribly dark, stormy night, Yolanda began having birth pains. I was beside her, waiting for the moment when I could take a hand in a delivery, when I saw to my horror that she fell into convulsive seizures. For 2 days and nights, the spasms shook her poor, emaciated little body. And I had to stand by without drugs, without instruments, to help her, listening to her moans, helpless. Around us, in the light of a few small candles, I could see the 1,300 women of her barracks look upon us from their cages, 1,300 death masks with still enough life left in them to feel pity for Yolanda and to breathe the silent but ever-present question, why? The third day Yolanda's little boy was born. I put her into the hospital, saying that she had pneumonia, an illness, again, not punishable by death. And I hid her child for 2 days, unable to destroy him. Then I could hide him no longer. I knew that if he were discovered, it would mean death to Yolanda, death to myself, and death to all these pregnant women whom my skill could still save. I took the warm little body in my hands. I kissed the smooth face. I caressed the long hair. And then I strangled him. And I buried his body under a mountain of corpses waiting to be cremated. Then one day, Dr. Mengele came to the hospital. He gave a new order. From now on, Jewish women could have their children. They were not going to be killed because of their pregnancy. The children, of course, had to be taken to the crematoria, but the women would be allowed to live. I was jubilant. Women who delivered in our so-called hospital on its clean floor with the help of a few primitive instruments that had been given to me, they had a much better chance to come out of this death camp, not only alive, but in a condition to have other children. I had 292 expectant mothers in my ward when Dr. Mengele changed his mind. He came roaring into the hospital, whip and revolver in hand, and had all the 292 women loaded on a single truck. And they were tossed alive into the flames of the crematoria. In September 1944, Camp C was liquidated. It was liquidated to make place for new arrivals. I shall tell later what this liquidation meant. All I want to say here is that out of 30,000 women, only 10,000 remained alive to be put into other blocks or taken to Germany to work. As soon as we were installed from Camp C into Camps F, Camp K, and Camp L, a new order came from Berlin. From now on, not only could Jewish mothers have their children in, quote-unquote, the maternity ward of the hospital, but the children were permitted to live. Eva Benedict, she was 18 years old. She was a violinist from Budapest, a beautiful, talented young woman who was separated from her husband only a few days after her wedding. Eva Benedict believed with an unconquerable faith that her life and the life of her child would be saved. The child growing in her womb was her only comfort, her only pleasure, her only concern. When the SS organized an orchestra among the prisoners, Eva became the violinist of that orchestra. I bandaged her abdomen and her formless rags amidst women whose stomachs were constantly bloated with undernourishment, and therefore Eva's condition went unnoticed. Then came the liquidation, quote unquote, of Camp C, and Eva Benedict came with me to camps F, K, and L. When the order for the conservation of Jewish children came, nobody was happier than Eva. Her delivery was only a day or two off, and we both believed that the miracle had happened, a miracle of God for the sake of Eva Benedict. She smiled all day, and in the evening in our barracks, she whistled Mozart concertos and Chopin waltzes for us to bring a little beauty into our terror-filled, hopeless lives. 2 days later, she had her baby, a little boy, in quote-unquote the maternity ward. But when the baby was born, she turned her back on it. She refused to look at it. She wouldn't hold the baby in her arms. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, incessantly. Terrible, silent tears, but she wouldn't speak to me. Finally, I succeeded in making her tell what's on your mind. Why are you acting this way? I dare not take my son in my arms, doctor. I dare not look at him. I dare not kiss him. I dare not get attached to him. I feel it. I know it, that somehow they're going to take him away from me. And Eva was right. 24 hours after Eva Benedict had her son, a new order came, depriving Jewish mothers of the additional food, of the thin, milky soup mixed with flour, which swelled their breasts and enabled them to feed their babies. For 8 days, Eva Benedict had to look on while her son starved slowly to death. His fine, white skin, it turned yellow, and then it became blotched. His smooth face got wrinkled and shriveled, and on the 8th day, I had to take him out and throw him on a heap of rotting corpses. I'm going to go to the 19th Kinah, Kinah 19. Page 392 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav Kinahs, page 242 in the Art Scroll. The Rabbeinu Bechaya, or Rabbeinu Bachya as we say, he wrote an incredible work called the Chovas HaLevavos. It was written in Judeo-Arabic. There were 3 great philosophical works written in Judeo-Arabic. The first was Emunos V'Deos, Rabbeinu Saadia Gaon. The second was the Chovas HaLevavos, which we're going to speak about now, by Bachya. Third was the Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim. All 3 were written to Jews who were dealing with neighbors, Islamic neighbors who were quite sophisticated. Islamic neighbors who, I'm talking about Arab, Muslim neighbors, who they themselves were looking at their religion, Islam, and how it dealt with principles that they were studying. They were known as Neoplatonic. You hear the ring in there? Is that ring? Should I move the microphone a little bit to make it better or no? Further away from me? So these were Neo-Aristotelians, these were Neoplatonists. And they had a deal, how does Islam address, a scientific world? A world that's rooted in rational principles, a God of rationality. In what they were dealing with, meaning the Muslims were dealing with, their Jewish neighbors were dealing with as well. And they came to their great scholars. Again, the forerunner of this was Saadia Gaon in the 9th century. But already in the 11th, 12th century, these were issues. Jews lived in southern Spain, Islamic Spain, in central Spain, Andalusia, Castile. Jews lived in the Arabian Gulf, Iraq. Jews lived in North Africa. Not all of Islam was sophisticated. Much of Islam was primitive. The Rambam had to deal with the Amaldahuds. They were very similar like today's Shia Muslims. They're very similar like the Muslim Brotherhood of today. Extremely primitive, sick, deranged people who use religion, who use God, for their desire for power, for their being threatened by anyone other than themselves, who justify murder, thievery, rape, all in the name of religion. These are not human beings. These are not even animals. We're talking, the Hamas we're dealing with, the Hezbollah we're dealing with. These are not human beings. It's an insult and an embarrassment to Islam. But in the time of the Rambam, there were sophisticated Muslims. In the time of Bachya, there were very sophisticated Muslims. Ibn Rashid was a great thinker. Averroes, Al-Farabi. These were men of great wisdom. So when he writes his work, the Chovas HaLevavos, we translate as duties of the heart, meaning obligations of the mind. How does a Jew think? How does a Jew experience God? How does a Jew relate? Not what you do, what you act, but what's Jewish philosophy? So in that work, he addresses a question that if I asked each of you, you probably would have a different answer than he gave. The question that was asked was the following: what is the most foundational principle of our theology? In the Jewish religion, what is the most foundational principle? That was the question. So many of us would answer the concept of Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam, that Judaism is a religion of the mind, a religion of Chachma, of wisdom. It's true. Many of us would say Shabbos. Judaism demonstrates the fact that God is the creator of the universe. God is the creator of the physical universe, therefore God is the God of physics, of chemistry, of biology. Many would say, Ve'ahavta l'recha kamocha. The great revolution of Judaism is how you treat your fellow human being. That religion is manifest in how I treat my employee, how I negotiate a deal, how I conduct my business affairs. And that's all true. Some would say Judaism is a religion of tzedakah. Meaning what? It trained us how to take care of other human beings, how to sensitize us. It's a religion, it brought chesed into the world. They're all different answers, and they're all foundational to Judaism. But Rabbeinu Bachya has a different answer. His answer is the following. He says the most foundational principle to Judaism is hakaras hatov, is a profound sense of gratitude. If you wanted to define a Jew, if you wanted to define what is a Jew is a profoundly grateful human being. Whether it's gratitude to parents, gratitude to God, gratitude to an employer, gratitude to someone who gave us an opportunity in life, gratitude to our teachers, our rebbeim, gratitude to a spouse, gratitude to whatever. But what it does is, a grateful person by definition is a humble person. A profoundly grateful person is by definition a humble person. And that's what he says. And the tragedy of the Jewish people is that which defines us, that which shapes us, gratitude, we failed. We became ingrates. Ingrates particularly to God. And that ultimately led to our downfall. And that's the story of this Kinah. It's quoting two phrases from Daniel. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah. How righteous were you? How good were you to us, God, that you gave us this institution? Vilanu boshes upon him. And how humiliated are we that we took it, not only did we take it for granted, but we abused the institution. We corrupted the institution. The wondrous, miraculous acts, God had to come and change and tinker and toy with the world just to save us. Think about the 10 Makos from Egypt. Think about the splitting of the sea. Use those as examples. In a perfect world, God shouldn't have to tinker or toy with his world, but he did that just for our benefit, to liberate us, to save us. Vilanu boshes upon him. How humiliated are we, bivachina shenitzrafnu v'osanu tiafta. You know, you gave us different opportunities, and every time we turned on you, we forced you to reject us because we failed you. You extricated a nation from the midst of another nation. Last week in the Parsha, Mitzrayim is called Kur HaBarzel, the iron cauldron. No one ever escaped Egypt. Not an individual slave ever escaped Egypt. And you, in broad daylight, extricated us, Goy Mikerev Goy. And how humiliated are we? Vilanu boshes upon him. Bidofi asher nimsa banu k'maasei masos. What did we end up doing? Instead of having gratitude, we end up engaging in some of the same primitive activities that they did. Whether it was the avodah zarah, whether it was the sexual improprieties. Instead of, appreciating what God had done for us, we ended up aping and mocking the very people who oppressed us. Elohim niftos lo la'am. V'lanu boshes upon him v'yamru al yamsuf goy be'elohav b'pasham. You redeemed us. You not only redeemed us physically, you, as we talked about before, you destroyed the greatest military on earth. And what did we do? We rebelled. We rebelled against the very God who saved us. L'chodenoy tzedakah b'zecher v'atem edai v'ani Elohim. V'lanu boshes upon him b'cherfeinu b'sin kum asei lanu Elohim. At Sinai, the ultimate completion of our liberation was giving us the covenant, giving us a system of morality, a system of ethics, a system of theology, a system of how to create a society, a system of how to lead a perfected life. And not only did you give it to us, you enabled us to perceive you, to attain that level of we witnessed God giving it not to Moses, but giving it to us. And then at that very place, we turned around and we created an avodah zarah. We rejected you. You took care of us in the midbar, in the desert. How did you take care of us? No one could survive that. But you gave us a nutritious vehicle that was called the manna, that would enable us to survive. What did we do? V'lanu boshes upon him biyom hikravnu lefonav solesh v'shemen udvash. We took that which you gave us, and we used it as an offering to an avodah zarah. L'chodenoy tzedakah bechilkul manu be'erev amud anan. Not only did you give us food, you provided hydration for us throughout the desert, the well that traveled with them. You provided protection from the environment, the clouds of glory that protected us from the environment, so that we wouldn't, be parched, burnt to death in that desert. But how humiliated are we? What did we do? V'lanu boshes upon him belechem haklokel avosenu ba'alem beragnan. What did we do? We took the man, and one of the features of the man for our benefit is so you shouldn't have to go out, dig holes, excrete into the holes, which is very embarrassing. No, it was absorbed, it was digested into your system totally, so that there was nothing left of it. Meaning it was all the nutrition was ingested into the system, so you didn't have to defecate. So what did we call the lechem hakloka? What kind of sick food? People somehow, they love that feeling of just feeling full. You know, you have a big meal and you got that bloated gut. I mean, I hate that feeling. But these people, they yearned for that feeling, right? Instead of being on your feet, on your toes, full of energy, no. You want the parasympathetic nervous system to go in. You want to be sluggish. Come on. No, we called it the light bread, the cursed bread, because it's so light that it gets totally ingested in the system. And what is it referred to? Ba'alehem berognon. What's that referring to? We are upset. Before the Torah, being B'nai Noach, there were certain laws about who you could marry, who you couldn't marry. But now with Judaism, it gets expanded. So there's all kinds of limitations in terms of our libido, in terms of our sexual activity. And we complained against that. What was the point? Don't you touch my instincts. I want to be like an animal. I want to be in control of all of my instincts. I want to be a slave to my instincts. I don't want any limitations on my instinctual life. We lack nothing in the midbar. What is this referring to? Parshas Devarim. Moshe, at the end of his life, they're no longer in the desert. They're now in the plains of Moab. He's about to die. He's got a few weeks left. He goes through all the places they rebelled, that the Jews rebelled against God. He alludes to them. Di Zahav is where they made the golden calf. You know, they were so wealthy, they took their wealth and they used it for corrupt purposes, right? Chatzeros is where they sent the spies. He alludes to all the various places. What's the idea? God's about to bring them into the land of Israel, give them a land where they can play their role of having an impact on the destiny of humanity, of sharing this system of ethics and morality, of sharing a system of pure theology, of philosophy that's healthy for a human being and not corrupt, and where they can play a role making a difference. Instead, no, they looked at it as a real estate deal. It's a land that has all different types of topographies, all different types of weather patterns, all different types of minerals, so it's a self-sufficient land. But no, they didn't like the fact that it's hilly, it's mountainous, that the Canaanites live there, that they're going to have to drive out the Canaanites. And they treated it as a real estate deal, and they found every reason to badmouth it, and to badmouth the God who was giving it to them. Did I skip a page, or are we okay? We're okay? So, what did he do? He promised us from the Jordan to the sea, from the Jordan River to the sea. That's what God gave the Jewish people. Okay? He gave us more. He gave us the whole east bank of the Jordan River. The Amorite, which is most of today's Jordan. Og Melech HaBashan, which is the Golan Heights in southern Syria. So we had double the land. We had the east bank and the west bank of the Jordan River. What did we do? Do you understand how wealthy we became after we defeated the Amorites who tried attacking us on the east bank of the Jordan? After we defeated Og, who attacked us from the Golan Heights in Syria? You know how wealthy we became? We didn't need wealth at that point. But what happened? Velanu boshes upon him ba'achan asher ma'al b'cherem b'li mitzoma'an. Achan, and the fact that we failed to set up a system. The first city in Israel proper, the first city in the area from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean that is the Jewish, eternal Jewish homeland, that was promised to the Jews by God. The first city that they would conquer would be their Bikurim, would be their Truma. That would be dedicated to God. They're not going to take for their own personal wealth. They all agreed to that. Achan takes from the booty of that city, of Jericho, of Yericho. He takes from the booty. And we didn't have a system to prevent people from doing that. You can't, that's an area you can't just leave it up to the person themselves. You got to build a system to prevent that. But it's so despicable You've got more wealth, you've got more money than your grandchildren will ever be able to spend if they live 120 years. Than your great-grandchildren will be able to spend. Look at the wealth that you were able to acquire from the Midianites and from the Amorites and from Sichon Melech Og. One town you can't leave alone? I know it was only one person that violated the cherem, that violated the excommunication on anyone who takes money. But we should have prevented that from happening. Shame on us. L'chodenoya tzedakah, b'foal asher pa'alta ba'arba'asar moshim. During the period of the Shoftim, it's quite a long period, there's 369 years that we're in Shiloh. Then there's the period of Shmuel and Navi. I mean, it's close to 400 years. Our problem during that time was Ein Melech b'Yisrael. We couldn't unite. Ish kol hayashar be'enav yaseh. Everyone did whatever they felt like. We couldn't unite, and what would happen? Because of that, unfortunately, when everyone does whatever the heck they feel like, things don't usually go always the right way. So whether it was Eglon Melech Moab, who was terrorizing us from the southeast, whether it was in the time of the Gilad, where the Ammonites, which was the northeast, again, east of the Jordan River, whether it was the Canaanites from Chatzor coming down, terrorizing everyone in the Emek Yisrael, the Jezreel Valley, and we needed Devorah, whether it was the Pelishtim coming from the Mediterranean coast, and they were terrorizing us. Throughout that period of time, God always provided, whether it was a Shimshon, whether it was a Devorah, whether it was a Ehud ben Gera, whether it was a Boaz, who's also known as Iftzan, whether it was a Yiftach HaGiladi. God provided us so that the country wouldn't fall apart, that we wouldn't be terrorized. But what happened throughout the duration of that time? Velanu boshes hapanim b'tzelamicha bo anachnu poshim. Throughout that time, the Jews never eradicated this idol, tzelamicha. And they had there were Kohanim who served it, and there were people who came and brought korbanos. Yeah, come on. You can't deal with a God of ethics, a God of morals, a God of kindness, because it's an abstract, ethereal God. You need to have this getchka, they call it, a tzaylem, right? You have to have something primitive. I mean, come on. It's a tragedy. But that's who we were. L'chodenoy tzedakah b'kima Shiloh, v'no v'givon u'beis olamim. V'lanu boshes apanim beresha shenimsa banu shechervu uvam anu nichlamim. We had, now it doesn't mention Gilgal. Gilgal was a temporary spot of the Mishkan, and then we set up Shiloh. Shiloh existed for 369 years. But because of our sins, it was destroyed. We were in Nov. We know what happened there with Shaul killing the Kohanim there. And it was in Givon, and then it was moved to Yerushalayim. And the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed in Jerusalem. Then we were given a second Beis HaMikdash, rebuilt, in the time of the Persians, under the leadership of Ezra and Nehemiah. And that gets destroyed by the Romans. God gives us institution after institution. What's the idea of a Beis HaMikdash? We said it unifies the people. It's the great educational center. It's a place where we can have an opportunity to have this intimate relationship with God. There's Hashras Hashchina. It enables the community, the nation, to be led by a halachic government driven by a Sanhedrin that legislates for us, that makes sure that there's proper adjudication. There's an institution of a kahuna that makes sure the nation is educated properly. All of that is centered. The center of that world is the Beis HaMikdash. Ki mitzion teitzei Torah, udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. What happened? Actually, Ki mitzion teitzei Sora. The aleph should have a suf after it. Ki mitzion teitzei sora udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. We corrupted it. We turned it into a place of idolatry, a base of avodah zarah. We manipulated the institution. We treated it as a lucky charm. Oh, God would never abandon his own home. God would never allow his home to be destroyed. We made it like into some kind of lucky charm. Like some people do with a mezuzah. What's the purpose of a mezuzah? When you enter your home, when you enter a room, you think about the ideas written on the mezuzah. You live by those ideas. It's a beautiful reminder. It's a place of chachma. What did we do? We corrupted and perverted the institution. Shame on us. Shame on us. That's lanu boshes hapanim. What was the tzedakah? This we talked about earlier, the very first hour of the Kinos we talked about. The fact that the Midas Hadin, Hishlich Hamaso, one second, Hishlich Hamaso al Eitzim Vavanim. God imposed the Midas Hadin on a building, on sticks and stones, on construction material. The Anu Kayamin, we're still alive. The Midas Hadin could have annihilated the Jewish people. Instead of it being a destruction of the Jews, it was a destruction of the Mikdash in Yerushalayim. That was an incredible act of tzedakah. V'lanu boshes hapanim, b'shuveinu elecha b'chol lev shetashuv eleinu barachamim. 1900 years, 2000 years, we still haven't done tshuva. We still have not done tshuva. God has enabled us. He's waited for us. Afal pi. What's the phrase in the Animamin? How do you say it? Afal pi sheyismameha. Even though the Messiah will tarry, achake lo b'chol yom sheyavo. I yearn and I wait for the Messiah to come each and every day. Yeah, I got news for you. God could say the same thing. Even though the Jews have not corrected their corruptions, have not corrected their ways, even though the Jews haven't changed, achake lo. I yearn and I wait for the Jewish people each and every day. And then finally, for 900 years, this is making an assumption. There's two ways to read this. We don't have time today, so we're only going to read it one way. That the Kalir is not Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkanus, like you have Tosfos and Chagiga thinking. The Kalir is, according to those Shitas, was the famous Payaton, the Israeli Payaton. Our Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, our Tisha B'Av only exist, the piyutim that we say, the kinnos that we say, many of the slichos that we say were all written by the Kalir. Lived in Israel. That's why he only wrote the piyutim on the first day Rosh Hashanah, not the second day. Because in that part of Israel, they were able to, they observed one day Rosh Hashanah. So the Kalir is saying he's living in the 10th century. It's been 900 years, almost 900 years since the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. And God is still waiting for us to do tshuva. Vilanu boshus upon him. How humiliated are we that we haven't returned to God? If that could be said in the 10th century, all the more so what could be said in the 21st century. Vilanu boshus upon him. Kitava ish chamudos v'shiva hatei Elohai oznecha u'shema. We're not going to read the 20th Kinah because of time, but how humiliated are we when we see, please God, incline your ear. I mean, please God, listen to us. See us in our plight of devastation, in our broken, defeated state. Please, please hear us. Please, please reach out to us. Please, please rebuild the Beis HaMikdash. Please enable us to do tshuva. Hashivenu Hashem elecha v'nashuva. You cause us and enable us to do tshuva. What time does everyone have? It's 50? It's 2:50? Okay. So we have about 11 minutes. Let's go to Elitzion, the 45th Kinah. Unfortunately, we covered a lot of ideas. We didn't cover a lot of kinos this year. Next year we'll have to cover more. I've got a whole sheet of what we were supposed to do, and I apologize that we didn't get to a fraction of it. We're on page 611 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik and page 392 in the Art Scroll. 392 in the Art Scroll. We're going to stop at a couple points to make some comments on this. Now, the first phrase and the first stanza and the last stanza, everyone understands. What is Elitzion? This is not the last Kinah. Elitzion means continue to wail, continue to mourn, continue to lament. If we would say kinos from now till the end of our lifetime, we couldn't say the kinos to lament the tragedies that have befallen our people, the horrific pain and suffering that our people has undergone. We're getting up now because it's time for mincha, not because we're done saying kinos. That's the first point. And here is, who is Zion? Zion Vareha. Zion is the Jewish people in her cities. Zion is the Beis HaMikdash in her cities. Zion, depending on the context, has different meanings. What's Kemo Isha B'tzireha? The most acute pain, assuming you don't use an epidural, the most acute pain on earth is childbirth. You know, I remember one of the kids during labor, they had a guy who was an intern or a resident. I went to the anesthesiologist. I said to him, look, use an intern and a resident on somebody else. I said, my wife is in pain. I said, there's nothing like childbirth. You just go in there, give her the epidural, let's come on. You know what I mean? Why does she have to suffer because you want a resident to be trained? So I feel bad for the other lady he had to train on, but he wasn't training on Yael, I'll tell you that much. And we got there's nothing more acute than childbirth, than labor. What's the chivsula chagura sak al bal neureha? The most acute pain, how does it end off in the end? Birth of a child. A future for the Jewish people, a future for the family, a baby. There's a happy ending to that acute pain. Not so when it comes to what? A young woman, her whole life, since she's been playing with the little Barbie dolls as a child, she's been fantasizing about her marriage, about getting married, about the man she'll fall in love with, about walking down the aisle, about being married. And on the night of her wedding, he drops dead. There's no happy ending to this story. There's no comfort or consolation for this acute pain. You know, if somebody was married 40 years and they lose a spouse, that's horrific, it's terrible. But think about all the memories that were created together. Think about all the life that was created together. Here, it's only yearnings and desires, and none of it fulfilled. That's how the Jewish people feel. The most acute pain, with no consolation, with nothing to fall back upon. Elitzion v'yareha. If you like, you could stand for this. Kemo isha b'tzireha v'chivsula chagura sak al ba'al neureha alei armon asher nutash be'ashmason adareha ve'al bias mechar fe'el b'soch mikdash chadareha. You know, the blasphemy against God, the blasphemy of the Romans in the Mikdash, that's what you saw on October 7th. I watched, many of us watched the 47 minutes, listening to the yelling, to the bragging as they murdered, as they raped our women, as they butchered our children, and how proud they were. That's the worst. The attack against Judaism. You know, we have this meaningless name, Swords of Iron for the war. You know what they call this war? The Al-Quds War. The war to conquer Jerusalem. You know, it's a treachery against Judaism. It's a blasphemy against Judaism, this war. And that's the hate. That's the sewage they spew from their filthy mouths. Alei galus mishar seel, manim meshir zimareha, v'al damam asher shupach, kemo meimei yeoreha, the blood that's spilled like the waters of a river. I mean, they took these axes, literally decapitating after people had been killed. In case of one Thai worker while he was still alive, you know, just cutting off their heads and then the flow of the blood. They murdered with such a passion, such a bloodthirstiness. Alei hegyon mecholeha, asher damam bi'areha, v'al va'ad asher shamein, ubitul sanhedreha. We've spoken throughout the day about what it means to have a Sanhedrin in the state of deprivation that we're in without the system of Sanhedrins, without the great Sanhedrin and its system throughout the country. And that is a source of incredible pain that we live every day. It leads to a confused Judaism. It leads to a lack of leadership, a lack of morality. Alei zivchei semideha, ufidyonei v'choreha, v'al chilul kelei heichal, u'mizbach ketoreha, alei tapei melacheha, b'nei David gevireha, v'al yafyam asher chashach, be'esaru chisareha, alei chavod asher gala, be'es karban devireha, ve'al lochetz asher lochatz, v'sam sakim chagoreha, alei machatz v'rov makos, asher huku nizireha, ve'al niputz elei sela, olaleha ni'areha. The way they butchered, the way they slaughtered our children on October 7th on the Black Simchas Torah. What they did to our young ladies on Alei Simchas Oiveha, Besachkam al Shvareha, Ve'alinui B'nei Chorin, Nediveha Tehoreha, Alei Fesha Asher Afsa, Selol derech ashureha, v'al tzivos kihaleha, shezufeha shechoreha, alei kolos micharfeha, be'es rabu figareha, v'al rikshas migadfeha, b'soch mishkan chatzereha, alei shimcha asher chulal, b'fi kamei mitzereha, Ve'al tachan yitzav chulach, kishov ushma amareha, elei Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha betzireha, v'chiv sulach agur asak, al ba'al neureha. We want to thank Alex. Is it okay to keep it on for just another minute? We want to dedicate our day and the learning and the growth that we've experienced to the memory of Steve Neuwirth, Shalom ben Peretz, an incredible friend of the Jewish people, an incredible tzaddik. To Samara Popilski, the wife of Michael Popilski, the mother of the 4 Popilski kids, the sister and sister-in-law of Adam and Ariel Parkoff, and the daughter, the precious, precious daughter to Deborah and Richard Parkoff. She was lost to us just a few weeks ago after a battle with cancer. And we'd like to dedicate the day again to Rosie Lubin, an incredibly special young woman, spoke about what an honor and a privilege it was for her, after 2,000 years of the Jewish people being refugees, 2,000 years of exile, for her to be the one, when we come back to Yerushalayim, to defend the Makomos HaKadoshim, to defend Jerusalem, the holy city. She was murdered by Hamas a month after being a hero on the Black Simchas Torah on October 7th, in memory of Rosie Lubin of Dunwoody, Georgia. Thank you.